Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Sienna. I slam my laptop shut, the library's lights burning my tired eyes. 3 classes, a 4-hour shift at the campus bookstore, and now this endless pile of case studies. My shoulders ache from hunching over textbooks all day. 5 minutes until closing. The librarian's voice echoes through the nearly empty space. Perfect. Another day where I barely scratched the surface of my to-do list. I stuff my books into my bag, my mind drifting to the unpaid electric bill sitting in my inbox. The reminder came this morning. 3rd one this month. My phone buzzes. A text from Isaiah. Can we talk? I miss you. Delete, block, done. The memory of walking in on him with my former best friend Rachel still twists my stomach into knots. As much as it feels like a bullet to the chest, I don't have time for that drama, not when I'm drowning in coursework and barely making rent. Heading out, Sienna? Professor Samuels passes by my table, arms full of legal journals. Yes, just finished reviewing the Mitchell case for tomorrow's class. Good. Your analysis in class today was sharp. Keep that up. Firms notice students who can think on their feet. I force a smile, though his words fuel the fire in my chest. That's exactly what I need, recognition from top firms. A chance at a real future, not this paycheck-to-paycheck existence. The night air hits my face as I push through the library doors. Campus is quiet except for distant laughter from the freshman dorms. I check my watch. 11:45 p.m. Just enough time to get home, review one more case, maybe grab 4 hours of sleep before my morning shift. My apartment's heating is still broken, but I can't afford to bug my landlord again. I'll just add another layer, like I have been all week. What matters is staying focused, eyes on the prize. First in my class, prestigious internship, then associate position at a top firm. I dig through my bag for my car keys, fingers brushing against loose papers and pens. The parking lot's motion sensor lights flicker, casting eerie shadows across the empty spaces. My ancient Honda sits alone in the far corner, a testament to another late night at the library. The engine groans to life on the 3rd try. Come on, baby, just get me home. I blast the heat, but cold air shoots through the vents. Great. Another thing to add to my growing list of problems. The dashboard clock blinks 11:52 p.m. as I pull onto the main road. A metallic rattle starts under the hood. I grip the steering wheel tighter, willing the noise away. Not tonight. Please, not tonight. The rattling grows louder. The engine sputters once, twice. No, no, no. The car jerks, losing power. I coast to the side of the road, hazard lights blinking in the darkness. The engine gives one final wheeze before dying completely. I slam my palms against the steering wheel. Damn. The silence that follows feels suffocating. I try the key again, nothing but a weak clicking sound. My hands shake as I pull out my phone. The mechanic's bill from last month's repair still sits unpaid on my credit card. My vision blurs. All the stress, the exhaustion, Isaiah's betrayal, the mounting bills. It crashes over me like a tidal wave. A sob catches in my throat. Keep it together. I whisper, but tears spill down my cheeks anyway. Just keep it together. I rest my forehead against the steering wheel, shoulders shaking. The hazard lights cast an orange glow across the empty street, matching the rhythm of my ragged breaths. After a few minutes of quiet sobbing, I wipe my eyes, smearing mascara across my fingers. No, I'm not going to sit here crying like some helpless damsel. My phone's map shows O'Malley's Bar, just 2 blocks away. After calling roadside assistance and learning they won't arrive for at least an hour, I grab my purse and start walking. The neon beer signs in the window cast a warm glow against the brick exterior. Some alcohol should do me well. I need it. Inside, classic rock plays at a decent volume, loud enough to feel alive, quiet enough to think. The wood-paneled walls and worn leather booths give off an unpretentious vibe. Perfect. What can I get you? The bartender wipes down the counter in front of me. Double whiskey neat. He raises an eyebrow. Rough night? You could say that. I slide onto a bar stool, dropping my heavy bag at my feet. My car decided to die on me. Just add it to the list. The bartender places my drink down. The amber liquid catches the dim light, promising temporary relief from the chaos in my head. I take a long sip, letting the warmth spread through my chest. A group of guys in suits laugh at the far end of the bar, probably corporate types unwinding after work. Must be nice, already having made it. Meanwhile, I'm still climbing, scratching, fighting for every inch of progress. But tonight, I'm not thinking about case studies or bills or Isaiah's lies. Tonight, I'm just going to sit here, drink my whiskey, and breathe. One night won't derail my plans. One night to reset before diving back into the grind tomorrow. I pull out my phone to check the time. The roadside assistance text shows there's still 40 minutes out. Good. More time to decompress. Another? The bartender gestures at my empty glass. I nod. One more won't hurt. The bartender works quickly to bring me another fresh glass, making me send an appreciative nod his way. I take another sip of whiskey, letting the burn distract me from my damn show of a night. Movement catches my eye as someone slides onto the bar stool 2 seats down. My breath catches. He's older, maybe late 30s, wearing a charcoal suit that fits him like it was molded to his broad shoulders. His sleeves are rolled up, revealing strong forearms marked with a subtle tattoo peeking out beneath his cuff. Dark hair peppered with silver at the temples gives him a distinguished look that makes my stomach flip. He loosens his tie with one hand while ordering a scotch. His voice deep and gravelly, the kind of voice that could command a courtroom. When he turns slightly, I catch his profile, sharp jawline, straight nose, and lips that quirk up slightly at one corner like he's permanently amused by some private joke. Everything about him radiates confidence and control, exactly what I'm lacking tonight. I try not to stare, but my eyes keep drifting back to his hands as he picks up his drink. Long fingers wrap around the glass with an easy grace. The chaos in my head quiets a bit, replaced by a different kind of tension. He must feel my gaze because he glances over, catching me looking. His eyes are a striking gray blue, intense but not cold, the kind of eyes that see right through nonsense. I quickly look down at my drink, swallowing down the knot at the back of my throat, but not from embarrassment, from something else entirely. Something that makes me hyper-aware of the small space between us. He doesn't say anything, just takes another sip of his scotch. But I swear I can feel his presence like a physical thing. Steady and grounding in a way that makes my skin tingle. It's been so long since anyone has made me feel this aware. I should be focusing on my car problems, on my upcoming deadlines, on all the ways my life is falling apart. Instead, all I can think about is how his hand would feel wrapped around mine instead of that glass.
Chapter 2. Josiah. The bar's neon sign casts a soft blue glow across the wet pavement as I pull into the O'Malley's bar parking lot. 6 weeks of hotel rooms, endless book signings, and recycled questions about constitutional interpretations have left me drained. My shoulders ache from hauling luggage through airports, and my throat's raw from too many lectures. Inside, the warmth wraps around me like an old friend, a welcome respite from the winter chill. Dark wood panels line the walls, and the brass rail of the bar gleams under dim lights, worn smooth by countless elbows. A few regulars dot the counter, hunched over their drinks, lost in their own worlds. The familiar scent of whiskey and polished wood reminds me why this place has been my sanctuary for so long. Josiah. The bartender, Mike, gives me a nod, already reaching for my usual bottle. Haven't seen you in a while. I slide onto a bar stool, loosening my tie and undoing my top button. Scotch, neat. The leather seat creaks beneath me, molding to my frame like it remembers me. Mike sets the drink in front of me, the amber liquid catching the light. Keeping busy? Too busy. The scotch burns a path down my throat, warming my chest. I close my eyes for a moment, savoring the familiar smoothness. It's good to be home, even if home isn't what it used to be. My home waits across town, cold and silent. Alexandra's photos still hang on the walls. I never had the heart to take them down after she passed. 10 years, and sometimes the emptiness still catches me off guard. Tonight feels like one of those nights, where the memories press in a little too close for comfort. Suddenly, the clink of ice against glass draws my attention. 2 stools down, a woman swirls amber liquid in her tumbler. Her curly hair cascades past her shoulders, catching the dim bar lights. She has dark skin as well as a curvaceous body. My eyes trail her figure without shame. She's wearing some tight blue jeans and a brown leather jacket over her shirt. Is she from town? I've never seen her before. Her finger traces the rim of her glass with practiced ease, not her first drink of the night. I take another sip of scotch, but can't shake the weight of her gaze. Each time I glance at my drink, I catch her watching me in my peripheral vision. Her presence radiates something magnetic, making it harder to maintain my usual stoic demeanor. My fingers tap against the smooth wood of the bar. I'm not the type to strike up conversations with strangers, especially not in bars. But there's something about her, an intelligence in her eyes, a quiet confidence in her posture. That's an interesting choice of whiskey, I say, nodding toward her glass. The amber liquid catches the lighting, reminding me of honey. She turns, a slight smile playing at her lips. Her dark eyes meet mine with unmistakable interest. Most people don't notice what others are drinking. Lagavulin isn't exactly a common order. I find myself leaning slightly closer, drawn in by the subtle notes of her perfume mixing with the peaty aroma of her scotch. Neither is your Macallan 18. Her voice carries a musical quality, smooth like the spirits we're discussing. She shifts in her seat, angling her body toward mine. Not many people can identify it by sight. I shift on my stool to face her properly, appreciating how the movement brings us into a more intimate space. You know your scotch. I know what I like. She lifts her glass in a small salute, the gesture elegant and assured. Her fingers wrap around the crystal with practiced grace. And life's too short for mediocre drinks. The way she says it suggests she applies this philosophy to more than just her choice of alcohol. The empty stool between us feels like an unnecessary barrier. Before I can second-guess myself, I gesture to it. Mind if I move closer? It's easier than talking across a void. She sweeps her hand toward the vacant seat. Be my guest. Taking my glass, I close the distance between us and sit down on the stool next to hers. She takes a long sip of her drink, her shoulders dropping. Figured I'd treat myself to the good stuff tonight. God knows I need it. I perk a brow. Rough day? Try rough month. She lets out a hollow laugh. You ever have one of those moments where the universe decides to take a giant piss on your life? I lean forward, giving her my full attention. The bar's ambient noise fades as she speaks, her words carrying the weight of someone who needs to unburden themselves. Found out my boyfriend, ex-boyfriend now, was sleeping with my best friend. Classic, right? She traces a pattern in the condensation on her glass. Walked in on them in bed. And because the universe has a sick sense of humor, that was just the start. There's more. Oh yeah. My Honda decided to give up the ghost earlier. I'm waiting for roadside assistance to come help me out. She knocks back the rest of her drink, and I signal Mike for another round. And I don't make enough money with the part-time job I have, so I'm scrambling to cover rent this month. That's a hell of a trifecta. I push the fresh drink Mike sets down toward her. This one's on me. Thanks. She wraps her fingers around the glass. I should probably be home figuring out how to straighten my life, but instead, I'm here drinking whiskey that costs more than my grocery budget. Sometimes the best solution is to take a step back and breathe. Or drink expensive alcohol with a stranger. Her smile returns, small but genuine. Exactly. I'm Josiah, by the way, since we're no longer strangers. Sienna. She raises her glass. Here's to stupid exes and broken down Hondas. And to overpriced scotch, making it all a little more bearable. Our glasses clink, and I find myself drawn into her orbit. There's something refreshing about her candor, the way she speaks without pretense. What about you? Sienna turns those dark eyes on me. You looked like you were carrying the weight of the world when you sat down. Just got back into town. Been on a 6-week tour that felt more like 6 months. What kind of tour? I wave my hand dismissively. The boring kind. Lots of suits, lots of talking. No need to get into the academic details. Not when the conversation flows so naturally about other things. Mysterious. She shifts closer, her knee brushing against mine. So you're either a rock star or a politician, and since I don't see any groupies... A laugh escapes me, genuine and unexpected. Neither. Trust me, my life's not that exciting. Says the man who can afford Macallan 18 like it's nothing. Her eyes dance with amusement. Come on, give me something real. Real? I take another sip, considering. Real is coming home to an empty house and realizing nothing's changed while you were gone. Real is wondering if you're just going through the motions. She studies me for a moment, her expression softening. Sounds lonely. It can be. The admission surprises me. I haven't talked about this with anyone, let alone a beautiful stranger in a bar. Well, she raises her glass again. Here's to being lonely together. The way she says it, without pity or judgment, stirs something in my chest. A spark I haven't felt since Alexandra. It should probably worry me, but the scotch has smoothed the edges of my usual caution. You know what the worst part about being lonely is? She leans in close. Everyone's so damn quick to tell you how to fix it. Join a club, get a hobby, buy a plant. Get a cat, I add, making her laugh. Exactly. Like somehow a ficus or a furball is going to fill the void. Our conversation flows effortlessly, jumping from topic to topic. She tells me about her dreams of making it big in the city, and I find myself sharing stories from my travels. Time slips away, marked only by the gentle clink of ice in our glasses and the growing warmth in my chest that has nothing to do with the scotch.
Chapter 3. Sienna. The dim lighting of O'Malley's wraps around us like a warm blanket, creating an intimate bubble that makes the rest of the bar fade away. I trace the rim of my glass with my finger, surprised by how comfortable I feel sharing such personal details with the stranger I just met half an hour ago. It's just been one thing after another lately. I lift my shoulders. Sometimes I wonder if I'm on the right path at all. Josiah leans forward. his blue eyes focused entirely on me. Success isn't linear. The setbacks you're facing don't define your potential. That's what I keep telling myself. I take a sip of my drink. But when you're in the middle of it all, it feels overwhelming. He nods, understanding etched in the lines around his eyes. Like you're swimming against the current. Exactly. My breath catches at how perfectly he articulates it. Everyone else makes it look so easy. Trust me, they're all paddling just as hard beneath the surface. He shifts in his seat, his expression thoughtful. You strike me as someone who sets high standards for herself. Is it that obvious? A small laugh escapes me. It's not a bad thing, but sometimes the hardest person to forgive is yourself. His words sink into me, touching something raw and real. I've had countless conversations with friends about my struggles, but this feels different. Josiah listens with his whole being. No interruptions, no rushed advice, just pure attention and understanding. I haven't told anyone this before, but sometimes I wake up at night wondering if I've made all the wrong choices. The confession slips out before I can stop it. That kind of honesty with yourself takes courage. His voice carries a gentle authority that makes me believe him. It's okay to question your path. It means you're growing. In the soft glow of the bar lights, I find myself studying his face, the way his expression holds both strength and kindness. It's been so long since someone really saw me, looked past the confident facade I worked so hard to maintain. As Josiah shares a story about his own career challenges, I find myself captivated by the way his whole face transforms. When he speaks with passion, those deep-set blue eyes lighting up, the slight creases around them deepening in a way that makes my stomach flutter. The key is persistence, he says, leaning in closer. The movement brings with it a subtle whiff of his cologne, something woodsy and expensive, that makes me want to breathe him in deeper. His broad shoulders shift under his perfectly tailored suit, and I notice how his large hands dwarf the whiskey glass they're wrapped around. There's something magnetic about the way he carries himself, an easy confidence that doesn't need to announce itself. You make it sound so simple. I lean in too, drawn by some invisible force. When he smiles, one corner of his mouth lifts slightly higher than the other, creating an endearing asymmetry that softens his otherwise commanding presence. His jawline is strong, dusted with salt and pepper stubble that looks intentionally maintained rather than forgotten. His hair looks soft. I wonder how it would feel to run my hands through those graying strands. Nothing worth having comes easy. His voice has a rich, deep quality that seems to resonate in my chest. I catch myself staring at his hands again. They're strong but elegant, with long fingers that gesture purposefully when he speaks. A simple silver watch peeks out from under his crisp white shirt cuff, the kind of understated luxury that speaks of refined taste rather than showing off. The way he holds himself, straight-backed but relaxed, radiates a quiet authority that I find incredibly attractive. It's not just his physical appearance, though God knows that's enough to catch any woman's attention. It's the way his intelligence and warmth shine through every gesture, every carefully chosen word. The buzz from my drink mingles with the warmth spreading through my chest every time Josiah speaks. Our conversation flows effortlessly from career aspirations to travel stories to philosophical debates about justice. Each word draws me deeper into his orbit. You know what I find fascinating? Josiah's fingers tap against his glass. The way your eyes light up when you talk about making a difference in the world. It's not just ambition. There's a fire there. My breath catches. The intensity of his gaze pins me in place. Most people chase success for themselves, he continues, voice dropping lower. But you want to change things, make them better. That kind of passion is rare, beautiful. Heat shoots through my lower body, at the way he says beautiful. Like he's tasting the word. His eyes never leave mine, and I find myself shifting closer, drawn by the magnetic pull between us. I trail off, distracted by the way his hand has moved closer to mine on the table. Usually what? The corner of his mouth lifts in that devastating half smile. Open up like this. To anyone. Neither do I. His thumb brushes against my knuckles, sending electricity racing up my arm. There's something about you, Sienna. Something that makes me want to stay here all night, learning what makes you tick. The raw honesty in his voice, combined with that feather-light touch, makes my skin tingle. I cross my legs, trying to contain the surge of desire his words ignite. When did the air between us become so charged? His eyes darken as they track the movement. Tell me if I'm reading this wrong. I wet my lips. You're not? The energy between us crackles with possibility. My pulse races as I make a decision that's either brave or reckless. Maybe both. Want to get out of here? The words tumble out before I can second-guess them. Josiah's eyes darken. Your place? I nod, heat spreading through my body at his direct response. My car's still dead. I gesture vaguely toward the window, where light snow has started falling. I walked here. I'll drive. He pulls out his wallet, laying down enough cash to cover both our tabs, plus a generous tip. The casual display of consideration makes my stomach flip. My car's in the parking lot. We step into the frigid night air, and I shiver despite my jacket. Josiah places his hand on the small of my back, guiding me through the snow-dusted sidewalk. His touch burns through my layers. Right here. He leads me to a sleek black Mercedes, opening the passenger door for me. The leather seat is heated, and the car smells like him, that intoxicating mix of cologne, old books, and mint. The luxurious interior surrounds me like a cocoon, making everything feel more intense. As he slides behind the wheel, the confined space amplifies the electricity between us, making my skin tingle with awareness. Where to? His voice is low, intimate. The deep rumble of it does things to my insides that should be illegal. I give him my address, watching how his strong hands grip the steering wheel. The same hands that had been driving me crazy all night with their subtle touches. At the small of my back, brushing against mine as we walked. The way his fingers had traced the rim of his glass. You sure about this? He glances at me, concern mixing with desire in his expression. The dashboard lights cast shadows across his face, highlighting those sharp cheekbones and the intensity in his blue eyes. Yes. I've never been more certain of anything. The word comes out breathier than I intended, but I don't care. The tension between us is a living thing, crackling in the small space of his fancy car. Chapter 4. Sienna. I'm not sure how it all happened. One moment, I'm unlocking the door to my apartment, hands trembling as I do so. Josiah is right behind me, watching my every movement, smiling at me as I lead him inside. The next, my clothes are getting flung to the floor as I beg Josiah to do whatever he wants to me. The whiskey has possessed me, I'm sure of it. His lips trail across my neck, my chin, and my lips. With my clothes off, his lips and tongue explore my body completely, licking and sucking their way down to where I'm soaking wet for him. Get on my face, he whispers, beckoning me over as he lays down on my mattress. I've been wondering how good you taste. Oh God, who am I to say no to that? My heart pounds in my chest as I straddle Josiah's face, his strong hands gripping my hips, guiding me down onto his face. His breath is hot on my skin, sending a shiver of anticipation down my spine. He looks up at me, those deep blue eyes filled with pure hunger and desire. You're gorgeous, you know that? His voice is a low growl, commanding and sure. It sends a thrill through me, makes me feel alive. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. You know I never do this, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. It's a confession, a small truth amidst the chaos of the night. He chuckles, a low rumble in his chest. Neither do I. His hand continues its slow journey through my hair, lulling me into a state of calm. His heartbeat pounds beneath my cheek, steady and strong. It's comforting, a rhythm that matches my own. I close my eyes, letting the sound of his breaths fill my ears. The room is cold, but his body is warm, a furnace against the chill. "Sienna," he says, his voice a soft rumble. I look up at him, meeting his gaze. His eyes are a deep blue, like the ocean at night. There's a question there, unspoken but clear. "Are you okay?" I nod, a small smile playing on my lips. I'm good, and I mean it. Despite the whirlwind of the night, the uncertainty of tomorrow, I'm good right here, right now. He smiles back, a genuine smile that crinkles the corners of his pretty blue eyes. His hand cups my cheek, his thumb tracing the line of my jaw. The touch is gentle, almost reverent. It makes me feel seen, understood. I shift slightly, snuggling closer to him. His arm wraps around me, holding me tight. I can feel his body relax, his breaths evening out. He's drifting off, and I'm not far behind. The last thing I remember is the sound of his heartbeat, a steady drum beneath my ear. Then, darkness takes over, and I'm lost in dreams. Josiah falls asleep underneath me, his body a warm haven against the cold. The room is silent, save for our steady breaths, a small moment of peace in the chaos of our lives. Nothing really matters to me while I'm like this. Isaiah's betrayal, my struggles with finances, the threat of falling behind in my classes, all of that nonsense falls to the wayside. I just met Josiah. I just had done it with him in my small, unimpressive apartment. And despite all the bad things that have happened to me recently, I can't bring myself to worry about them while I'm by his side.
Chapter 5. Josiah. I wake before dawn, my body attuned to its usual early schedule despite last night's activities. The unfamiliar ceiling comes into focus as my eyes adjust to the dim light filtering through thin curtains. Sienna's warm body lies curled against mine, her breath steady and peaceful. The twin bed barely fits us both, forcing an intimacy that makes my chest tighten. Her small apartment carries the lingering scent of jasmine from her shampoo, mixed with the rawness of what transpired between us. My fingers trace idle patterns on her bare shoulder. Every touch reminds me of how her skin felt beneath my hands just hours ago, how she responded to each caress, the way she called my name as she sat on my face. Damn. I whisper the word into the darkness. What have I done? What we shared was incredible, electric. The connection between us sparked something I haven't felt in years, decades even. Sienna shifts in her sleep, pressing closer. Her leg slides between mine, an unconscious movement that sends heat coursing through my body. Even now, after everything, I want her. The realization hits hard. This isn't just physical attraction. This is something deeper, more dangerous. As I lie here, watching the soft rise and fall of her chest, feeling more alive than I have in years. I can't bring myself to regret it. Not when every cell in my body hums with renewed purpose. Not when she stirred something in me I thought had died along with my wife. The sky outside her window begins to lighten. Soon she'll wake, and we'll have to face what this means. But for now, I allow myself this moment. This peace. This warmth. The gentle rise and fall of her chest hypnotizes me. Each breath reminds me of how young she is. God, at least 20 years my junior. Maybe more. The thought should bother me more than it does. My thumb traces the curve of her jaw, so delicate, so fierce. The contrast strikes me. How she commanded the room at the bar last night, drawing me in with her wit and confidence. Then later, how she melted under my touch, surrendering completely. This is inappropriate, I mutter, more to convince myself than anything, but the word feels hollow, clinical. Nothing about Sienna feels inappropriate. She awakens parts of me I'd buried deep after Alexandra died. Makes me feel like a man again, not just a hollow shell going through the motions. The bed creaks as I carefully extract myself. Sienna stirs, but doesn't wake, curling into the warm spot I leave behind. Her dark curls fan across the pillow, and the sight of her there, wrapped in my dress shirt, sends another surge of want through me. In her tiny kitchen, I rifle through cabinets until I find coffee grounds and filters. The familiar routine stabilizes me as I consider our situation. Should we talk about what happened? Define it? Or let it remain this perfect suspended moment? I crack eggs into a bowl, whisking them with more force than necessary. The sizzle of butter in the pan fills the silence as I contemplate my options. A one-night stand at my age feels ridiculous, but pursuing something more... The coffee maker gurgles to life. I slide the eggs onto plates, add toast, arrange everything on her small counter. The domesticity of it all hits me. How natural it feels to move through her space, prepare her breakfast. My hands grip the counter edge. I'm in deeper than I realized. One night with this woman has shifted something fundamental inside me, woken me up, made me hungry for more than just her body. The sound of rustling sheets carries from her bedroom. Will she want to forget this happened? Push me away? Or will she feel this too? This inexplicable pull between us? Soft footsteps pad across the wooden floor. I turn from the counter to find Sienna still wrapped in my shirt, the hem hitting mid-thigh. Her curls are wild, lips still swollen from our kisses. Something smells amazing. She slides onto one of the bar stools, legs crossing beneath the shirt. Oh, Josiah, you didn't have to cook. I wanted to. I place a steaming mug of coffee in front of her, noting how she wraps both hands around it like it's precious. Milk? Sugar? Black is perfect. She takes a sip, eyes closing in appreciation. Just like the man who made it. I laugh, the sound surprising me with its ease. Careful. My ego's big enough already after last night. Well-deserved ego. Her foot brushes against my leg as I set a plate before her, though I think I held my own. More than held your own. I lean against the counter, watching her cut into the eggs. The morning light catches the angles of her face, highlighting her beauty. You're extraordinary, Sienna. She pauses, fork halfway to her mouth. You make me feel extraordinary. The honesty in her voice strikes deep. We eat in comfortable silence, stealing glances, trading small smiles. No awkwardness, no morning after regrets clouding the air. Just this, peace, coffee, and the warmth of newfound intimacy. Last night, she sets down her fork. I don't usually... Neither do I. My hand finds hers across the counter. Not for a very long time. Her fingers intertwine with mine, thumb stroking my palm. I'm glad it was you. The simple statement carries weight. Acknowledgement of something deeper than physical attraction. Something neither of us expected, but both recognize. So am I. I squeeze her hand gently. After she finishes eating, Sienna slides off the bar stool, stretching her arms above her head. The movement draws my shirt up her thighs, revealing more of her smooth skin. Time to get ready for the day. She unbuttons my shirt with deliberate slowness, maintaining eye contact. Here's your shirt back. She shrugs it off her shoulders, letting it fall into her hands. The morning light caresses every curve, every dip of her naked body. My throat goes dry at the sight. You don't have to wait around. She hands me the shirt, her fingertips grazing mine. I mean, if you've got things to do. Right. The fabric feels warm from her body. The shower's calling my name. She backs away, all graceful confidence, despite her nudity. Thanks for breakfast, Josiah. The bathroom door clicks shut. Water starts running. I stand in her kitchen, shirt in hand, listening to her hum some pop song I don't recognize. The reality of our situation crashes over me. Last night was perfect. Too perfect. The kind of perfect that makes a man forget his responsibilities, his position, his common sense. I pull the shirt on, muscle memory guiding my fingers over the buttons. The fabric holds her scent, which pleases me deeply. This needs to stay a memory. One incredible night. Nothing more, no matter how right it felt waking up beside her, cooking breakfast, sharing quiet moments over coffee. My jaw clenches as I gather my wallet and keys from her coffee table. Better to end it now before complicated becomes impossible. Before this thing between us grows roots I can't tear out. The shower continues running as I move toward her door. Each step feels heavier than the last, fighting against the pull to stay, to see where this could lead. But I know better, don't I?
Chapter 6. Sienna. The campus buzzes with mid-morning energy as I juggle my coffee and breakfast sandwich while heading to the right building. My mind drifts to last night. Josiah's intense blue eyes, his commanding presence, the electricity when our lips touched. I shake my head, forcing myself back to reality. These law books won't study themselves. Sienna, wait up. My classmate Wyatt jogs to catch up. You missed study group yesterday. Yeah, sorry. Had something come up. I'm falling behind in some classes, so I spent the whole day at the library. I take a sip of coffee, hoping he doesn't ask me more details about what else went on yesterday. Well, we've got one hell of a day ahead of us. Everyone's freaking out about Professor Griffin coming back. My sandwich pauses halfway to my mouth. Who? You know, the constitutional law teacher? Been gone promoting his book or whatever. His TAs have been covering, but word is he's finally showing up today. Wyatt adjusts his backpack. Apparently, he's tough as nails. Great. Just what I need. Another hard-ass professor when I'm already struggling in that class. I crumple my sandwich wrapper, tossing it in a nearby bin. Maybe it's for the best. His TAs were kicking me on some assignments. I swear you could do everything right, and they'll still take off points for some petty nonsense. At least you've got that killer study guide for the exam. Speaking of which, Wyatt gives me his best puppy dog eyes. Any chance you finished the practice questions? Not yet. Been distracted. Images of Josiah's fingers trailing down my waist flash unbidden through my mind. I grip my coffee tighter. Sienna, you good? You're spacing out. Just tired. Late night studying. The lie rolls off my tongue easily. I check my phone. 15 minutes until class. Better head in. Don't want to make a bad first impression on the new professor. Same old Sienna, always the overachiever. Wyatt laughs. If he only knew the thoughts competing with constitutional law in my head right now. But I've worked too hard to let one incredible night derail my focus. Even if that night was with the most captivating man I've ever met. I slip into the lecture hall, choosing my usual seat near the middle. Close enough to show engagement, but far enough to blend in when needed. The TAs huddle near the podium, their excited whispers carrying through the room. Professor Griffin's going to flip when he sees how behind some students are, one TA mutters to another. Yeah, his standards are way higher than what we've been doing, the other responds. Perfect. More pressure. I pull out my laptop, trying to focus on organizing my notes from last week's readings. The room fills quickly, nervous energy crackling through the air as students speculate about the returning professor. The door opens. My fingers freeze over my keyboard. That confident stride, the tailored charcoal suit, the salt and pepper hair. No way. Josiah, Professor Griffin, walks to the podium, setting down his briefcase with practiced ease. My pulse pounds in my ears as I watch him scan the room, knowing any second his gaze will land on me. Good morning, everyone. His deep voice, the same voice that whispered against my neck last night, fills the lecture hall. I trust my TAs have kept you on track during my absence. His eyes sweep across the sea of faces. Time slows as they reach my row. The moment recognition hits, his composed expression falters for a fraction of a second. A muscle in his jaw ticks. I can't breathe, can't move, can't process that the man who ate me out last night on my mattress is standing at the front of my constitutional law class. He recovers quickly, continuing his introduction without missing a beat. But I see the tension in his shoulders, the way his knuckles whiten as he grips the podium. Of all the professors in all the law schools in all the world, I had to screw with mine. My skin prickles with awareness. Every time his gaze sweeps the room, I stare at my laptop screen, the blank document a testament to my complete inability to focus. Professor Griffin, Josiah. Damn, what do I even call him now? Lectures about constitutional precedent with the same commanding presence that had me begging him to knock me last night. Miss Baldwin. His voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts. Care to explain the significance of Marbury v. Madison? Dread pools in my stomach as 40 pairs of eyes turn toward me. But it's his intense blue stare that pins me in place. The same eyes that darkened with desire mere hours ago now challenge me professionally. The case details scramble in my brain. It established judicial review? Care to elaborate? One eyebrow raises slightly. He knows exactly what he's doing. The Supreme Court gained the power to review constitutional validity of laws. I managed to keep my voice steady, despite the memories of his hands gripping my thighs, flashing through my mind. The way his tongue worked against my womanhood. Correct. Though perhaps a bit surface level. His lips quirk almost imperceptibly, addressing the rest of the class. Let's dig deeper into Marshall's opinion. I sink lower in my seat as he continues the lecture. Every few minutes our eyes meet across the room. Each time sends electricity shooting through my body. My notebook remains empty save for a few scattered words. Judicial review and constitutional, scrawled messily across the page. The clock ticks by agonizingly slow. I catch him adjusting his tie, the same gesture from when I first saw him sitting down at O'Malley's. His composed professor facade cracks slightly whenever our gazes lock, revealing glimpses of the man who whispered filthy promises against my skin. When class finally ends, I look down at my laptop. The document contains exactly 3 lines of actual notes and what appears to be an inappropriate word typed repeatedly in the middle of a paragraph. My usually meticulous class notes are completely shot to hell. Students file out around me while I sit frozen, trying to process how spectacularly my life has imploded in the span of 12 hours. The clock hits 10:50 a.m. Students around me start packing up their laptops and notebooks. I remain frozen, staring at my screen full of useless keys mashes, while Professor Griffin, Josiah, wraps up the lecture. My mind keeps drifting back to last night, to his hands, his mouth, the way he commanded every inch of my body. For next class, read chapters 7 and 8. Pay special attention to the Commerce Clause cases. God, his voice. How am I supposed to focus when his voice is so hot? And remember, office hours are Tuesdays and Thursdays from 2 to 4. Office hours. Twice a week. In his private office. My throat goes dry at the thought. Images flash through my mind of his desk, his leather chair, the possibilities that spring up unbidden. I shift in my seat, trying to banish the inappropriate scenarios playing out in my head. I'm so screwed, and not in the way I'd like to be.
Chapter 7. Josiah. The moment I step into the lecture hall, my heart stops. There she is, Sienna, sitting in the middle of my constitutional law class amidst the rest of my students. Her presence hits me like a physical blow. The woman I've been unable to get out of my mind since last night is one of my students. I force myself to walk to the podium, setting down my materials with steady hands despite the chaos in my head. The memories of our encounter flash through my mind. Her smile, her wit, the electricity between us. Now all of that has to be locked away. Earlier this morning, I left her apartment while she was still in the shower, thinking that I would never see her again, that our fling was a one-time occurrence, never to be experienced again. So what am I supposed to do now? As I launch into today's lecture, I notice Sienna's rigid posture. Her usual confident demeanor has vanished, replaced by a stillness that speaks volumes. She stares straight ahead, pen poised over her notebook, barely moving. Because I can't help myself, I call on her to explain Marbury v. Madison, and she does so, but she seems in a stupor as she answers, as if her thoughts are dominating her mind right now. I feel for her. It's going to take me a while to process this whole situation, too. My words flow automatically while my eyes keep drifting to her against my will. The warm brown skin of her throat moves as she swallows. Her fingers grip her pen too tightly. As the class goes on, I force my attention to other students, calling on them for case analysis. But my awareness of her remains acute, like a compass needle drawn inexorably north. When I turn to write key points on the board, I feel the weight of the situation pressing down. The line between professor and student has never felt more stark. Who can tell me the 3 categories of activity Congress can regulate under Lopez? I scan the raised hands, carefully avoiding her section of the room. The lecture continues, each minute an exercise in restraint. I maintain my composure, but inside, questions thunder through my mind. What must she be thinking? How will this affect her studies? How the hell am I supposed to handle this? When I finally end the class, a weight lifts off my shoulders. A migraine crawls its way into my temples as I watch the students gather their things and leave. I'm going to need some scotch once I get home from this one. What a first day back to class, am I right? The last student files out, leaving a heavy silence in the lecture hall. I gather my papers with methodical precision, hyper-aware of Sienna's presence. She hasn't moved from her seat, and I keep my eyes fixed on the stack of documents before me. Every fiber of my being screams to look up, to acknowledge what happened between us. But I can't. I'm her professor. Last night was... I shouldn't have... Professor Griffin. My hand still at the sound of her voice. It carries none of the playful warmth from last night. Instead, it's carefully neutral, controlled. I lift my gaze, and the moment our eyes connect, that same electric current surges through me. The memory of her lips against mine, her fingers trailing down my chest. No. Stop. Miss Baldwin! My voice comes out rougher than intended. She stands, her movements deliberate as she descends the steps toward the podium. Each step echoes in the empty hall like a countdown to my undoing. The space between us shrinks, and with it my resolve weakens. I shouldn't be noticing how her hips sway with each step, or how that fitted blazer hugs her curves just right. I think we need to... This isn't appropriate. I cut her off, gripping the edge of the podium until my knuckles turn white. Whatever happened last night, it can't happen again. The words taste like ash in my mouth, each syllable a betrayal of what I really want. But even as I say the words, I can't tear my eyes away from hers. That magnetic pull I felt at the bar in her apartment, it hasn't diminished. If anything, it's stronger now, charged with the weight of forbidden attraction. The memory of her writhing above me, crying out my name, threatens to shatter what's left of my self-control. She stops a few feet away, close enough that I catch the subtle scent of her perfume. The same scent that lingered on my shirt this morning. The same damn shirt I had to change when I got to my house because I couldn't stop thinking about how her fingers had worked open each button. I know. Her voice drops lower. But we can't pretend it didn't happen. My knuckles tighten against the podium. Every instinct tells me to step closer, to bridge this gap between us. Instead, I remain rooted in place, fighting against the gravitational force drawing me toward her. We need to maintain a professional relationship from now on. The words feel hollow even as I say them. I'm your professor. There are ethical guidelines, university policies. I understand. Sienna's voice is steady, but her fingers twist the strap of her bag. We didn't know. How could we have? She's right. Last night she was just a beautiful young woman at the bar. I was just a man who'd been alone too long. We were two people sharing drinks, conversation, chemistry. Now we're trapped in roles that make everything complicated. Your academic career needs to come first, I say, more to convince myself than her. I won't let what happened compromise your education. Every cell in my body screams at me to take back these words. Sienna nods slowly, her lips pressing together. Of course. That's the right thing to do. The slight tremor in her voice makes my chest ache. But even as we agree to keep things professional, the air between us crackles with unspoken tension. My body remembers the feel of her skin, the taste of her mouth, the way she'd whispered my name in the darkness. The memory strikes me hard. I haven't felt this kind of connection since Alexandra, and that terrifies me. I force myself to look away, shuffling papers I've already organized twice. You should go. Your next class. The words catch in my throat. Christ, I sound like a goddamn coward, hiding behind paperwork and schedules. Right. She takes a step back, but I swear I can still feel her presence like a phantom touch against my skin. I'll see you Thursday, Professor Griffin. The formal title stings, a reminder of the barriers now between us. But it's necessary. It has to be. As she turns to leave, I let out a deep sigh. Every step she takes feels wrong, but I can't call her back. I won't, no matter how much I want to. Professional. We'll keep this professional, even if it kills me. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, Steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 8. Sienna. The lecture hall feels different today. Maybe it's because I actually managed to get more than 4 hours of sleep, or maybe it's because I've already seen Professor Griffin in a completely different setting under the influence of scotch. Either way, I'm determined to focus on his words rather than how his tailored navy suit fits across his upper body. The distinction between express and implied contracts lies in how the agreement is manifested. His voice carries through the hall with authority, commanding attention from every student. I jot down notes, determined to catch up on what I missed the last time I was in this lecture hall, but my gaze keeps drifting to his hands as he gestures, remembering how they felt wrapped around mine, the way his blue eyes had sparkled when he smiled. Miss Baldwin? My head snaps up. Yes, Professor? Could you explain to the class the key elements that distinguish an implied contract? I straighten my spine, grateful I'd actually read ahead last night. My fingers tap against my laptop as I gather my thoughts. As I answer, detailing how implied contracts arise from conduct rather than explicit words. His eyes lock with mine, and there's a flash of something. Recognition, appreciation, maybe both, before he nods and moves on. My heart races a little faster at that look, but I force myself to focus on the lesson. The rest of the class passes in a blur of legal terminology and hypothetical scenarios. The scratch of pens against paper and the soft tapping of keyboards fills the lecture hall as we all try to keep up with his rapid-fire examples. When he dismisses everyone, I take my time packing up my laptop and notebooks, letting the crowd thin out. The familiar chaos of students rushing to their next class swirls around me, but I deliberately slow my movements, sliding each item into my bag with careful precision. Professor Griffin? I approach his desk where he's gathering his materials. I had a question about implied contracts in employment law. He glances up, and for a split second, I catch that same intensity I'd first seen at O'Malley's, but it's quickly replaced by professional distance. Of course, Miss Baldwin. What's your question? I lean against his desk, closer than strictly necessary. I was wondering about the application of implied contracts in at-will employment states. My voice trails off as his cologne, subtle but intoxicating, fills my senses. His jaw tightens almost imperceptibly as he maintains eye contact, and I wonder if he's remembering our hands touching over our glasses of whiskey and scotch. The way his fingers clench around his blue pen doesn't escape my notice. Neither does how his gaze keeps dropping to my lips before snapping back to my eyes. Each time it happens, confidence surges through me. The thing is, Professor Griffin, I'm particularly interested in how implied contracts might override at-will employment, especially in cases where company handbooks make specific promises. I shift my weight, hip resting against his desk. He takes a measured step back, creating distance between us. That's actually a complex area of employment law. His voice carries that same rich timbre from the bar, but now there's an edge to it. The courts generally, he clears his throat. The courts look at several factors, such as, I lean forward slightly. His eyes darken. Length of employment, documented promises, specific language in company materials. Each point comes out clipped, controlled. He picks at his tie as he speaks. You seem to have a keen interest in employment law? I do, among other interests. The muscle in his jaw ticks. He shuffles papers on his desk, but I notice his hands aren't quite steady. Miss Baldwin, If you're serious about employment law, I'd recommend starting with Sullivan's text on workplace contracts. Chapter 4 specifically addresses your question. I've read Sullivan. I tapped my finger on his desk. I found his analysis lacking. He exhales sharply through his nose, and when he looks at me again, there's heat beneath his professional facade. Then perhaps you'd prefer Ramirez's more recent work on the subject. Her perspective is more. His eyes trail down to where my finger still taps his desk. Contemporary. The tension crackles between us like static electricity. His shoulders are rigid, and he's gripping his pen so tight, I wonder if it might snap. But beneath his discomfort, I catch glimpses of something else, appreciation, desire, maybe even a hint of admiration at my boldness. Thank you. I'll look into Ramirez's work. I straighten up, adjusting my blazer. I appreciate you taking the time to discuss this with me. I gather my things, taking one last look at him. His tie is slightly crooked now from where he'd been fidgeting with it. The perfect professor mask has slipped just enough to reveal the man I met at O'Malley's. Have a good day, Professor Griffin. I move past his desk, letting my shoulder brush against his arm. The contact sends electricity racing through my body, and I catch the sharp intake of his breath. His warmth lingers on my skin even after I've moved past him. The light touch was barely anything. Professional enough to seem accidental, intimate enough to make my heart race. The memory of his cologne, mixed with that distinct whiskey and leather scent that I've since attributed to him, follows me out of the lecture hall. I can't stop thinking about that moment as I walk across campus. The winter wind bites at my cheeks, but I barely notice, my arms still burning from where I brushed against him, the way his breath caught, how his hands trembled. I know I'm not imagining this connection. My phone buzzes with a text from my study group, but I ignore it. Instead, I find a quiet bench under a bare oak tree and pull out my planner. Professor Griffin's office hours are listed right there in the syllabus. Tuesdays and Thursdays, 2-4 p.m. My fingertip traces over the times as I consider my next move. This thing between us, it's electric, dangerous. The kind of spark that could either light up my world or burn it all down. But the way he looks at me when he thinks no one's watching, like I'm a puzzle he's desperate to solve, makes my pulse race. I flip through my schedule, already planning how to arrange more casual encounters. The library's law section is just down the hall from his office. Or maybe I could bump into him at a local coffee shop. There's several near campus. And what about O'Malley's? Is he bold enough to make another visit anytime soon? Some might call it stalking. I call it strategy. Screw it, I mutter, closing my planner with a snap. I've never been one to play it safe. Not when I want something this badly. And God, do I want him. Not just physically, though the way he fills out those suits certainly doesn't hurt. It's the intensity in his eyes when he lectures. The quiet confidence in his stance. The hint of vulnerability I caught at O'Malley's that I desperately want to see again. Because in that vulnerability, we achieved something special, something that made my thighs tremble as he spread me open. I pull out my laptop and start researching his published works. If I'm going to pursue this, I need to know everything about him. Every article, every interview, every academic achievement. Knowledge is power, and I intend to be very, very powerful. My hand shakes slightly as I type, but not from fear. It's anticipation, excitement, the thrill of the chase, because that's what this is. A chase, and I've always been an excellent hunter.
Chapter 9. Josiah. The key in my front door sticks like it always does. I jiggle it twice before it gives, letting me into the silence of my empty house. My briefcase lands with a thud on the entryway table. Papers from today's class spilling out. Damn. I rubbed my temples, unable to shake the image of her approaching my desk after class. The way Sienna's perfume lingered in the air, the gentle sway of her hips as she walked up, her smile bright and engaging. She knew exactly what she was doing. I loosened my tie and head straight for the bar cart in my study. The scotch burns going down, but it doesn't wash away the guilt. I shouldn't have stared at her lips while she asked about employment law. Shouldn't have noticed how her fingers traced patterns on my desk as she spoke. I pour another drink, pacing the hardwood floors. Alexandra's photo watches me from the mantel, her smile frozen in time. "What would you say about this mess?" I mutter to the frame. 10 years, and I still expect her to answer sometimes. My phone buzzes. Another email from the department about the upcoming faculty meeting. Work. Focus on work. Not on how Sienna's eyes lit up with recognition when she saw me at the front of the lecture hall. Not on how my chest tightened when she called me Professor Griffin. The ethical lines blur after a third scotch. I should have told her immediately. Should have maintained professional distance. Instead, I let her ask her questions, drinking in every second of her presence like a man dying of thirst. I drop into my leather chair, head in my hands. One student out of hundreds. One woman out of millions. But she had to be both. I pull out case files from my manila folders, spreading them across my desk. The Rogers versus State needs reviewing before Thursday's lecture. My pen hovers over the first page, but the words blur together. All I see is Sienna's face. What would it be like to hear that passion directed at something other than coursework? To see her eyes light up across a dinner table, wine glass in hand, discussing life beyond legal precedents? To run my fingers along her jaw, tilt her face up to mine. Get it together. I stand abruptly, my chair scraping against the floor. This is precisely what I can't do. Can't let myself imagine. The memory of her outside the lecture hall ambushes me. I'd been heading to my car, briefcase in hand, when her laugh cut through the winter air. She stood with a group of students, head thrown back, completely uninhibited. Her scarf had slipped, exposing the elegant line of her throat. Some guy, probably another second year, touched her arm while making a point. She didn't pull away. My grip had tightened on my keys until the metal bit into my palm. The possessive surge caught me off guard. I had no right to feel territorial. No claim to stake. She's my student, nothing more. But watching her there, so vibrant and free, knowing I could never join that easy camaraderie. The ache in my chest had nothing to do with the cold. I turned back to my desk, shoving the case files aside. They scatter, one floating to the floor. I leave it there. Tonight's a lost cause. I sink back into the worn leather of my chair, the tension in my shoulders easing as I let the day's stress fall away. My mind drifts, like it always does lately, to Sienna. The way her eyes flashed with defiance and desire when she pulled me into her apartment. The warmth of her touch, the softness of her skin.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Leaning against the counter, I cross my arms, taking a deep breath. Get your mind together. She's a student. Off limits. My voice echoes in the empty kitchen, a harsh reminder of the line I'm towing. Resolution hardens my features. I can't let this happen again. Can't let her burrow any deeper under my skin. I've worked too hard, too long, to jeopardize my career now. But even as I straighten, even as I vow to resist, my heart whispers otherwise. It beats a steady rhythm, a silent rebellion against the logic screaming in my head. It remembers the feel of her lips, the sound of her laugh, the light in her eyes. I shake my head, pushing off the counter. No, I won't let some infatuation derail me. I'm stronger than this. I have to be.
Chapter 10. Sienna. The numbers blur together on my laptop screen as I stare at my bank account balance. $243, not even enough for next month's utilities, let alone the mountain of other expenses piling up. I slam the laptop shut and rub my temples. The half-written paper for Josiah's class mocks me from my other screen. 3,000 words of garbage that make less sense with each revision. My phone buzzes. Another overdraft notice. Screw this. I push back from my desk and pace my tiny studio apartment. The heating barely works, leaving me bundled in 2 sweaters despite being inside. The space feels more like a prison cell than a home, especially at night when the walls seem to close in. The rejection letter from the scholarship committee sits crumpled in my trash can. 3rd one this semester. Each "we regret to inform you" feels like another nail in the coffin of my law school dreams. My ex's words echo in my head. Maybe law school isn't for everyone. The condescension in his voice when he said it still makes my blood boil. But what if he was right? I drop onto my bed, springs creaking under my weight. The clock reads 11:43 p.m. The paper is due tomorrow at noon, and I'm nowhere near finished. Opening my laptop again, I pull up my student email. My cursor hovers over the compose button as I debate whether to do this. Josiah's syllabus specifically states, no extensions without prior notice. But I'm desperate, and we have some history. That should count for something, right? I start typing. Dear Professor Griffin, I apologize for the late hour of this email. I'm struggling with the analysis section of tomorrow's paper, specifically regarding the interpretation of precedent in modern constitutional cases. Would it be possible to get some guidance on... I pause, delete the last sentence, and try again. I'm writing to request a brief meeting to discuss my approach to the paper. I want to ensure I'm on the right track with the material. Best regards, Sienna Baldwin. My finger trembles over the send button. This could either save me or sink me further. I hit send before I can talk myself out of it. The familiar whoosh of the sent email feels like sealing my fate. I check the time again, 11:52 p.m. Now, all I can do is wait and hope. To my absolute surprise, my phone pings within minutes of sending the email. My heart races as I open his response. Ms. Baldwin, I can meet you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in my office to review your work. Please bring your draft and any specific questions you have. J. Griffin. The formal tone stings. I miss him. I miss the way he used to call me Sienna instead of Miss Baldwin. I miss how his hands were on my waist, his breath hot against my neck as we... I shake the memory away. That was before I knew he was my professor, before everything got complicated. But with Valentine's Day decorations plastering every shop window in town, it's hard not to think about what could have been, what still could be maybe. Morning comes too quickly. I arrive at his office 10 minutes early, my laptop and notes clutched to my chest like armor. The hallway is empty, which is a good thing. No one needs to know about this meeting between us. Come in. His deep voice responds to my knock. Josiah sits behind his desk, sleeves rolled up to reveal strong forearms. His salt and pepper hair is slightly disheveled, like he's been running his fingers through it. Thank you for meeting me so early. I settle into the chair across from him. Of course. Let's see what you have. I open my laptop, but his eyes catch mine. That same electricity from our first meeting at O'Malley's crackles between us, and it reminds me that I'm not crazy for still wanting something with him. How have you been, Sienna? His voice softens, dropping the professional facade. Struggling, honestly. The admission slips out before I can stop it. Not just with the paper. Tell me. And just like that, we're not professor and student anymore. We're just two people, sharing the quiet morning hours. I tell him about my persistent financial troubles, my doubts about law school. He listens intently, occasionally offering insights from his own journey. You remind me of myself at your age, he says. That same drive, that determination. His hand rests on the desk between us, inches from mine. The paper lies forgotten on my screen. I know what it's like to face these kinds of challenges. Josiah leans forward in his chair, his blue eyes intense. Which is why I'm willing to give you an extension on the paper. My breath catches. Really? Take the time you need to figure things out. A week, 2 weeks, whatever you require to produce your best work. He straightens his tie, a gesture I've come to recognize as his way of transitioning to a more serious tone. But this stays between us. I can't have the whole class knowing about special arrangements. Of course. Relief floods through me, loosening the knot that's been sitting in my chest for days. Thank you, Josiah. The moment his name leaves my lips, the air shifts between us. His eyes darken slightly, and I notice his fingers twitch on the desk. My hand itches to reach for his, to feel the warmth of his skin against mine, like that night at O'Malley's. But I curl my fingers into my palm instead, forcing them to stay in my lap. I should probably get going. I start gathering my things, needing to put distance between us before I do something stupid. I really appreciate this. Just make it count, Sienna. The way he says my name makes my stomach flip, and I have to remind myself that he's my professor now, not the man who kissed me senseless in my apartment not too long ago. I step out of his office, my heart thundering against my ribs. The familiar scent of his cologne lingers on my clothes from being in that small space with him. My fingers trace the strap of my laptop bag, remembering how close his hand was to mine on that desk. Walking down the empty hallway, I replay his words in my head. You remind me of myself at your age. The intensity in his eyes when he said it, like he saw straight through to my core. No one's ever looked at me that way before. My phone buzzes, another overdraft notice probably, but I ignore it. Right now, all I can think about is how Josiah's presence makes everything else fade away. The financial stress, the academic pressure, they all seem more manageable when he's near. I push through the building's heavy doors into the crisp morning air. Students mill about, heading to their early classes, but they might as well be invisible. My mind is stuck in that office, remembering how his voice softened when he said my name. Not Miss Baldwin. Sienna. The rules, the age gap. His position as my professor. They should matter. They should stop me from wanting this. But they don't. Not when every interaction with him feels this right, this natural. I reach the back of a nearby bench and lean against the cold metal, taking a deep breath. The smart thing would be to keep my distance. Focus on school. Forget about what happened between us before. But when it comes to romance, I've never been good at doing the smart thing. Not when my heart is involved. In my heart, it's definitely involved now.
Chapter 11. Josiah. I sink into my leather chair, staring at the closed office door where Sienna just left. Her scent still lingers in the air. My hands grip the armrests, knuckles white with tension. God damn it! The word escapes through clenched teeth. The stack of papers on my desk mock me. 20 years of maintaining strict deadlines, of being the professor students fear and respect. Yet one meeting with her, and I'm extending deadlines like some first-year teaching assistant. You're losing it, Griffin. I halt at the window, watching students hurry across the snow-dusted campus. The morning sun casts long shadows, reminding me I should focus on reviewing papers for the upcoming day. But instead, my thoughts haunt me. These inappropriate feelings for a student who's managed to crack my carefully constructed walls. My wedding ring catches the light. I haven't worn it in years, but it sits on my desk as a reminder. Alexandra would want me to move on, to find happiness. But with a student, the thought alone could destroy everything I've built. I return to my desk and pull up Sienna's academic file on my computer. Her transcript shows she's brilliant, near perfect grades in most classes except for mine. She's struggling in mine. My fingers hover over the keyboard, tempted to close it, to maintain that professional distance. Instead, I find myself reading every detail, learning more about the woman who somehow made me break my own rules. The computer screen blurs as reality hits. I didn't give her that extension because of her argument, compelling as it was. I gave it because seeing her upset twisted something inside me. Because for the first time in 10 years, someone has made me feel alive. This has to stop, I mutter, shutting down the computer with more force than necessary. But even as I gather my things to leave for my next meeting, I know it's already too late. My walk to the faculty lounge is short, thankfully. I can't be alone with my thoughts for too long. They always seem to drift back to Sienna. When I walk in, the smells of burnt coffee and winter-damp wool hit me dead on. I take my usual seat at the conference table, barely registering Dean Ray Matthews droning about budget allocations. My mind drifts to this morning's encounter with Sienna, the way her eyes lit up when... "Professor Griffin?" I snap my head up. Sarita Jensen, head of criminal law, peers at me over her reading glasses. "Your input on the new grading rubric?" "The rubric?" I clear my throat, shuffling the papers I haven't read. "Yes, we should maintain consistency across departments." "That's not what we're discussing." Sarita's lips quirk. "We moved past that 10 minutes ago. Everything all right? You seem a bit distracted. Have you caught a virus or something?" The other professors turn their attention to me. I flick through the papers in front of me, buying time. Book tours catching up with me. Nothing coffee won't fix. I lift my cup in a mock toast, earning a few understanding nods. "Speaking of your book," Sarita starts. "If we could return to the matter at hand," Ray cuts in. "The proposed changes to the honor code." I tune out again, jotting random notes to appear engaged. Sarita's observation rattles me. Have I been that obvious? I pride myself on maintaining composure, on being the steady rock of the law department. But lately, my phone buzzes. A student email notification. For a split second, I hope it's from her again, wanting to schedule another meeting sometime soon. Josiah. This time it's Stephen from Civil Procedure nudging my arm. Meeting's over. Chairs scrape against the floor as faculty members gather their things. I stand, shoving papers into my briefcase. "Sure you're okay?" Sarita asks, hanging back. She brushes her dark hair out of her face, tucking strands behind her ear. "You've been off since you returned from the tour." "Just readjusting to campus life." I force a smile. "Nothing a weekend of grading papers won't cure." She doesn't look convinced, but lets it drop. I escape before anyone else can comment on my behavior. In the hallway, I straighten my shoulders, slip back into the role of distinguished Professor Griffin, but Sarita's words echo in my head. I need to get it together before others start noticing too. I take the long route back to my office, passing through the building's quiet study area. Students huddle over laptops and textbooks, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of desk lamps. My hand traces along the wooden railing of the spiral staircase leading to the faculty wing. I should email Sienna, tell her to direct future questions to my TAs. It's the right thing to do. The professional thing. But the thought of not seeing her again in a private setting? Damn. The curse slips out under my breath as I unlock my office door. Inside, her presence still lingers. The chair where she sat this morning remains slightly angled toward my desk. I adjust it back to its proper position, but pause with my hand on the leather backrest. The memory of her leaning forward as she gazed at me floods back. I drop into my chair and pull up my email. The cursor blinks in the empty compose field. What would I even say? Dear Miss Baldwin, for both our sakes, please don't come to my office anymore. Delete. My fingers tap gently against the mahogany desk. The rational part of my brain screams to create distance, to maintain boundaries. But another part, a part I thought died with Alexandra, hopes to see a new email from her. Hopes she'll need clarification on another assignment. Hopes she'll walk through that door again with her determined stride and fierce intelligence. I close the laptop without sending anything. Let her come if she wants to. I'll keep it professional, maintain control, but I won't push her away. The decision settles in my chest like a weight, both burden and relief. I lean back in my chair, running a hand through my hair. The campus outside my window has grown quiet. Only a few students hurry through the cold, their forms dark against the fresh snow. You're too old for this, I mutter to myself. But the truth hits harder than the winter wind. I'm at a crossroads. Every part of my brain says to walk away, to maintain the distance that served me well these past 20 years. Yet I still think about her. She's a fixation for me now. She has stolen a little part of me, carrying it around with her wherever she goes. This isn't just attraction anymore, is it? The empty office offers no answer. Just the soft hum of the heating system and the ticking of the wall clock Alexandra gave me years ago. I've become attached, despite my best efforts. Each time she walks into my lecture hall, my resolve weakens. The professional boundaries I've tried to maintain blur a little more, like watercolors bleeding into each other. I'm falling, have fallen. No matter what I tell myself, no matter how many times I recite the ethics code in my head, I can't deny it anymore. Hell, I've memorized every section of that damn rulebook, and it still doesn't make a difference. Sienna Baldwin has worked her way under my skin, and I don't know if I want to stop it. She's become as essential as breathing, and just as impossible to control.
Chapter 12. Sienna. I've never been as excited to go to class before. Each time I go to constitutional law, I get to see him. Josiah. The lecture hall buzzes with the usual pre-class chatter, but my attention fixes on him as he strides to the podium. His presence commands the room without effort, something I noticed that first night at the bar, before I even knew who he was. Today we're covering the intricacies of contract law, he announces, his deep voice silencing the room. Specifically the elements that can void an otherwise binding agreement. My pen hovers above my notebook, but I struggle to focus on taking notes. Instead, my mind drifts to our meeting in his office a few days ago. The way he listened without judgment when I opened up about my financial struggles. How his blue eyes held such genuine concern as he gave me an extension on the paper. Miss Baldwin. His voice snaps me to attention. What factors might render a contract void ab initio? The familiar warmth of his gaze settles on me, and I straighten in my seat. Lack of capacity, illegal subject matter, or mutual mistake about a material fact. Excellent. A slight smile plays at the corner of his mouth before he turns back to the whiteboard. I track his movements as he paces the front of the classroom, gesturing with precise motions as he explains complex legal concepts. His suit jacket stretches across his shoulders when he writes on the board. When he turns back to face us, our eyes meet for a fraction longer than necessary. The air feels charged between us. His usual commanding presence seems slightly strained today, his jaw tighter than normal when he glances in my direction. I shift in my seat, hyper-aware of every move he makes, the way he runs his hand through his salt and pepper hair, How he pauses mid-sentence when our eyes meet again, the slight tremor in his fingers as he picks up the dry erase marker. For an hour, we dance this delicate waltz of stolen glances and professional distance. Each time his gaze finds mine, I feel that same comfort from his office washing over me, a sanctuary in the midst of my chaotic life. Yet there's something else there too, an electric undercurrent that makes it hard to breathe. As Josiah presents the Anderson v. Pacific Gas case study, my hand shoots up before I can stop myself. The ruling seems fundamentally flawed, I interrupt, my voice carrying across the lecture hall. The rustling of papers stops. The judge completely disregarded the implied covenant of good faith. Josiah pauses mid-sentence, marker hovering over the board. He turns, one eyebrow raised. Care to elaborate, Miss Baldwin? The defendant had a reasonable expectation that the contract would be honored based on prior dealings. The court ignored years of established business relationship in favor of strict textual interpretation. The written agreement was clear. His voice takes on that professorial tone that usually makes my knees weak, but today it just fuels my conviction. Clear doesn't always mean right. I lean forward in my seat. What about equity? The defendant invested significant resources based on their reasonable reliance on past practices. A few students shift uncomfortably in their seats. No one challenges him like this. No one has the balls to go toe-to-toe with Josiah Griffin. And I don't blame them. Just look at him. He's 6 feet tall, with muscles for days, and a gorgeous smile that can make the whole room stop and stare. You're suggesting we prioritize prior conduct over explicit contractual terms? His eyes lock with mine, surprise flickering across his face. I'm suggesting we look at the totality of circumstances. The plaintiff's sudden change in interpretation, after 15 years of consistent practice, seems opportunistic at best, predatory at worst. The corner of his mouth twitches. And how would you have ruled? I would have applied promissory estoppel. The defendant's reliance on established patterns created an implicit promise. Allowing the plaintiff to suddenly change course without consideration for that reliance undermines the very foundation of contract law, good faith dealing. Silence fills the room. Josiah studies me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he sets down his marker. An interesting perspective, Miss Baldwin, one that challenges conventional wisdom. He turns to address the class. This is exactly the kind of critical thinking we need in legal analysis. Sometimes precedent deserves to be questioned. The tension in my shoulders releases. When his gaze returns to mine, there's a glimmer of respect there that makes my heart race faster than any stolen glance ever has. The lecture winds down, and students start shuffling papers into their bags the closer we get to the end of class. I'm halfway to the door when his voice cuts through the noise. Miss Baldwin, a word about your analysis? My pulse quickens. I turn back, watching others file past until we're alone in the lecture hall. The space feels different now, smaller, more intimate. Your interpretation of Anderson was unconventional. He perches on the edge of his desk, crossing his arms over his chest. Not many students would challenge established precedent so boldly. Sometimes bold is necessary. I step closer, clutching my notebook to my chest. The law isn't just about following rules, it's about justice. And you think justice wasn't served in Anderson? I think the court took the easy way out. They chose literal interpretation over actual fairness. His eyes spark with interest. You have a natural instinct for equity law. Have you considered focusing your studies in that direction? I haven't decided on a specialty yet. The distance between us has somehow shrunk. I catch a hint of his cologne again, the same one that drives me wild. Your passion for fairness, your ability to see beyond strict statutory interpretation. He stands, closing the folder on his desk. These are valuable traits in a lawyer. Is that why you asked me to stay? To discuss my career path? His jaw tightens. Among other things, I wanted an update on the paper I gave you an extension for. I'm almost finished. I shift my weight, aware of how close we're standing. Thanks again for the extension. Your circumstances warranted consideration. His voice drops lower. I appreciate your candor in explaining the situation. The air feels charged between us, like before a storm. His presence fills my senses, the breadth of his shoulders, the intensity of his gaze, the way his fingers tap against the desk. How are you managing? His voice softens, concern etching lines around his eyes. With the financial situation, I mean. I grip my notebook tighter, fighting the urge to step closer. I picked up extra shifts. Between that and studying, sleep's become optional. That's not sustainable. He moves around his desk, leaning against it. Your academic performance will suffer. I don't have much choice. The words come out sharper than intended. Bills don't pay themselves. Have you considered applying for additional scholarships? There are several mid-year grants available. Applied to all of them. I let out a hollow laugh. Turns out there's a lot of broke law students out there. His fingers drum against the desk edge. And your family? Not an option. The memory of my last conversation with my parents stings. I see. He takes a step toward me. Is that why you're pushing yourself so hard? To prove them wrong? Maybe. My voice wavers. Or maybe I just want someone to believe in me for once. His eyes soften, and something in my chest tightens. Your analysis today proved you're more than capable. You don't need anyone's validation. But I want yours, I think, watching the way his hands clench and unclench at his sides. The way his gaze holds mine with an intensity that makes my skin tingle. Sometimes it's nice to hear it anyway, I whisper. He swallows hard, Adam's apple bobbing. Sienna. The use of my first name sends electricity down my spine. We're standing too close now, the professional boundary between professor and student blurring with each shared breath. I should go. The words come out rough, betraying my reluctance to leave. Thank you for caring. His expression shifts, something raw and unguarded flashing across his face. Of course, my door is always open. I nod, but we both know this conversation crossed a line. The way he says my name, the concern in his eyes, it's more than academic interest. And the way my heart races when he's near is definitely more than student admiration.
Chapter 13. Josiah. The clock on my desk reads 11:47 p.m. as I pour another finger of scotch. The amber liquid catches the light from my desk lamp, creating shadows across the scattered papers. A notification dings on my laptop, another submission to the online portal. The last paper that needed submitting for this assignment. Sienna Baldwin. My chest tightens at the sight of her name. I open the document, telling myself it's purely professional interest that makes me want to read her paper right now, instead of waiting until morning. The first paragraph hooks me immediately. Her analysis of constitutional law shows a depth of understanding I hadn't expected. She weaves together precedent and modern interpretation with a fresh perspective that has me leaning forward in my chair. Damn. I take a sip of scotch, scrolling through her carefully crafted arguments. The way she challenges established thinking while maintaining respect for foundational principles reminds me of myself at her age. And I've already told her this. That same fire, that drive to push boundaries while understanding why they exist in the first place. I make notes in the margins, finding myself engaged in a sort of dialogue with her thoughts. Her writing reveals an intellectual maturity that transcends her years as a second-year student. Each page shows not just comprehension, but genuine passion for the material. The scotch sits forgotten as I reach the conclusion. She's tied everything together masterfully, presenting a compelling argument for judicial reform that I hadn't considered before. This isn't just a student completing an assignment. This is someone who could make real waves in the legal world. Running a hand through my hair, I sit back and stare at the final page. The beautiful woman I met that night at O'Malley's, the one who captured my attention with her wit and charm, is the same brilliant mind behind this paper. The realization hits me hard. Sienna isn't just another student passing through my classroom. She's a force to be reckoned with, someone who could stand toe-to-toe with seasoned lawyers and hold her own. Damn. I close the laptop, but I can't close off the thoughts of her not as my student, but as a woman whose intellect matches her beauty. Sleep proves elusive after reading her paper. I toss and turn, my mind replaying passages of her brilliant analysis, until dawn breaks through my bedroom window. The crisp morning air bites as I trudge across campus, coffee in hand. My breath forms clouds in front of me while students hurry past, bundled against the February chill. The building's warmth hits me as I round the corner to my office and stop short. Sienna stands by my door, wrapped in a charcoal peacoat. Her hair is pulled back today, emphasizing the sharp angles of her face. She straightens when she sees me. "Professor Griffin, do you have a moment to discuss my paper?" I unlock the door, motioning her inside. "I just finished reading it last night, actually." She settles into the chair across from my desk, her posture perfect, professional, distant. I know I was cutting it close with the extension deadline. "It was exceptional." The words slip out before I can stop them. "Your analysis of judicial reform? I haven't seen that perspective before." Her eyes widen slightly. "Really?" Reminds me of my first published paper. I lean back, memories surfacing. Alexandra, my wife, she stayed up all night helping me edit it. Said she wouldn't let me submit anything less than perfect. "Oh, I didn't know you were married." "Was." The familiar ache spreads through my chest. "Cancer, 10 years ago. She always pushed me to be better, to reach higher. Sometimes I wonder if I would have made it this far without her." Sienna's professional mask slips. "I'm sorry. That must have been difficult." "It was? Still is." I trace the rim of my coffee cup. "But she taught me something important about ambition. It's not just about the end goal, it's about who you become along the way." "Is that why you wrote your latest book?" "Partly. Though I doubt she would have approved of me traveling so much to promote it." A small laugh escapes me. She always said I worked too hard. The silence stretches between us, but it's not uncomfortable. Sienna leans forward, her dark eyes fixed on mine with an intensity that makes my pulse quicken. The morning light streaming through my office window catches the angles of her face, highlighting the gentle curve of her jaw. Sometimes the people who push us the hardest are the ones who see our true potential. Her voice carries a softness I haven't heard before. They recognize what we're capable of, even when we don't see it ourselves. My throat tightens. "You sound like you're speaking from experience." "Maybe." She adjusts in her chair, crossing her legs. The movement draws her closer to my desk. But I think it takes courage to keep pushing forward after loss. To channel that into something meaningful, like your book. The way she speaks direct yet gentle reminds me of conversations I used to have with Alexandra late at night. That same mix of insight and compassion that cuts straight through my defenses. "You know," I find myself saying, "you're the first student who's ever spoken about the personal side of my work." I shift forward in my chair, drawn by the genuine interest in her expression. "Most just want to know about case law or exam preparation. Well, I'm not most students. A small smile plays at the corners of her mouth. No, you certainly aren't. The words come out lower than intended. I'm acutely aware of how the space between us has shrunk, how my body has unconsciously angled toward hers. The professional distance I should maintain feels like it's evaporating with each passing second. Her presence fills my office in a way that makes everything else fade into the background. The stack of papers on my desk, the ticking clock on the wall, the muffled sounds of students in the hallway right outside my door, it all becomes white noise compared to the electricity crackling in the few feet between us. I should lean back. I should redirect this conversation to safer territory. Instead, I find myself drawn further into her orbit, like a planet caught in an inescapable gravitational pull. Speaking of your book, Sienna reaches into her bag and pulls out a worn copy. Dog-eared pages and sticky notes peek out from between the pages. I've been studying it. Your chapter on constitutional interpretation helped shape my paper's argument. My chest tightens at the sight of my work so thoroughly dissected. You've been busy. I like to be thorough. She runs her fingers along the spine. Though I disagree with your stance on judicial activism in Chapter 4. Do you now? I lean forward, intrigued. Care to elaborate? You argue for judicial restraint, but sometimes the courts need to take bold action to protect fundamental rights. Her eyes light up with passion. History shows us that. Her phone buzzes, cutting off her argument. She glances at the screen and sighs. I have to go. Study group in the library. Of course. I stand as she gathers her things, disappointed our discussion has to end. Your paper really was exceptional, Sienna. Keep challenging those established viewpoints. She moves toward the door and I follow to see her out. As she passes, my hand brushes against hers in unconscious movement, yet the brief contact sends electricity through my fingers. She pauses for a fraction of a second, her eyes meeting mine. The moment stretches, charged with unspoken tension. Then she's gone, her footsteps echoing down the hallway. I close my door and press my palm flat against its surface, still feeling the ghost of her touch. The warmth of her skin lingers like a brand on my fingers. Get it together, I mutter to myself, but I can't shake the sensation. Can't forget the spark in her eyes when she challenged me during class, or the way her presence filled my office with an energy I've been yearning for. I return to my desk, but concentration eludes me. My hand tingles where it brushed hers, a constant reminder of a touch that shouldn't affect me this much, but does.
Jacob, I wonder if you still remember the way I used to touch your face when I was trying not to fall apart. I wonder if you ever forgave me for how it ended, or if you even should. I broke a lot of things, but I never stopped loving you. That part, that was always real. Chapter 14. Sienna. I stare at the email invitation on my phone, the bright screen illuminating my dark apartment. Another networking event. Another excuse to dress up and pretend I have my life together, while schmoozing with people who actually do. My bank account balance glares back at me from another tab. The event ticket costs more than I'd like to spend, especially with rent coming up. Damn it. I toss my phone onto my worn couch and head to the kitchen. The bare shelves mock me as I search for something to eat. Law school is expensive enough without these optional but highly recommended events bleeding me dry. My phone buzzes. Another email about the Valentine's Day mixer, this time from the Student Association president, emphasizing how all the top professors will be there, including those who've been away. I freeze, a package of ramen halfway to the counter. Josiah, is he going to be there? I hurry to my laptop that sits on the coffee table. Opening my budgeting spreadsheet, I start moving numbers around. Maybe if I cut back on groceries this week, skip a few lunches, the networking could help with internship opportunities, right? That's what I'll tell myself. But as I hit purchase on the ticket, I know I'm lying to myself. This isn't about networking or career advancement. This is about seeing him again, outside the classroom, where we both have to pretend that night never happened. I check my closet for something appropriate to wear, something that says serious law student, but also remember that night. My hands shake as I push hangers aside. Settling on a red dress that I can pair with an old pair of red heels I save for special occasions. In the 2 days leading up to the event, I'm a bundle of nerves. Possibilities keep swarming through my mind no matter what I do. What if I see him? What if I don't? What if I find myself alone with him, away from the curious eyes of the crowd? On the night of, I decide to look my absolute best. I stand before my bathroom mirror, carefully applying mascara while my curling iron heats up. Music flows from my phone, something upbeat to mask my nerves. The red dress hugs my curves perfectly, though I've had to safety pin the hem where it started coming loose last month. You're just going to network, I tell my reflection, but even I don't believe the lie. Section by section, I curl my hair, pinning it into a sophisticated updo that took 3 YouTube tutorials to master. A few strands escape, framing my face. Perfect, not too polished, not too messy. My phone dings. The rideshare is 5 minutes away. I scramble to finish my makeup, nearly stabbing myself in the eye with the eyeliner. Last check. Dress, shoes, small clutch with my ID and lip gloss. The safety pin holds. Thank God. The rideshare driver doesn't talk much, which is fine by me. I watch the familiar streets pass by, street lights casting shadows through bare winter trees. Campus always looks different at night, more imposing, more possibilities. The conference hall glows from within, voices and music spilling onto the steps, where clusters of people gathered despite the cold. I recognize some faces from my classes, everyone dressed in their finest. The women wear expensive cocktail dresses, the men sport tailored suits that scream old money. Inside, I accept a glass of champagne from a passing waiter, forcing myself to sip slowly. Can't afford to get tipsy, not here. Not now. Sienna, love the dress. Jessica waves from across the room. I wave back, but don't join her group. They're all trust fund babies who've never had to check their bank balance before buying coffee. My eyes scan the crowd, moving from face to face, searching. I tell myself I'm looking for potential internship connections, but I know better. Every tall figure in a suit makes my heart jump. Every flash of salt and pepper hair draws my attention. Where is he? Pink and red hearts dangle from crystal chandeliers, casting rosy shadows across the marble floor. Couples cluster beneath them, drawn like magnets to the romantic atmosphere. A guy from my torts class feeds his girlfriend a chocolate-covered strawberry. She giggles, dabbing at the corner of his mouth with a napkin. I turn away, focusing on the ice sculpture centerpiece. 2 doves with their beaks touching. Even the damn birds are paired up. My champagne tastes bitter. The space between my shoulder blades itches with awareness of how alone I am in this crowd. Last Valentine's Day, I thought I had it all figured out. Now here I am, third-wheeling an ice sculpture. Time to go. I set my glass on a passing waiter's tray and head for the coat check. My safety pin dress suddenly feels cheap, my carefully curled hair too try-hard. Leaving so soon? That voice. Deep. Commanding. It stops me mid-step. I turn to find Josiah standing there in a perfectly tailored charcoal suit, his blue eyes intense as they lock onto mine. The excuse dies on my lips. You look uncomfortable. He steps closer, lowering his voice. Come with me. I need your opinion on something. My heart pounds as he places his hand on the small of my back, guiding me away from the crowd. We pass beneath a spray of paper hearts, and I swear I feel his fingers press slightly firmer against my spine. What do you need my opinion on? I manage to ask as we reach the hallway. Josiah guides me around a corner, away from the chatter and music. The hallway is dimmer here, lit only by wall sconces that cast a warm glow. My skin tingles where his hand rests against my back. Josiah, I prompt again, my voice barely above a whisper. He turns to face me, and suddenly the hallway feels too narrow. His cologne wraps around me, something woodsy and expensive that makes my head spin. On whether I made a mistake. His eyes search mine. Walking away that night, my breath catches. My God, I never thought he'd mention it again. Professor Griffin, don't. He steps closer. Not here, not now. Call me by my name. The wall meets my back. I hadn't even realized I was moving backward. He towers over me, one hand braced against the wall beside my head. This is dangerous, I whisper, but my body betrays me, leaning toward him like a flower seeking sun. Everything about you is dangerous. His free hand comes up to brush a loose curl from my face. I haven't been able to focus since that night. Since you... My eyes drop to his lips. They're so close. All I'd need to do is rise up on my toes and... Professor Griffin, a voice echoes down the hallway. Dean Matthews is looking for you. Josiah's jaw clenches. He steps back, straightening his tie. The loss of his warmth hits me like a bucket of ice water. Tell him I'll be right there, he calls back, his voice steady despite the storm I see in his eyes. I remain pressed against the wall, hoping the shadows obscured me from whoever that was. The moment shatters like glass, leaving me with nothing but the ghost of his touch and the lingering scent of his cologne. We should get back, I manage to say. He nods once, sharp and controlled, but as we walk back toward the party, I swear I hear him mutter under his breath.
Chapter 15. Josiah. The faint taste of champagne lingers on my tongue as I lean against my steering wheel, engine idling in the parking structure. My hands grip the leather until my knuckles ache. The memory of Sienna's perfume, the way her body curved toward mine in that dimly lit hallway haunts me. Damn. I slam my palm against the wheel. What the hell was I thinking? She's my student. The realization hits like a punch to the gut. If Maria hadn't stumbled in on us when she did, I close my eyes, but that only makes it worse. All I see is Sienna's face tilted up to mine, those full lips parted, her eyes dark with wanting. The same wanting that had surged through my veins, clouding every rational thought. My phone buzzes. A text from the department chair about tomorrow's faculty meeting. Reality crashes back. I'm her professor. She trusts me to grade her fairly, to guide her education. And I nearly threw all that away for... what? A moment of weakness. The professional thing would be to keep my distance. Request another professor grade her work. Maybe even have her transferred to a different class. But the thought of not seeing her, of pretending that electric connection doesn't exist, my chest constricts. Get it together, Griffin. I start the drive home, city lights blurring past my windows. 10 years I've been alone. 10 years since Alexandra. I've dated, sure. Casual things that never touched my heart. But Sienna, she awakened something I thought died with my wife. Her fierce intelligence, that spark of defiance when she challenges conventional thinking, the vulnerability she tries so hard to hide. The right choice is clear. I need to step back, maintain boundaries. But for the first time in a decade, I don't want to do the right thing. I barely sleep that night, tossing in sheets that feel too cold, too empty. Morning comes too soon, and I down 3 cups of coffee before heading to campus. The lecture hall buzzes with chatter as students file in. Pink and red decorations line the hallways outside, a garish reminder that Valentine's Day approaches. Did you see the chocolate sale at the student union? A girl in the front row waves her phone at her friend. 2-for-1 heart-shaped boxes. I clear my throat and silence falls. My gaze catches on Sienna's empty seat in the third row. Just as I'm about to start, she slips in through the side door. Her hair is pulled back in a tight bun, professional blazer crisp. No sign of last night's vulnerability. Today, we're discussing independent research projects. I turn to write on the board, grateful for something to focus on besides the way she crosses her legs, pencil poised over her notebook. You'll each choose a topic within constitutional law to explore in depth. Papers rustle as students take notes. I outline the requirements, keeping my voice steady, professional. I've prepared a list of suggested topics. I click to the next slide. Pay particular attention to emerging cases in equity law. The Sherman case in particular raises fascinating questions about systemic barriers to justice. Sienna's pencil stills. I know her background in community advocacy, her passion for equal access to legal representation. Reading her academic file gave me quite a bit of insight on her. The Sherman case could be perfect for her talents. Questions? I scan the room, carefully avoiding her corner. A few hands raise. I answer methodically, maintaining distance. But I feel her eyes on me, intense, questioning. When class ends, students stream out discussing Valentine's plans. Sienna lingers, gathering her things slowly. I busy myself with my laptop, pretending not to notice. The right thing would be to leave now. Instead, I find myself straightening papers that don't need straightening, waiting to see what she'll do. Shoes click against tile as Sienna approaches the podium. My fingers tighten on my laptop case. Josiah, about the Sherman case, I've actually been following it since the initial filing. I straighten, curiosity overtaking my hesitation. You're familiar with the precedent? The systemic barriers argument isn't new, but Sherman's legal team is approaching it from a fascinating angle. She pulls out a folder, spreading several annotated articles across the podium. They're challenging the fundamental framework of means testing for legal aid. My eyebrows raise as I scan her notes. The depth of analysis surprises me. She's identified nuances that even some of my colleagues missed. And they've been in the field for longer than she's been alive. You've done impressive research. I point to her margin notes on the jurisdictional challenges. This connection to the Martinez ruling, that's an astute observation. The geographic distribution of legal resources creates de facto discrimination. She leans forward, gesturing animatedly. Even when aid exists on paper, practical access becomes a barrier. The Sherman team is arguing this violates equal protection. Similar to how poll taxes technically applied to everyone, but created discriminatory impact. The words flow naturally as we dissect the legal theory. Exactly. Her eyes light up. And if Sherman wins, it could reshape how we evaluate access to justice entirely. For a moment, I forget she's my student. We're just two legal minds breaking down a complex case. Her insights are sharp, challenging my own thinking. The passion in her voice mirrors my own excitement about constitutional law's power to effect change. You should consider this for your research project, I say. Your understanding of the intersecting factors at play could bring valuable perspective. I'd like that. She gathers her articles, tucking them away. Though I might need to pick your brain about some of the historical precedents. The reminder of our roles settles heavy in my chest. But I can't deny how naturally we connect over the law, how her mind works in ways that complement and challenge my own. I should go. Thanks for looking over my ideas. Sienna tucks a stray curl behind her ear. Her fingertips linger at her neck for a moment before she turns away. Wait. The word escapes before I can stop it. There's a law review article from last term that analyzes similar precedents. I can email it to you. She pauses at the door. That would be helpful. I watch her shoulders straighten, that familiar determination settling over her like armor. In that moment, I see past our complicated situation to the brilliant legal mind she's becoming. Her raw talent combined with that fierce drive, she could reshape constitutional law if given the right opportunities. Sienna. My voice softens. The Sherman case, it's ambitious for a student project. The research requirements alone would be extensive. You don't think I can handle it? A flash of that defiance I've come to admire. On the contrary, I think you're one of the few students who could do it justice. I lean against my desk, but don't let anyone discourage you from taking it on. Sometimes the most important legal victories came from lawyers who dared to challenge established thinking. Her smile, small but genuine, hits me right in the chest. Thank you, Professor Griffin. She slips out the door, leaving me with the ghost of her presence and an ache to mentor her, to shield her from the brutal realities of law school politics, while nurturing that brilliant spark. But my role needs to stay firmly professional, no matter how much I want to be more. I gather my things, her passion for justice reminding me why I fell in love with constitutional law in the first place. Sometimes the hardest part of teaching isn't sharing knowledge, it's maintaining boundaries when you see such incredible potential. I don't care if I have to hammer it into my brain every time my heart starts acting up. She is my student. We made a one-time mistake in the heat of the moment, and now we must move on. We will move on.
Chapter 16. Sienna. I spread my research materials across the library desk, surrounding myself with legal texts and case studies. The Sherman case notes fill my laptop screen, but my mind keeps drifting to Josiah's words about systemic barriers to justice. His passion when discussing equity law ignited something in me, both intellectually and emotionally. Focus, Sienna. This paper matters. My fingers fly across the keyboard as I dive deeper into precedent cases. The work absorbs me, each discovery leading to new connections. Hours slip by unnoticed in the quiet corner of the law library. Miss, we're closing in 15 minutes. The librarian's voice breaks through my concentration. I check my phone. 11:45 p.m. I've been here since dinner. Gathering my things, I pull out the draft Josiah returned earlier this week. His neat handwriting fills the margins with insights that go beyond simple corrections. Next to my analysis of discriminatory lending practices, he's written, "Consider the intersection with redlining cases from the 1960s. Strong parallel to modern-day credit discrimination." My fingers trace his words. Each comment shows how deeply he considered my arguments, pushing me to think bigger, to see connections I missed. Another note catches my eye. Your passion for justice shines through here. Channel that energy into exploring the historical context. The compliment warms me more than it should. I picture him reading my work late at night, taking time to craft these thoughtful responses. Does he give all his students this level of attention? Or am I special? I shake my head, trying to dispel these dangerous thoughts, but they persist as I reread his elegant script, imagining his hand moving across the page. The way his eyes must have lit up when he found something promising in my analysis. This crush is getting out of control. I should focus on the academic value of his feedback, not how my heart races every time I see his handwriting. But something about his brilliant mind and genuine desire to nurture my potential makes it impossible to maintain professional distance. At least I can pour these feelings into my work. Make this paper so impressive, it'll prove I'm more than just another student. After getting home from the library, I spend another hour polishing the draft, incorporating Josiah's suggestions, and expanding my analysis of systemic barriers. My fingers pause over the keyboard as I craft the email. Professor Griffin, I've revised the paper incorporating your feedback, particularly expanding on the historical parallels you noted. The connection to redlining cases opened up fascinating avenues I hadn't considered. Thank you for your guidance. Best, Sienna Baldwin. I hit send and stretch, my back cracking from hours hunched over my laptop. The clock reads 1 a.m. He won't see this until... A notification pings. My heart jumps as I open his response. Sienna, your dedication to this topic is remarkable. The revisions demonstrate sophisticated legal reasoning far beyond what I expect from second-year students. Your analysis of intergenerational wealth disparities and their impact on access to justice is particularly compelling. I'd like to discuss your findings in more detail. Perhaps we could schedule a meeting to explore potential directions for further research. Keep pushing boundaries. Josiah. I read the email 3 times, warmth spreading through my chest. He noticed. More than that, he thinks my work is sophisticated. Remarkable. The words dance across my screen, validation I didn't even know I was craving until this moment. The suggestion of a meeting makes my pulse quicken. One-on-one time to discuss my research. The opportunity to impress him further. My mind races with possibilities, imagining myself sitting across from him, diving deep into legal theory, and watching those intelligent blue eyes light up with interest. I run my fingers through my hair, staring at his email. My usual cautious approach wars with the thrill of his praise and this perfect opening. I bite my lip, cursor blinking mockingly as I type and delete response after response. Too eager, too formal, too desperate. After several attempts at drafting responses, each one worse than the last, I finally type, Professor Griffin, your feedback means a great deal, especially given your expertise in equity law. I find myself particularly drawn to exploring the modern implications of these systemic barriers. Perhaps we could discuss it over coffee. The campus cafe can be quite crowded, but I know a quieter spot nearby that's perfect for in-depth conversations. Looking forward to your response, Sienna. I read it over, my heart racing. Professional enough to maintain plausible deniability, but the suggestion of meeting off-campus carries subtle implications. The mention of preferring somewhere quiet hints at wanting his undivided attention. My finger hovers over the send button. This could backfire spectacularly. But something about his late-night response, the personal tone of his feedback, makes me bold. Before I can second-guess myself, I hit send. The waiting is excruciating. I try to distract myself by organizing my research notes, but my eyes keep darting to my inbox. 5 minutes pass, 10, maybe I crossed a line. A new email notification appears. My hand trembles as I open his response. Sienna, the cafe you mentioned sounds perfect. I know the one, tucked away on Cedar Street. Their Ethiopian roast is exceptional. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. would work well for me. Looking forward to our discussion, Josiah. I fall back against my chair, pulse racing. The careful wording mirrors my own. Professional on the surface, but with layers of meaning underneath. He didn't suggest his office. Didn't redirect to somewhere more appropriate. Instead, he's meeting me at the intimate coffee shop I picked. My fingers trace the words on screen. Looking forward to our discussion? Simple phrase, but the personal touch of using my first name, signing with his. We're dancing around boundaries we've already crossed that night at the bar, before we knew who each other were. The memory of his hands on my waist floods back, the electricity when our eyes met, the way he leaned in close to my neck, his breath warm against my ear. We'd both felt that spark, and now here we are, arranging coffee dates disguised as academic meetings. I should feel guilty about this game we're playing, about pushing these boundaries when he's my professor. But the thrill of his response, knowing he's willing to meet me halfway in this dangerous dance, it drowns out every sensible objection. The rational part of my brain screams that this is a bad idea, but my heart races every time I think of him. My reply is quick before I can overthink it. Perfect. See you then. Those words that carry so much promise. So much potential for crossing more lines, blurring more boundaries. My skin tingles with anticipation. Tomorrow can't come fast enough.
Chapter 17. Josiah. The winter sun streams through the coffee shop's windows, casting a warm glow across the table where Sienna sits. Her laptop screen illuminates her face as she leans forward, gesturing animatedly while explaining her research approach. I want to dive deep into how systemic barriers affect marginalized communities seeking legal remedies, she says, her eyes bright with passion. The Sherman case you mentioned provides the perfect framework. I take a sip of my Americano, impressed by her grasp of such complex legal theory. That's an ambitious scope. What drew you to equity law specifically? Growing up, I watched my aunt struggle through a property dispute. The system failed her because she couldn't afford proper representation. Sienna tucks a stray coil behind her ear. That's when I knew I wanted to make a difference. Your perspective is refreshing. I lean back, studying her determined expression. Most students choose safer topics. Safe isn't my style, Professor. A hint of playfulness crosses her features. I prefer challenges. Please, call me Josiah when we're off campus. The words slip out before I can stop them. She raises an eyebrow, a small smile playing at her lips. All right, Josiah. The way she says my name sends an unexpected thrill through me. Then you should know I plan to ace this paper. I don't doubt that for a second. Our eyes meet over our coffee cups. Your dedication is remarkable. Flattery won't make me work any harder. She grins, closing her laptop. I'm already giving it everything I've got. That's what makes you stand out. I clear my throat, trying to maintain professionalism despite the charge in the air. Your drive is infectious. Good. She gathers her things, movements deliberate and graceful. Because I have plenty more ideas to run by you. The late afternoon light catches the gold undertones in her skin, and I find myself watching how her hands move as she organizes her notes. This meeting has awakened something I thought long dormant, and I'm not sure how to process it. Pull out my red pen, scanning through the draft she's laid between us. Her writing shows promise, clear, incisive arguments that cut straight to the heart of equity law's shortcomings. Your analysis of procedural barriers is strong. I circle a particularly compelling paragraph, but consider expanding on how economic factors intersect with these institutional roadblocks. Like how court fees create a secondary barrier. Sienna leans closer, her shoulder brushing mine as she points to a section. The subtle scent of her shea butter lotion fills my senses. Exactly. I force myself to focus on the paper. And here, this section about alternative dispute resolution, that could be its own chapter. She scribbles quick notes in the margins, her handwriting sharp and determined. I was thinking of exploring how mediation often favors the party with more resources. That's brilliant. The words come out before I can temper my enthusiasm. I shouldn't be giving her this much individual attention. My other students would kill for this level of detailed feedback. But watching her mind work, seeing how she connects these complex legal concepts, I can't help myself. What about this part? Her finger traces along a paragraph, leaving a slight smudge on the paper. I wasn't sure if my argument about systemic prejudice was too direct. Be direct, be bold! I mark a few suggestions. Your perspective matters, especially in this field. Too many scholars dance around these issues. She nods, absorbing every word, every correction. Her dedication is intoxicating. I find myself drawing out explanations, suggesting additional sources, anything to prolong this interaction. You're going above and beyond here, she says, gathering the marked-up pages. You're worth the investment. The words hang between us, too honest for a professor speaking to his student. But I can't bring myself to regret them. I pull out a fresh sheet of paper as she looks over her paper, my pen hovering for a moment before the words flow. Your analysis demonstrates exceptional insight into the human cost of legal barriers. The way you've woven personal experience with academic rigor creates a compelling narrative that many scholars miss. Your resilience in tackling such challenging subject matter head-on is admirable. My hand keeps moving across the page, sharing thoughts I'd normally keep to myself. The coffee shop bustles around us, but in this moment it's just her. And these words I can't stop writing. I've rarely encountered a student who approaches equity law with such raw honesty and determination. Your draft already shows the markings of someone who won't just practice law, but transform it. Sienna shifts closer to read over my shoulder, her breath warm against my neck. The proximity sends electricity down my spine. She pauses, fingertips brushing the edge of the paper. I wasn't expecting such detailed feedback. Your work deserves thorough consideration. My voice comes out lower than intended. She leans in further, pointing to a particular line. You really think my approach is transformative? I do. I clear my throat, forcing myself to maintain composure. Your perspective challenges conventional thinking in ways this field desperately needs. Her eyes meet mine, and for a moment, we're too close. The air between us grows thick with unspoken tension. I can see flecks of gold in her dark irises count each individual eyelash. Reality crashes back. I'm her professor. This is inappropriate. I straighten up, putting deliberate space between us. We should wrap up for today. My voice sounds strained even to my own ears. I slide the feedback sheet across the table, watching her slender fingers curl around the paper. Her eyes scan the words, drinking in every line I've written. The careful walls I've built around my professional life crack with each passing second. This means everything to me. She clutches the paper to her chest. No one's ever taken my work this seriously before. Your passion deserves recognition. I'll say it time and time again. I start gathering my things, slower than necessary. My briefcase sits open, papers scattered across the table between us. She helps collect the loose sheets, our hands brushing as we reach for the same document. Neither of us pulls away immediately. The touch lingers, electric and dangerous. Let me help you organize these. She moves closer, her shoulder pressing against mine as we sort through the pile. You've given me so much of your time already. I inhale deeply. Time well spent. The words come out rough, honest. She shuffles the papers into neat stacks, her movements precise and measured. I noticed you annotated some of my citations. Her finger traces along my handwritten notes. Your handwriting's beautiful. Years of grading papers. I laugh softly, watching her sort through the documents with careful attention. Though yours might be the first I've enjoyed marking in a long time. Our eyes meet again. The coffee shop's ambient noise fades away, leaving just this moment. Just us. I should move back, should maintain that professional distance. Instead, I find myself leaning closer, helping her arrange the last few papers. There! She tucks the final sheet into my briefcase. All organized. Thank you. My voice comes out barely above a whisper. We're still too close, but I can't bring myself to pull away. She smiles, warm and genuine. Least I could do, Josiah. The way she says my name breaks something loose in my chest. I know I'm crossing a line, know this connection rekindling between us is forbidden. But as I close my briefcase, as our fingers brush one final time, I realize I've already decided to let it happen.
Chapter 18. Sienna. I nearly spill my coffee as I settle into the impromptu study group. 6 of us huddle around a wooden table, surrounded by towering shelves and the musty scent of old law books. Did you hear about Professor Griffin? Emily asks, her voice dropping to a whisper. Apparently his book tour wrapped up early. I grip my pen tighter, trying to focus on the case study in front of me. The words blur together as the conversation continues around me. Thank God. Jason closes his laptop. His TAs were brutal with grading, and I wanted to take his class next semester. At least he's fair. Fair and fine as hell. Katie fans herself with her notebook. Those blue eyes could make constitutional law interesting. The group erupts in giggles. Drawing sharp looks from nearby students, I roll my eyes, determined to stay out of this gossip. It hits too close to home. Speaking of the professor, Maddie's sugary sweet voice cuts through the chatter. She turns to me, perfectly manicured nails drumming against the table. I heard you got special consideration on that last assignment in Professor Griffin's class. Sienna. Must be nice. My head snaps up. Heat rises in my chest as I meet her smug expression. Excuse me? Oh, come on. She waves her hand dismissively. We all know you're struggling in class, yet somehow your grades keep floating just above water. Makes you wonder what kind of extra credit you're doing. The implied accusation hits like a slap. I slam my book shut, chair scraping against the floor as I stand. Unlike some people, I actually work for my grades. But please, keep running your mouth. It's easier than admitting you're just bitter about ranking third in class instead of first. Maddie's face darkens, red splotching across her cheeks. At least I earned my spot. That's enough. Emily steps between us, but I've already started shoving my books into my bag. You know what? I sling my bag over my shoulder. I don't need this. And I definitely don't need to defend myself to someone who peaked in undergrad. I burst through the library's heavy doors, winter air stinging my face. Stupid Maddie with her stupid assumptions. My hands shake as I pull up the bus schedule on my phone. 7 minutes until the next one arrives. Perfect timing to escape this hellhole. The bench at the bus stop offers no comfort, just cold metal seeping through my wool coat. I drum my fingers against my thigh, replaying Maddie's words. The worst part? She's not entirely wrong, not about the extra credit. Screw her for even suggesting that. But about Josiah giving me special consideration. The memory of last night floods back. Josiah's office, late evening. His hands covering mine as I broke down over my midterm results in another class. The way he looked at me, believed in me, helped me understand where I went wrong. The bus pulls up with a hydraulic hiss. I climb aboard, swiping my pass and claiming a seat near the back. As the campus disappears behind us, I pull out my phone and open my email. Dear Josiah. I delete it immediately. Too personal for a school email. Professor Griffin, I wanted to thank you for taking the time to help me understand the material better. Your guidance means more than you know, especially today. Some classmates made assumptions about my improving grades in your class. It hurt, but knowing I earned every point through hard work and your patience matters more than their opinions. I pause, finger hovering over the send button. The bus hits a pothole, jostling my thoughts. This email walks a dangerous line, but after today's humiliation, I need him to know. I'm grateful to have a professor who sees my potential, not just my struggles. Best, Sienna. I hit send before I can overthink it further. The bus winds through downtown as I stare out the window, watching snowflakes dance in the streetlights. My phone stays silent in my lap, both dreading and hoping for his response. My phone buzzes before I even reach my stop. Heart racing, I open his email. Sienna, your dedication to improvement speaks volumes. Those who question your success reveal more about their own insecurities than your capabilities. I've watched you tackle complex legal concepts with determination and insight that many students lack. Remember what we discussed yesterday. True growth comes from facing our challenges head on, not from others' validation. You showed remarkable analysis in your research project, particularly in your interpretation of precedent cases. If you need a quiet place to study, away from distractions, my office is always open. Sometimes the best way to prove others wrong is to keep pushing forward. J. I read it 3 times, lingering on that single initial. Not Professor Griffin or his full name, just J. The formality of his previous emails has softened into something warmer, more personal. My thumb hovers over the reply button. The bus jerks to a stop, and I almost drop my phone. Through the foggy window, I recognize my street. Gathering my things, I step into the bitter cold, but my whole body burns passionately as I type. Jay, your words mean everything right now, and you're right. I'd rather focus on growth than gossip. Though I have to admit, your office has become my favorite study spot. Something about the view of campus at sunset makes constitutional law almost bearable. S. I hit send before I can second-guess myself. His response comes as I'm unlocking my apartment door. The view is particularly nice when shared with someone who appreciates it. My door's open tomorrow afternoon if you'd like to discuss your latest draft further. J. The keys slip from my fingers. We both know this isn't just about constitutional law anymore. The pretense feels thinner with each message, like ice cracking beneath our feet, but neither of us seems willing to stop testing its limits. The wind whips around me as I trudge the 3 blocks from the bus stop to my apartment. My boots crunch through patches of dirty snow, each step a reminder of how far I still have to climb. My student loans loom over me like storm clouds. 2 more years of law school stretch ahead, years of instant ramen, picking up extra shifts, and praying my ancient laptop survives another semester. The weight of it all presses against my chest. I pass the corner cafe where I used to work before the owner sold it. That job had covered groceries at least. Now I'm juggling with a campus job and other occasional gigs, and it's still barely enough. My bank account dips dangerously low between financial aid disbursements. The streetlight flickers as I fish my keys from my coat pocket. Maddie's words echo in my head. At least I earned my spot. She has no idea what earning something really means. While she's living off Daddy's trust fund, I'm fighting for every single opportunity. But Josiah sees it. He notices the extra hours I put in, the detailed notes, the determination to understand every concept. His email burns bright in my mind. True growth comes from facing our challenges head on. I climb the creaky stairs to my apartment door, resolve strengthening with each step. I'll show them all what I'm capable of. Not just Maddie and her snide remarks, but everyone who's ever doubted me. Every professor who looked at me differently because I asked too many questions. Every classmate who assumed I got here through anything but pure grit. And Josiah. The way he looks at me when I make a breakthrough. That mix of pride and something deeper. Something that makes my skin tingle. I want more of those moments. More of his subtle encouragement, his belief in my potential. Standing in my dark apartment hallway, I make myself a promise. I'll earn every bit of his attention, not just as his student, but as someone worthy of the connection growing between us. Someone who matches his intelligence, his drive, his passion for the law. Tomorrow, I'll walk into his office with my head held high, ready to prove I'm more than just another struggling student. Ready to show him exactly who I'm becoming. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. 1 chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 19. Josiah. The transformation in Sienna over this past week takes my breath away. She sits straighter in her chair now, her hands shooting up with confident answers rather than the hesitation I witnessed before. My encouragement seems to have ignited something within her. A fire that was always there, but needed the right fuel to burn bright. The Fourth Amendment's exclusionary rule, I say, pacing between the rows of eager faces, has been a subject of debate since its inception. Who can tell me about the good faith exception? Sienna's arm rises along with Maddie Parks, the star pupil in terms of grades and performance, before Sienna found her voice. Miss Baldwin, please enlighten us. The good faith exception states that evidence obtained by officers conducting a search of warrant they believed was valid may be admitted, even if that warrant is later found to be deficient. Her voice rings clear through the lecture hall. However, this creates a dangerous precedent where police ignorance could be used as an excuse for constitutional violations. Interesting perspective. I lean against my desk. Miss Parks, you seem eager to respond. With all due respect, Maddie starts, her tone sharp. That's an oversimplification. The good faith exception promotes efficient law enforcement. Without it, criminals could walk free due to minor technical errors. The Constitution isn't a suggestion, it's the law. Sienna's shoulders square as she turns to face Maddie. Trading liberty for efficiency is exactly what the founders fought against. I try to hide my smile as I watch Sienna masterfully counter each of Maddie's points. Her arguments are precise, passionate, backed by case law she's clearly studied extensively. My fingers grip the edge of my desk as she speaks, fighting the urge to smile too broadly at her success. But beneath my professional appreciation lurks something more possessive, a desire to claim this brilliant mind as my own, to be the one who helped shape it. I shouldn't feel this way about a student, yet watching her command the room makes my heart race with more than just academic pride. While you both raise compelling points, I interject, steering the discussion back on track. Let's examine how the Supreme Court has historically balanced these competing interests. The tension between Maddie and Sienna crackles through the air as I guide the class through landmark cases. Throughout the remainder of the lecture, I catch Maddie's sideways glares at Sienna, who maintains her composure with remarkable grace. As students file out after class, I organize my notes, hyper-aware of Sienna lingering behind. The sound of gentle footsteps approaches my desk. Professor Griffin! My pulse quickens at her voice. I look up, meeting those determined brown eyes. Yes, Miss Baldwin? She glances at the door to ensure we're alone. We need to talk about what's happening between us. My throat tightens. I'm not sure what you mean. Don't do that. She steps closer, her voice dropping. The way you look at me, how you've been helping me, I feel it. And I think you do too. I grip my pen tighter, fighting the urge to reach for her. Sienna, I see how your eyes follow me, how you lean in closer to me when I speak. Her fingers brush the edge of my desk. The electricity when we're near each other. Tell me I'm not imagining it. The lecture hall suddenly feels too small, too warm. Every instinct screams to maintain professional distance, but her presence draws me in like gravity. You're not imagining it. Then why are we pretending? My knuckles whiten around the pen. The truth hangs between us, dangerous and tempting. I open my mouth to deny it, to say anything that will maintain the professional barrier between us. But the words lodge in my chest, refusing to come out. My pen clatters to the desk. I clear my throat, trying again. We can't. Can't what? Sienna takes another step closer. The scent of her perfume engulfs me. Have feelings. Be honest with each other. I push back from my desk, needing distance. The legs of my chair scrape against the floor. You're my student. I'm also a grown woman who knows what she wants. Her confidence, the very thing I've been nurturing in class, now threatens to undo me. I run a hand through my hair, messing up the careful styling. Sienna, you don't understand the position. I understand perfectly. She crosses her arms and my eyes track the movement before I can stop myself. You're scared, not of breaking rules, but of feeling something real again. The accuracy of her words hits like a physical blow. 10 years since Alexandra, and no one has come close to making me feel this way. I stare at my hands on the desk, unable to meet her gaze. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken truths. My heart pounds against my ribs, each beat screaming at me to reach for her, to pull her close, to damn the consequences. But my body remains frozen, trapped between desire and duty. She waits, her presence a tangible force that makes every second of silence feel like an eternity. I can't find the words to either confirm or deny what we both know is true. Sienna sighs softly, adjusting the bag strap on her shoulder. The silence grows unbearable as Sienna's words hang in the air. She's right. I am scared. Not just of breaking rules or risking my career, but of opening my heart again after keeping it locked away for so long. Valentine's Day is coming up, she says, her voice softer now. Her fingers trace abstract patterns on my desk. I was hoping really that I might see more of you around campus. My mouth goes dry. The invitation in her words is clear, yet carefully wrapped in plausible deniability. Smart, like everything else about her. I should say no. Should make it clear that whatever this is between us needs to stop. But when I look up, meeting those deep brown eyes, the words die in my throat. She watches me, waiting. The ticking of the wall clock echoes through the empty lecture hall. 1 second. 2. 3. I remain silent, gripping the edge of my desk, neither confirming nor denying, neither accepting nor refusing. A small smile plays at the corners of her mouth. She adjusts her bag again, stepping back. I'll take that as my answer, Professor Griffin. The click of her shoes against the floor marks her departure. The door closes behind her with a soft thud, leaving me alone with thoughts I shouldn't be having and desires I can't control.
Chapter 20. Sienna. The coffee shop bustles with the afternoon crowd, hearts and pink decorations adorning every surface. I fidget with my coffee cup, stealing glances at Josiah across the small table. His presence fills the intimate space between us, commanding yet gentle. I appreciate you taking the time to meet again, I say, pulling out my laptop. The feedback you gave last time really helped shape my essay. I'm glad I could assist. His deep voice carries over the whir of the espresso machine. He leans back, perfectly at ease, in his tailored navy suit. Though I must admit, I was surprised by your invitation. Good surprised, I hope? A hint of a smile plays at his lips. Indeed. All around us, couples huddle close over shared desserts and steaming mugs. A young woman feeds her boyfriend a bite of chocolate cake, both laughing. Another pair holds hands across their table, lost in each other's eyes. I force my attention back to my screen, but the words blur together. The scent of Josiah's cologne mingles with the coffee aroma, making it hard to focus. His long fingers wrap around his cup, and I imagine how they'd feel entwined with mine. This section here. He points to a paragraph, leaning closer. His shoulder brushes mine, sending electricity through my skin. The argument could be stronger if a couple at the next table shares a quick kiss, and my chest tightens. I want that. The casual intimacy, the freedom to reach across and touch him without hesitation. Instead, I'm stuck in this limbo of professional distance while my heart races every time he's near. Sienna, Josiah's voice breaks through my thoughts. Are you following? Sorry, I got distracted. I clear my throat, managing a tense smile. Could you explain that part again? He shifts closer and I breathe in the warmth of him, wishing I could close the remaining distance between us. But I can't. Not here. Not now. Maybe not ever. So I grip my coffee cup tighter and try to focus on his words instead of the way his presence makes my pulse skip. His fingers trace the rim of his coffee cup as we finish reviewing the last paragraph. The academic discussion peters out naturally, leaving a comfortable silence between us. Thank you. This helped more than you know. I close my laptop, not ready to leave yet. I've been struggling to keep up with everything lately. Law school can be demanding. Do you have familial support that can lessen the load for you in any way? The question catches me off guard. No one's asked me that in a while. Not since. It wasn't exactly a popular decision back home. I wrap my hands around my cooling coffee. My parents wanted me to stay local, take over the family business. What business? They own a chain of hardware stores. Dad built it from nothing, expected me to follow in his footsteps. The words spill out easier than expected. When I told them I was applying to law school instead, Mom cried. Dad didn't speak to me for weeks. Josiah leans forward, his eyes intent on mine. That must have been difficult. They eventually came around, sort of. But every time I call home, there's this underlying tension, like they're waiting for me to fail so I'll come crawling back. Parents often project their dreams onto their children. His voice carries a gentle understanding that makes my chest ache. But the bravest thing you can do is forge your own path, even when it hurts those you love. How do you deal with disappointing people who matter to you, though? By remembering that living someone else's life is the greater disappointment. He pauses, considering. Your parents' fear comes from love, misguided as it may be. They want security for you. But true security comes from following your own compass. His words settle into me, soothing an anxiety I've carried since leaving home. No one's ever put it quite like that before. Sometimes we need an outside perspective to see our situation clearly. His smile reaches his eyes, crinkling the corners. From what I've seen, you have the determination to succeed. Don't let anyone's doubts, including your own, convince you otherwise. I pack my laptop away, taking longer than necessary. Around us, the coffee shop has thinned out, though several couples remain cuddled in corners. A barista wipes down empty tables, the squeaking cloth a counterpoint to the soft music overhead. Here, let me get that. Josiah reaches for my empty cup, his fingers brushing mine. Thanks. I adjust my scarf, watching him dispose of our cups and napkins with fluid grace. Even this simple act carries an air of sophistication. The remaining couples seem lost in their own worlds. A girl rests her head on her date's shoulder while he reads from his phone. Another pair shares earbuds, swaying slightly to music only they can hear. The casual intimacy makes my chest tight. Why can't I have that? Rhetorical question. I know why, but that doesn't make it sting any less. Josiah returns, and we walk toward the exit together. The winter air seeps through the glass door, fogging the edges. He pauses at the threshold, turning toward me. His hand lands on my shoulder, warm and steady through my coat. The touch sends electricity down my spine, and I fight to keep my breathing even. Thank you for reaching out, Sienna. These meetups with you make me really happy. I can't move. Can't step away from the gentle pressure of his hand. His cologne wraps around me, woodsy and intoxicating. The moment stretches, weighted with everything unsaid. His hand drops from my shoulder, and the winter air rushes in to fill the space where his warmth had been. He opens the door, walking out. I follow close behind. Take care, Sienna. Josiah steps back, adjusting his scarf against the cold. Keep pushing forward. You're meant for great things. I manage a nod, not trusting my voice. He turns and walks down the sidewalk, his tall frame cutting through the incoming crowd with natural authority. My feet stay rooted to the spot as I watch him go. The realization hits me like a sudden ocean wave. I'm falling for him. Hard. Every stolen moment, every shared laugh, every instance of his quiet wisdom has woven itself into my heart. It's not just attraction anymore. This is deeper, much more complex than anything I've ever known. He pauses at the crosswalk, and even from here I can see the commanding set of his shoulders, the grace in his stance. Other pedestrians give him space without conscious thought, like planets orbiting a sun. The rules flash through my mind: professional boundaries, academic integrity, the potential scandal. My career before it even begins. His reputation, his tenure at the university, everything we could both lose. But watching him now, confident and distinguished against the gray winter sky, I know with bone-deep certainty that he's worth the risk, worth fighting for, worth whatever storms might come our way. The light changes. He crosses the street and disappears around the corner, taking a piece of my heart with him.
Chapter 21. Josiah. I pour myself another glass of scotch, watching the amber liquid swirl against crystal. The weekend stretches before me like an endless void, my thoughts drifting back to Sienna. I down half the glass in one go. I pace my study, the leather of my shoes clicking against hardwood floors. Snow falls outside my window, coating the neighborhood in a pristine white blanket that mirrors the impossible purity I should maintain with my students. But Sienna isn't just any student. The memory of her lingers, a ghost that haunts every corner of my mind. I imagine her here, curled up on my leather armchair, discussing case law over wine instead of meeting in sterile classrooms. In another life, I could take her to dinner without looking over my shoulder. Show her off proudly instead of stealing glances across crowded rooms. The stack of independent research papers sits accusingly on my desk. Time to focus on work, to remember who I am. Professor Griffin, distinguished faculty member, widower, not some lovesick fool chasing impossible dreams. I settle into my chair and pull the first paper from the pile. The scotch burns pleasantly as I take another sip, trying to lose myself in academic discourse. But her words echo in my head, that fierce intelligence wrapped in velvet tones. Even here, surrounded by legal theory and precedent, I can't escape her. The snow continues to fall as I spread the papers across my desk. Each one represents a student's future, their hopes and dreams laid bare in Times New Roman. I have a responsibility to them, to maintain professional distance and objective judgment. But God help me, all I can think about is Sienna. After trying to get through the paper in front of me, I shake my head and set it to the side. I rifle through the stack until I find her name. Baldwin Sienna. My fingers trace the letters before I catch myself. Taking another drink, I lean back and begin reading. The introduction hooks me immediately. She's crafted an argument about equity law that shows both innovation and careful research. Each paragraph builds on the last with precision, weaving together precedent and modern interpretation. Damn. I can't help but smile at a particularly clever analysis of the Fourth Amendment. Our discussions over coffee shine through in her citations, but she's taken those ideas further, developing them into something uniquely her own. She challenges conventional interpretations while maintaining academic rigor, the kind of work that makes teaching worthwhile. I pour another finger of scotch, savoring both the burn and her words. Most students regurgitate textbook arguments, but Sienna dares to question established doctrine. She backs up every challenge with meticulous research. I spot references to obscure cases we discussed during one of our impromptu debates at the cafe. Her conclusion ties everything together masterfully. It's the kind of paper that should be published, not just graded. The sort of analysis that launches careers. I grab a pen, ready to mark it up, then stop myself. I should grade the papers in order, maintain some pretense of objectivity. But I already know this will be one of the highest scores I've given all semester. The scotch glass is empty now. I set her paper aside, trying to ignore how seeing her name in print makes my pulse quicken. Those coffee meetings were supposed to be about academics. Instead, they became the highlight of my weeks. Watching her eyes light up during debates, the way she'd lean forward when making a point, how her passion for law matched my own. I grabbed my laptop, opening my email. The scotch has settled into a pleasant warmth, making everything feel easier than it should. My fingers hover over the keys as I type her name. Subject: Independent research paper. Exceptional work. Dear Sienna, your analysis of equity law demonstrates a sophisticated understanding that exceeds expectations at this level. The depth of research and innovative approach to the Sherman case sets a new standard for student work. This is precisely the kind of critical thinking we aim to foster. You've earned an A+, the highest mark in the class thus far. Your argument regarding systemic barriers to justice was particularly compelling, showing both intellectual rigor and practical application. I take another sip of scotch, the words flowing more freely now. I strongly encourage you to continue pursuing this line of research. Your perspective on equity law is refreshing and needed in our field. Perhaps we could discuss potential publication opportunities soon in my office. Your work deserves a wider audience. Looking forward to seeing where you take this research next. You truly shine in this area. Best regards, Josiah. My finger hovers over the send button. The last few lines blur the professional line I should maintain. But the scotch whispers that it's fine, that mentoring takes many forms. I hit send before I can second-guess myself. I close the laptop, already wondering if I've said too much. But it's done now, floating through cyberspace toward her inbox. I lean back in my chair, the empty scotch glass mocking me. Alexandra's photo sits on my bookshelf, that bright smile frozen in time. What would she think of me now? Falling for a student, crossing lines I swore to maintain. I miss you, Alex. The words slip out before I can stop them. You'd know what to do. But even as I seek her guidance, my mind drifts to that night at the bar. Sienna in those tight jeans and jacket commanding attention without even trying. Didn't know anything about her, except that her mind was as captivating as her smile. I shouldn't have gone to her apartment. But the scotch makes me honest with myself. I wanted her the moment she started talking to me. The scotch burns as I pour another measure. That night was perfect because we were just two people connecting over shared passions. No complications, no power dynamics. Just raw chemistry and intellectual sparring that turned physical. I touch my neck, remembering those passionate kisses and yearning touches, long faded but burned into memory. The way she took control, challenging me in the bedroom like she did in our debate. Equal partners in everything. The way she straddled me, chasing her as I watched her from below. I'd give anything for another night with her. Now every interaction is weighted with consequences. Every glance across the lecture hall carries risk. But God help me. I miss the simplicity of that first night when she was just Sienna and I was just Josiah.
Chapter 22. Sienna. I spread my books across the library table, grateful for the group study session. The intense Valentine's Day decorations across campus are killing me. Exams and assignments are kicking everyone this semester. and misery loves company. Plus, studying alone in my apartment leads to dangerous thoughts about a certain professor. Anyone understand the Commerce Clause cases? Kyle groans from across the table, running his hands through his disheveled hair. My brain is completely fried. I've got decent notes, I offer, flipping through my laptop. Just let me pull them up. I swear I've got them somewhere on here. My phone buzzes, a text from the coffee shop about my mobile order. Perfect timing for a caffeine boost. I've been fighting to keep my eyes open for the last hour. Sorry, Kyle. I'll be right back. Watch my stuff? I ask the group, already standing and grabbing my wallet from my bag. Just running down to grab coffee. They mumble acknowledgments, heads buried in textbooks, looking as exhausted as I feel. I hurry downstairs, desperate for an espresso to power through the next few hours of hell. The barista takes forever with my drink, meticulously steaming milk for what feels like an eternity. By the time I return, Maddie's expression stops me cold. She's hovering near my chair, that fake sweet smile I've learned to hate plastered across her face. My stomach drops. That look never means anything good. Sienna, can we talk? Her voice drips with false concern. Privately? My stomach drops as I notice my laptop screen is active, not in sleep mode like I left it. Maddie's eyes glitter with triumph. Now! She gestures toward the study rooms. I follow her, coffee forgotten, pulse racing. The small room feels like a trap as she closes the door. So, Maddie crosses her arms. Those are some interesting emails between you and Professor Griffin. Ice spreads through my veins. I'd left my email open. Stupid mistake. I particularly enjoyed the one about your exceptional analysis. Her air quotes cut like knives. And how he's so looking forward to discussing publication opportunities. Very intimate tone for a professor, don't you think? I force my face neutral, though my hands shake. Professional feedback between professor and student, nothing more. Please, she rolls her eyes. I'm not an idiot? The way you two look at each other in class, and now these emails? Her smile turns predatory. The ethics board would be very interested in this. What do you want, Maddie? I spit out, fists clenching. Why did I leave my emails open around the one person who detests me right now? Is my brain fried? Oh yeah, it is. I'm in law school after all. Here's the deal. Maddie perches on the study room table, examining her manicured nails. Constitutional law's kicking me hard. I need that A to maintain my class ranking. My throat constricts. What exactly are you suggesting? Nothing too scandalous. Just help ensuring my final paper is perfect. She leans forward. You've clearly got Professor Griffin's ear, his attention, his favor. You're reading way too much into this. I grip the back of a chair to steady myself. He's mentoring several students. Really? Her eyebrow arches. Then why haven't I heard about these amazing publication opportunities he's offering everyone else? She pulls out her phone, scrolling through what must be screenshots. Or these late-night email exchanges? I was only asking him questions about my drafts. At midnight? She cuts me off. The timestamps tell a different story, honey. My mouth goes dry. The emails were innocent, mostly. But the timing could raise questions. Questions I don't want anyone asking. Look, Maddie, I don't care what's really going on. She waves her hand dismissively. Help me get an A on this paper, and these screenshots stay between us. Simple as that. There's nothing inappropriate. Save it. She slides off the table with practiced grace, adjusting her designer blazer. You know how fast rumors spread in law school, how quickly they reach faculty, administration. Her voice drops to a menacing whisper. Ethics boards. I cross my arms. fighting to keep my voice steady despite the panic clawing at my chest. You're making assumptions based on normal student-professor communication. There's nothing more to it than that. So, maybe I am. She shrugs, that knowing smirk still playing on her lips as she taps her manicured nails against her phone screen. But are you willing to risk your entire law career on that? Your reputation? His? She emphasizes each question like individual daggers. The mention of risking Josiah's career hits like a punch to the gut. She's right. Even unfounded rumors could be devastating. Everything he's worked for, his position at the university, his recent book success, all of it could crumble because of a few suggestive screenshots. And how do I explain the sudden high grades? The meetings we've been having? Of course, I could argue that they were all innocent. Nothing more than honest attempts to improve my grade. But when there are dozens of other students not getting the same opportunities, it does raise questions. Think about it. She heads for the door, her fake smile still plastered on her face. But don't think too long. That paper's due in 3 weeks. She pauses at the threshold, glancing back. And Sienna? I expect nothing less than your best work. The door clicks shut behind Maddie. I press my palms against the study room table, steadying myself as the room spins. My throat burns with unshed tears. This is exactly what I feared would happen. Getting too close, letting my guard down, thinking I could have something real with Josiah. What a joke. I drag myself back to the study group table on shaky legs. Kyle looks up from his notes, concern etched across his face. Everything okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. I shove my books into my bag without meeting his eyes. My laptop, the source of this nightmare, goes in last. Sienna, Emily touches my arm. What happened with Maddie? Nothing. My voice cracks. I just remembered something I need to do. But what about the Commerce Clause notes? I'll email them later. I zip my bag with trembling fingers nearly catching the fabric. Are you sure you're... I'm already walking away, their worried voices fading behind me. The library's fluorescent lights blur as tears threaten to spill. Outside, the February wind bites at my cheeks. A student organization has set up a table near the building entrance, selling roses for Valentine's Day. Red and pink bouquets mock me from their display, each one a reminder of what I can't have. Support the Public Interest Law Society, a cheerful voice calls out. Show someone special you care. I duck my head and walk faster, clutching my bag like a shield. The rose's sweet scent follows me, mixing with the cold air until I want to gag. Distance. That's what I need now. From Josiah. From these feelings. From everything that could destroy both our careers. No more late-night emails. No more lingering after class. No more pretending we could ever be anything but professor and student. It's better this way. It has to be.
Chapter 23. Josiah. I stand at the podium discussing the intricacies of contract law, but my attention keeps drifting to the empty seat in the third row where Sienna usually sits. She's moved to the back corner today, her head down, focused on taking notes. The change hits harder than I'd like to admit. My words falter mid-sentence as I catch her averting her gaze when I look in her direction. The rest of the lecture drags, each minute stretching into eternity as I wrestle with the growing knot in my gut. Did I push too far with our conversations? Cross a line I shouldn't have? The questions plague me as I mechanically go through the motions of teaching. When class ends, students file out in their usual rush, chattering about weekend plans and upcoming assignments. But Sienna takes her time, deliberately packing her bag with meticulous attention that seems more about avoidance than organization. I clear my throat, trying to ignore how my heart rate picks up. Sienna, could you spare a moment? She approaches my desk with measured steps, maintaining a careful distance that feels like a chasm between us. Gone is the spark in her eyes, that mesmerizing light I'd grown addicted to seeing, replaced by a practiced politeness that cuts deep into my chest. "Yes, Professor Griffin." The formal title stings like salt in an open wound. "I noticed you seemed distracted today. Is everything all right?" I keep my voice low, professional, though every instinct screams to close this new distance between us. "Everything's fine." Her smile doesn't reach her eyes, and her fingers fidget with the strap of her bag. "Just focusing on my studies." "Have I done something to make you uncomfortable?" The question comes out rougher than intended, betraying more emotion than I should allow myself to show. "No, not at all." She shifts her weight, clutching her books tighter. "If that's all, I have another class to get to." "Of course." She's out the door before I can say anything else, leaving me alone with the echo of her footsteps and the weight of unspoken words. I gather my papers, my movements sharp with frustration. The classroom feels colder somehow, emptier. The distance she's put between us is a physical thing, and I hate how much it affects me. Hours after class, I find myself pulling into the parking lot of the local cafe instead of heading home. The sun has already set, winter darkness settling over the city like a heavy blanket. Through the cafe's windows, warm light spills onto the sidewalk, and my eyes scan the interior before I even kill the engine. What am I doing? I grip the steering wheel tight. This isn't me. I don't chase after students, don't act like some lovesick kid hoping for a glimpse of his crush. But I get out anyway, straightening my tie as I approach the entrance. The bell chimes overhead as I push through the door, and the barista, the same one who served us during our coffee meetings, gives me a knowing look. "Professor Griffin, flying solo today. Just needed a coffee." The lie tastes bitter. I order my usual, scanning the space while pretending to check my phone. No sign of her in any of our usual spots, not at the corner table where she'd lean forward, eyes bright as she challenged my theories, not by the window where she'd watch people pass while considering her responses. The place feels wrong without her presence, empty, despite being half full of students and professionals tapping away at laptops. "Here you go." The barista slides my coffee across the counter. Haven't seen her today. I don't bother pretending not to know who she means. "Right." Back in my car, coffee untouched in the cup holder, I let out a long breath. Since Alexandra died, I've never felt this kind of magnetic pull toward anyone. Now here I am, acting like a teenager, driving across town on the off chance of seeing Sienna. Something's changed. The way she looked at me in class today, or rather, didn't look at me, speaks volumes. I need to get my head straight, figure out what went wrong. But more importantly, I need to remember who I am. A professor. Her professor. The coffee grows cold as I sit there, watching people come and go from the cafe, feeling like the biggest fool in academia. I pull out my phone, squinting at the bright screen in the dark car. The coffee's gone completely cold now, forgotten like my better judgment these past few weeks. Opening my email, I start typing. "Dear Miss Baldwin, I hope this email finds you well. After careful consideration, I believe it's necessary to address the nature of our recent interactions outside of class." My fingers hover over the keys. Delete. Too formal. I start again. "Sienna, I wanted to reach out regarding our coffee meetings and conversations. While I've greatly enjoyed our discussions, I realize that continuing these meetings would be inappropriate given our positions at the university. As your professor, I have a responsibility to maintain proper boundaries." I pause, running a hand through my hair. The words feel cold, clinical, but maybe that's exactly what we need right now. I can't be this close to her anymore, not with everything at stake. Moving forward, I think it's best if we limit our interactions to classroom discussions and official office hours only. This isn't a reflection on you or our conversations, but rather a necessary step to ensure both our academic integrity and professional reputations remain intact. I rest my head against the seat, staring at the harsh glow of my phone screen. The draft sits there, cursor blinking, waiting for me to continue. But how do you properly end something that never should have started? I add, I trust you understand this decision is made with both our best interests in mind. Regards, Professor Griffin. The Professor Griffin makes me grimace. I'm supposed to be Josiah to her. That's how it was always supposed to be. Now I'm forcing us back into our prescribed roles, drawing lines that should have never blurred. My thumb hovers over the send button, but I can't bring myself to press it. Not yet. The email sits in my drafts, a digital reminder of everything I'm trying to walk away from. My mind drifts to the flower shop I passed on my way here. Red roses in the window, fancy heart-shaped boxes of chocolates lined up like soldiers. Valentine's Day isn't too far away, and for the first time in 10 years, I actually give a damn about it. I could do it. Drive over there right now, pick up the biggest bouquet they have. Write some stupid romantic note that would make her smile. That smile, the one that lights up her whole face, makes her eyes dance. Leave it outside her apartment door like some teenage Romeo. I slam my hand against the steering wheel. What am I thinking? Have I finally lost my goddamn mind? I close my email app without sending the draft. The coffee shop's lights flicker off closing time. In the darkness of my car, it's easier to admit how deep I've fallen, how much I want to be the one to make her happy, to see her succeed, to be there when she graduates and passes the bar. That's exactly why I can't send her flowers, can't keep meeting her for coffee, can't be anything more than Professor Griffin, no matter how badly I want to be just Josiah to her. The steering wheel is cold under my grip as I finally start the car. Time to go home, alone, the way it should be, the way it has to be.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 24. Sienna. The February air bites at my face as I walk across campus. But the cold isn't what makes me shiver. Pink and red hearts dangle from every lamppost, and couples huddle together on benches sharing coffee and whispered secrets. A massive Valentine's Day dance banner stretches between two buildings, mocking me with its cheerful proclamation. I already went to the mixer. I'd rather walk on glass before going to the official university-sponsored dance, where I'll have to hug the walls alone. I clutch my books tighter to my chest, ducking my head as two girls from my constitutional law class pass by. Their conversation drops to whispers, followed by poorly concealed giggles. My phone buzzes. An unknown number. Hope Prof. Griffin gives you an A+ for extra credit. Delete, block, but they keep coming. Sleeping your way to the top? Guess we know how you're making up for that F? Professor's pet. The messages blur together as my vision swims. I blink hard, refusing to let the tears fall. Walking into the lecture hall feels like entering a lion's den. The usual pre-class chatter dies down to hushed murmurs. Someone coughs brat into their hand. Maddie sits in her usual front row seat, surrounded by her little circle of followers, all of them wearing matching smug expressions. I heard she's been sneaking into his office after hours, one of them stage whispers. No wonder she got that extension on the paper. I slide into a seat near the back, something I've started doing more and more. My hands shake as I pull out my laptop. A group of guys 2 rows ahead turn to stare, then break into snickers. My phone lights up again. This time, it's a poorly photoshopped picture of me and Josiah, clearly taken from the faculty website and my LinkedIn profile. The caption reads, "Earning that grade the old-fashioned way." The tears I've been fighting finally spill over. I swipe them away quickly, but not before they splash onto my keyboard. The Valentine's decorations, someone's taped to the classroom walls, swim in my vision paper hearts, and cupids that once seemed sweet now feel like they're mocking me. I grab my laptop and shove it in my bag, stumbling out of my seat. The room spins as whispers follow me down the aisle. My heel catches on someone's backpack strap. "Watch it," a voice sneers. I burst through the lecture hall doors, slamming straight into a solid chest. That familiar cologne fills my nose. Josiah. His hands steady my shoulders, but I wrench away before he can speak. His Sienna echoes down the hallway as I run. My boots pound against the tile floors, then concrete, then snowy grass. Wind whips tears from my cheeks. Students blur past in winter coats and scarves, some jumping out of my way. I don't stop until I reach the bus stop, doubling over with my hands on my knees, gasping for air. The screen of my phone glows through my tears as I pull it out. My fingers shake as I type out an email for Josiah. No introduction, no pretense, just panicked words. I'm so sorry for running out. And for everything else, the rumors, the gossip, it's all my fault. I never meant to cause problems for you or your reputation. I understand if you want me to drop your class. I hit send before I can second-guess myself. The bus pulls up with a hydraulic hiss, and I climb aboard on wobbly legs. As I sink into a seat near the back, my phone buzzes with incoming messages. More harassment, probably. I turn it face down on my lap, watching campus disappear through windows fogged with condensation. The decorative hearts taped to the bus windows mock me. 2 days until Valentine's Day, and I've managed to destroy both our lives. My throat tightens as I remember the warmth in his eyes when we first met, before either of us knew who the other was. Before I ruined everything, I drag myself up 3 flights of stairs to my apartment, each step heavier than the last. The key scrapes against the lock before I manage to get it in. Inside, the silence crushes me. My bag drops to the floor. I collapse onto my couch, pulling my knees to my chest. The tears come fast and hard now that I'm alone. "You're such an idiot," I whisper to myself, voice cracking. Such a stupid, naive idiot. That first night at the bar plays through my mind like a movie I can't turn off. His laugh, deep and genuine. The way his fingers brushed mine while we spoke. How safe I felt telling him about my dreams. My parents' voices echo in my head. Law school. That's not realistic, Sienna. Know your limits. I grab my phone, thumb hovering over their contact. But what would I say? "Hey, Mom, Dad, you were right. I failed. Coming home now." A sob rips through me. The apartment walls press in, suffocating with their emptiness. No roommate to talk to. No friends left after I've pushed them all away while chasing my ambitions. And now, no Josiah. God, Josiah. His name comes out broken between hiccups. I replay every moment, stolen glances across the lecture hall, fingers lingering when passing papers, conversations that went deeper than just professor and student. Was any of it real? Or was I seeing what I wanted to see? My laptop sits on the coffee table, law books spread around it. 2 years of work, of proving I belong here, of showing everyone who said I couldn't do it that they were wrong. But maybe they were right. Maybe I should pack it all up, admit defeat, move back to my childhood bedroom with its faded posters and dusty trophies from easier times. I could work with Dad, maintain his hardware stores just like he wanted me to. I reach for my phone again, desperate to call someone, anyone. But there's no one left. The one person I want to talk to is the one person I can't. Through my tears, a different emotion starts to burn in my chest. Anger. White-hot rage that makes my hands clench into fists. Maddie. That manipulative snake promised to keep quiet about the emails she found between Josiah and me. I should have known better than to trust her. I pushed myself up from the couch, pacing my small living room. The walls that felt suffocating moments ago now seemed to vibrate with my fury. She played me, and I fell for it like an idiot. Why did I trust her? Why? She's been wanting to see me fail for the longest time, and I just gave her that opportunity on a silver platter. Now here I am, reputation in tatters, while she sits pretty in her front row seat, spreading rumors like wildfire. The final paper isn't due for another 3 weeks, and she's already broken her word. That girl probably couldn't wait to run her mouth the second she got the chance. My phone buzzes again. Another anonymous message, no doubt inspired by Maddie's whisper campaign. I grit my teeth together, my jaw aching from the tension. The screen lights up with yet another notification, and I fight the urge to throw the damn thing against the wall. I've already lost everything that matters. My classmates think I'm sleeping with the professor. Josiah probably hates me. My academic future hangs by a thread. Years of hard work, working multiple jobs to pay for school, all circling the drain because of one vindictive snake who couldn't mind her own business. What's left to lose? Maddie Parks needs to learn that some people bite back when cornered, and she's about to find out exactly what kind of teeth I have.
Chapter 25. Josiah. After the lecture is over, I take out my phone and just stare at Sienna's message. Over and over. My phone screen dims as I read Sienna's message for the 20th time. Each word cuts deeper than the last. The thought of her dropping my class makes my chest tighten. This isn't how any of this was supposed to go. I pocket my phone and stride down the hallway toward the faculty meeting room, my footsteps echoing against the marble floors. Professor Morales bounces past me wearing a ridiculous heart-covered tie, and Professor Holland has stuck heart stickers all over her laptop. The Valentine's Day spirit in the air feels like a mockery. The words from her message keep replaying in my head. I'm so sorry for running out. The image of her face, tears threatening to spill as she bolted from the lecture hall, haunts me. I'd reached for her, but she was gone before I could stop her. Morning, Josiah. Professor Williams waves from her seat, a glittery red heart pinned to her cardigan. I manage a tight nod and slide into an empty chair at the conference table. Dean Ray Matthews starts droning about budget allocations, but I can't focus. All I see is Sienna's message. The rumors, the gossip. It's all my fault. No, it's not her fault. None of this is. The whispers in the hallways, the sideways glances from students. We're both caught in this mess. The meeting continues on and I can't focus. No words are reaching me right now. I'm grateful for my colleagues picking up the slack in terms of asking questions and initiating dialogue, because right now I have nothing to add. And lastly, before we wrap up, Ray adjusts his glasses. A reminder about maintaining appropriate boundaries with students. We've had some concerns in the past about this. My pen freezes mid-stroke. The conference room suddenly feels 10 degrees warmer. Speaking of which, Professor Holland leans forward, her eyes finding mine across the table. Josiah, I heard the most interesting thing from one of my TAs about the success of your book tour? Professor Williams cuts in. The students can't stop talking about it. I force my expression neutral, but my jaw clenches. Holland's pointed look tells me exactly what kind of talk she's heard. The rumors are spreading faster than I thought. Yes, well, I clear my throat. The tour was productive. I bet it was. Holland's tone carries an edge that makes my skin crawl. Though I hear you've been quite productive since returning as well. The implication hangs heavy in the air. A few colleagues shift uncomfortably in their seats. Williams shoots Holland a warning look. If there's something specific you'd like to discuss, Professor Holland, my office hours are posted. My voice comes out steady, but my fingers grip the armrest until my knuckles whiten. Ray shuffles his papers, oblivious to the tension. That concludes our meeting. Remember, the Valentine's Day dance is in 2 days. Feel free to admit if you'd like... Chairs scrape against the floor as everyone rises. Holland lingers, watching me with that same knowing look. My stomach twists. If she's heard rumors, how long until they reach administration? How long until this affects more than just whispers in hallways? I gather my things, mind racing. I need to get ahead of this somehow. Need to protect Sienna's reputation, her future. The world around me passes by in a flurry as I race to my car. I rush through the parking lot, yanking my car door open and dropping into the driver's seat. My hands shake as I pull out my phone. The email needs to be professional, nothing that could be misconstrued if someone else saw it. Miss Baldwin, we need to discuss your academic standing in my class. Please, let me know when and where you're available to meet. I hit send before I can overthink it. The response comes faster than expected. I'm at my apartment now. My chest tightens. This isn't appropriate. Meeting a student at their home. But screw propriety at this point. We're well past that. The drive takes 15 minutes. Each red light feels like an eternity as my mind races through everything that could go wrong. Holland's knowing looks. Ray's warning about boundaries. The whispers in the lecture hall. When I arrive, Sienna stands under the building's awning, arms wrapped around herself against the winter chill. Even from here, I can see her eyes are swollen and red-rimmed. Her usual confident posture is gone, replaced by something smaller, more fragile. My hands grip the steering wheel harder. Every instinct screams to go to her, to pull her close and shield her from all of this. But I can't. Not here. Not now. Not with curtains twitching in nearby windows and who knows who watching. I park and step out of the car, maintaining a careful distance. Professional. Detached. Everything I don't feel. Professor Griffin! Her voice cracks on my title and it's like a knife to the gut. Miss Baldwin. The formality tastes bitter on my tongue. Thank you for meeting with me. She nods, not quite meeting my eyes. A tear escapes down her cheek, and she quickly wipes it away. My fingers itch to brush it away myself, to cup her face and tell her everything will be okay. Sienna leads me up to her apartment, her steps heavy. Once inside, she paces the small living room while I stand near the door, maintaining distance even though every fiber of my being wants to close it. The last time I was here... Christ, I can't think about that right now. Maddie found our emails. Her voice trembles. She went through my laptop when I left it unattended in the library. Now she's telling everyone there's something going on between us. I run a hand through my hair. What exactly did she see? The exchanges about meeting for coffee, the late-night discussions about cases, the paper extension. She stops pacing, wrapping her arms around herself. Nothing explicit, but enough to twist into something it wasn't. And now... Her breath hitches. Now everyone's whispering, looking at me differently. I'll handle this. I can speak with Maddie. Make it clear. No. Sienna's eyes go wide. That'll only make it worse. She's already convinced herself she's caught us in something inappropriate. If you confront her... She shakes her head. I need to handle this myself. Sienna, my heart can't take this! Her voice cracks. My grades, my future, Everything I've worked for is at risk because of some vindictive... She cuts herself off, pressing her palms against her eyes. I take a step forward before catching myself. Let me help. I can protect you from this. How? She drops her hands, revealing fresh tears. By making it look even more suspicious? By giving Maddie more ammunition? She shakes her head. I appreciate it, but I need to fight my own battles. Her shoulders slump. I just need to figure out the best way to approach this without making everything worse. The defeat in her voice tears at me. I want to pull her close, promise her everything will be okay. Instead, I stand here, helpless, watching her world crumble because of me. I can't stand seeing her like this anymore. My feet move before my mind can catch up, closing the distance between us in 2 long strides. My hands find her shoulders, and the contact sends electricity through my fingers. Listen to me. My voice comes out rougher than intended. Whatever happens, I'm not going to let this destroy everything you've worked for. Sienna's eyes meet mine, glistening with unshed tears. The vulnerability there hits me like a punch to the gut. She's usually so strong, so determined. Seeing her broken down like this... My thumbs trace small circles on her shoulders, trying to offer comfort. I'm not sure I can actually give. She's right. I'm not convinced. Every scenario I run through my head ends in disaster. The words stick in my throat. I want to promise her the world, tell her I can fix everything. But standing here, feeling her trembling under my hands, I realize I can't lie to her. I don't know exactly how this plays out, but I do know we'll figure it out together. The uncertainty in my voice betrays me. For the first time in my career, I don't have a clear strategy, no perfect legal argument to present. All I have is this moment, my hands on her shoulders, and a desperate need to protect her from a storm I helped create.
Chapter 26. Sienna. I spot Maddie's perfectly coiffed blonde hair between the library stacks and march toward her. She's perched at a study table, surrounded by her usual posse of first-year admirers. We need to talk. I plant my hands on the wooden table, leaning forward. Now, Maddie glances up from her textbook, a smirk playing at her lips. Ladies, give us a minute. Her minions scatter like leaves in the wind. I know what you're doing. I slide into the chair across from her, and it stops now. I'm just studying constitutional law. Nothing nefarious about that. Cut the nonsense. You're spreading lies about me and Professor Griffin. Her eyes narrow. Are they lies, though? I heard about you two at that cafe, and the emails corroborate that. Having coffee isn't a crime. But defamation? I lean closer, lowering my voice. That's actionable, and trust me, I've got excellent notes on tort law. Please. She waves her hand dismissively. You really want to take this to court? Have everyone know about your little affair with the professor? There is no affair, but there are witnesses who'll testify to your pattern of spreading malicious falsehoods. You want to risk your future law career over this? A flicker of uncertainty crosses her face. You wouldn't. Try me. I've got nothing to hide. But you? I tap my finger on the table. Your daddy's firm might think twice about that summer associate position when they hear you're being sued for defamation. She shifts in her seat, her confidence cracking. You can't prove anything. Want to bet your future on that? Because I will drag this through every court in the state if I have to. And unlike you, I actually understand the burden of proof in defamation cases. Maddie's jaw clenches. Back off, Maddie. Find someone else to torment, because if I hear one more whisper about me and Professor Griffin, you'll be spending your summer writing legal briefs for your own defense. I storm out of the library, my hands shaking as I shove open the heavy glass doors. The winter air hits my face, but I barely register the cold because of the white-hot fury I have burning inside me. Screw her, I mutter, adjusting my messenger bag. The weight of my textbooks reminds me of the mountain of work waiting at home. Constitutional law readings, civil procedure outlines, that property law paper due next week. My phone buzzes. A text from my study group canceling tonight's session. Perfect. More time to focus. The wind picks up, whipping my coat around my legs. Campus is quiet. Most students already gone for the day. My apartment's only a 20-minute walk, but each step fuels my determination. Maddie thinks she can break me. She has no idea what I'm capable of. I dig my keys out as I approach my building. My fingers are numb from the cold, but my mind's sharp, clear. I'll show them all. Maddie, the professors, everyone who's ever doubted me. I'll ace every exam, nail every paper. I take the stairs 2 at a time, my bag thumping against my hip. 3 flights up. I'm breathing hard but energized, ready to dive into my books and prove that nothing, not Maddie's rumors, not complicated professors, not anything, can derail me from becoming the lawyer I'm meant to be. I spread my textbooks across my small dining table, settling in for a long night of studying. The familiar weight of constitutional law grounds me as I flip to the chapter on judicial review. My highlighter hovers over the page, but the words blur together. My phone sits face down beside me. I haven't checked it since I got home, afraid of what or who might be waiting, but the urge to look gnaws at me. Focus, I mutter, forcing my eyes back to Marbury v. Madison. My laptop chimes with a new email notification. My heart jumps when I see the sender. Professor Griffin, Josiah. Subject, checking in. I slam the laptop closed. No, I can't deal with this right now. With him, with any of it. Opening my civil procedure notes, I immerse myself in personal jurisdiction cases. The complex legal frameworks demand all my attention, leaving no room for thoughts of piercing blue eyes or gentle smiles. Hours pass. My coffee goes cold. I fill page after page with case briefs and outlines, building walls of legal terminology between me and my feelings. The laptop sits there, that unopened email burning a hole in my concentration. Part of me aches to read it, to let his words wash over me. But I know better. Distance is safer, cleaner. I grab my property law textbook next, diving into easements and covenants. My hand cramps from writing, but I push through. Each word I write is another step away from the complications of my heart. The email notification blinks steadily in my taskbar, mocking me, reminding me that no matter how many cases I memorize or statutes I cite, I can't study away what I feel for him. I reach for my phone, then pull back. No, I have to be stronger than this. My future depends on it. Instead, I turn to my constitutional law outline. There's comfort in the structure, the clear rules and precedents, unlike the messy reality of wanting someone I can't have. Hours and hours go by, locked away in the comfort of my apartment as I catch up on the work that I needed to do. I rub my tired eyes, the words in my textbook swimming together. My neck aches from hunching over these books for so long. The empty coffee mug mocks me from the corner of my desk. My resolve crumbles. I open my laptop, clicking through to my email. Our conversation threads are so long, each one a reminder of what we had before everything got complicated. Meeting you has been a breath of fresh air. Your passion for law reminds me why I chose this path. My fingers trace the screen, following his words. Each message shows the man I met that night at the bar. Brilliant, thoughtful, genuine. Not Professor Griffin, but just Josiah. Why? I whisper to my empty apartment, my voice catching. Of all the professors at this university, why did you have to be mine? The cursor blinks at me, waiting. His latest email sits unopened in my inbox, but I can't bring myself to read it. Not yet. Not when every word from him both heals and hurts. I close my eyes, remembering how it felt when he was just Josiah. The way his eyes crinkled when he laughed at O'Malley's. How his hand brushed mine as he passed me a coffee during our meetings. The electricity in the air between us. Before titles and positions and professional boundaries complicated everything. It's not fair, I whispered to the darkness.
Chapter 27. Josiah. The clock on my office wall ticks past midnight as I stare at my inbox. My cursor hovers over dozens of emails between Sienna and me from the past weeks. Each one feels like a treasured piece of evidence of what we shared. But they're also dangerous proof that could destroy her future. I click delete, one by one. My shoulders tense with each message that disappears. Our discussions about cases, her thoughtful questions, the way her intelligence shone through every word. Gone. For her protection. For her reputation. The next morning, I instruct my TAs to handle all student communications. I'll be focusing on research, I tell them, the lie bitter on my tongue. The halls feel emptier without glimpses of her. When she attends class, she's been sitting in the back row, head down, taking notes. No raised hand, no challenging questions that used to make the discussions come alive. I catch myself reaching for my phone a dozen times a day, wanting to check if she's okay. Each time, I stop myself. This distance is necessary, but it doesn't feel like I'm failing her. In my office before lecture starts, I pull up her student file. Her grades are steady. She's brilliant enough to succeed without my help. But I remember her vulnerability, the weight of her struggles, the betrayal she faced before me. Now I'm adding to that list, aren't I? Another day of classes looms ahead of me. The lecture hall buzzes with energy as I guide my students through the intricacies of contract law. My eyes drift to the back row where Sienna sits, her pen moving across the page with purpose. Even from here, I notice the slight furrow in her brow, that look of intense concentration I've come to know so well. She's handling the material brilliantly, raising points that challenge even my most seasoned perspectives. But she does it differently now, through carefully worded written assignments rather than our once vibrant classroom debates. Remember to review these cases before next week, I announce, checking my watch. The precedent will be crucial for your upcoming mock trial. As students pack their bags, excited chatter fills the room. He's taking me to that new French place downtown, a girl in the front row squeals to her friend. Said he made reservations months ago. Lucky, my boyfriend just asked what I want to do for Valentine's. Another student rolls her eyes. Like, figure it out yourself. Their voices fade into a dull roar as I watch Sienna methodically organize her notes. No rushed movements, no eager plans to share. Just careful precision as she slides each paper into its designated folder. My fingers itch to reach for the small box hidden in my desk drawer back at the office, a vintage fountain pen I spotted at an antique store last week. The kind she once mentioned admiring during one of our long discussions. It sits there wrapped in simple brown paper, a gift I have no right to give. The students file out in pairs and groups, their Valentine's plans echoing off the walls. Dinner reservations, surprise getaways, romance in its simplest, most acceptable forms. Sienna walks out alone, her head held high, shoulders back. Pride and something deeper twist in my chest. She's stronger than anyone knows, handling this forced distance with more grace than I can manage most days. The empty lecture hall feels colder somehow. I gather my materials, trying not to think about candlelit dinners, or the way her eyes used to light up when we'd lose track of time discussing cases long after office hours were over. I open my laptop, the screen's glow harsh in the empty lecture hall. A new email notification catches my eye, from the dean's office. Subject line, Ethics Committee Notice, Confidential. My eyebrows perk up. My fingers hover over the trackpad for a moment before I click. The formal letterhead appears, each word hitting like a physical blow. Dear Professor Griffin, this notice is to inform you that the Ethics Committee has received an anonymous complaint regarding allegations of an inappropriate relationship with a current student. As per university policy, we are required to investigate all such claims to maintain the integrity of our institution. I slam the laptop shut, then immediately reopen it. The words haven't changed. I run my hands through my hair, tugging until it hurts. 10 years of building my reputation here. A decade of careful work since Alexandra died, of throwing myself into teaching, into making something meaningful. And now, my phone buzzes. A text from my TA about tomorrow's class prep. Such a normal thing while my world threatens to implode. The empty chairs seem to mock me. Each one represents a student who could have filed that complaint, who might have noticed something between Sienna and I all along, a look that lingered too long, conversation that went deeper than academic discussion. I pull up Sienna's academic record again. Her GPA is exceptional. She doesn't need the drama of an ethics investigation clouding her future. She's already overcome so much to get here. The investigation will dig. They'll find the deleted emails, the security footage of our conversations in my office. Nothing inappropriate happened, but perception is everything in academia. I rest my forehead against my hands, the wood grain of the lectern cool against my skin. I should have known better, I muttered to the empty room. Should have known this would come back to bite me. I push away from the lectern, decision crystallizing. Hiding and deleting evidence only makes us look guilty. Makes me look like another privileged professor taking advantage. Sienna deserves better than that narrative. My footsteps echo through the empty hallway as I head to my office. The familiar surroundings feel different now. Every corner holds a memory of her. The Ethics Committee can investigate all they want. They won't find anything inappropriate because there isn't anything. Just two adults who connected before realizing their circumstances. Who tried to do the right thing. Unlock my office door and grab the small box from my drawer. Her Valentine's gift. The vintage pen catches the light as I unwrap it. Such a simple thing, but it represents everything I want to tell her. I slip the pen into my pocket. 10 years of existing in a fog after Alexandra died. Then Sienna walks into my life with her fierce intelligence and that smile that makes me feel alive again. I'm not letting some anonymous complaint steal this chance. I pull out my phone and draft her an email from my personal account. Those can't get tracked by the university. We need to talk, not as professor and student, about us, about everything. Meet me at my house. Here's my address. My thumb hovers over the send button. This could end my career, could damage her reputation. But staying silent, letting fear win, that's already killing whatever we could have. I hit send. The email marks as delivered. Now the choice is hers. I won't pressure her, won't make this decision for both of us. She's earned the right to choose her own path. I sink into my chair, pen box warm in my pocket. For the first time since seeing that email, I feel like I can breathe. Whatever comes next, at least I'm done hiding.
Chapter 28. Sienna. Walking through the law building's corridors after class, snippets of hushed conversations catch my attention. Professor Griffin got reported for misconduct. My steps falter. A group of third years huddle near the water fountain, their voices carrying. Someone filed a formal complaint this morning. Harassment or something. I don't know the full details yet, but I heard it from one of his TAs. What? No, ice spreads through my veins. My fingers grip my textbook tighter. This can't be about our relationship, right? It just can't be. Administration's already looking into it. Guess his perfect reputation isn't so perfect after all. The room spins as realization hits. This is because of me. I need to see him, need to explain. My feet carry me toward his office before my brain catches up. The familiar oak door looms ahead, but 2 TAs stand guard like sentries. Professor Griffin isn't taking visitors, the male TA says, shifting to block my path. It's important. I need to speak with him about... He's not here. The female TA cuts me off. And even if he was, administration's got strict orders. No student meetings without supervision right now. But, look, she lowers her voice. They're watching his every move. Whatever you need, it'll have to wait. My hands clench into fists. I want to push past them, pound on his door, make them understand. But that would only make things worse. Fine. The word comes out sharp. I turn on my heel, my steps echoing down the empty hallway as anger and helplessness war inside me. This is my fault. I did this to him. And now I can't even warn him about what's coming. God damn it. What do I do? What can I even do? As I make my way out of the building, a hand grabs my arm. I spin around to find Maddie's smug face inches from mine. Rough day? Her perfectly manicured nails dig into my sleeve. I yank free. What do you want? Just thought we could help each other out. She steps closer, blocking my path. You know, before things get really messy for you and the professor. You mean before your little plan backfires? Ice drips from my words. Everyone's already talking. Administration's involved. You can't blackmail me anymore. Her smile falters. I can make this go away. All you have to do is share your case competition research. Let me use some of those sources you found. Are you kidding me? My laugh comes out harsh. You start these rumors, file a false complaint, and now you want academic favors? Keep your voice down. She glances around the emptying courtyard. Why? Scared someone might hear how you're trying to destroy a professor's career just to get ahead? My hands shake with rage. You did this. All of it. And for what? Because you couldn't stand that I was doing better than you? Save it. I step into her space, forcing her back until she nearly stumbles. The fear that flashes across her face gives me a sick satisfaction. You wanted everyone talking? Congratulations. They are. But don't think for a second you can use this to manipulate me anymore. Maddie's face twists, her perfectly glossed lips curling into an ugly sneer. You're making a mistake. No, you've done enough. I shoulder past her, knocking her designer bag off her arm. And if you try anything else, I'll make sure everyone knows exactly what kind of person you are. Every dirty little secret. Every underhanded move. You wouldn't dare. Her voice quivers despite her attempt to sound threatening. Try me. The words come out like steel, each syllable sharp enough to cut. I've got nothing left to lose now, thanks to you. So go ahead, keep pushing. See what happens when someone with nothing to lose decides to push back. She opens her mouth, then snaps it shut, finally showing an ounce of self-preservation. Smart choice. I leave her standing there, my whole body trembling with adrenaline and anger as I walk away from the building. The weight of everything crashes down. My eyes burn as I make my way toward the bus stop, wrapping my coat tighter against the biting wind. How did everything fall apart so fast? My phone buzzes in my pocket. Probably another gossip text about the scandal. But when I pull it out, my heart stops. An email from Josiah's personal account, the subject line reading, us. We need to talk, not as professor and student. About us, about everything. Meet me at my house. Here's my address. I stare at the words until they blur. He wants to see me. After everything that's happened today, after the complaint, after... My finger hovers over the reply button. Meeting him off campus right now is risky. If anyone found out, But we need to figure this out. Together. And we can't do that with his TAs playing guard dog at his office door. The bus pulls up loudly, its headlights cutting through the early evening darkness. I climb aboard, swiping my student pass and collapsing into a seat near the back. The warmth inside does nothing to thaw the ice in my chest. My phone feels heavy in my hand as I read Josiah's email again. 3 simple sentences that carry so much weight. Next stop, Oakwood Heights, the automated voice announces. That's his neighborhood. Of course it is. I memorized the address the moment I saw it. My thumb hovers over the reply button again. This could make everything worse. But keeping my distance hasn't helped either of us. And now, with this formal complaint, damn it. The words slip out under my breath, earning a side eye from the elderly woman across the aisle. I hit reply. On my way. The bus lurches forward, and I watch familiar buildings slide past the window. Campus disappears behind us as we head into the quieter residential areas. My leg bounces with nervous energy. We need to face this head on. Figure out how to handle Maddie's accusations before they destroy everything. His career, my future, whatever this thing is between us. No more running, no more hiding. The streets get wider, houses more spread out as we enter his neighborhood. Mature, snowy oak trees line the sidewalks, their bare branches reaching toward the darkening sky. Just 2 more stops. My heart pounds harder with each turn of the wheels. But underneath the anxiety, there's something else. Relief. Because despite everything, despite how complicated and messy this has become, I need to see him. Need to look into those blue eyes and know we're in this together. The bus rounds another corner. Almost there.
Chapter 29. Josiah. I stand at my window, watching snow drift down in the dim evening light. The street lamps cast an amber glow across my front yard, and my breath fogs the glass. Movement catches my eye, a familiar figure making her way up the path. Sienna hugs her coat tight against the cold, her steps hesitant as she approaches my door. Even from here, I can see the weight of everything bearing down on her shoulders. The doorbell chimes. I take a deep breath, steeling myself before opening it. Come in from the cold. I step aside to let her enter. She crosses the threshold, and I catch the scent of her perfume mingled with the crisp winter air. Her eyes are red-rimmed, mascara slightly smudged. She looks smaller somehow, more fragile than I've ever seen her. I took the bus, she says quietly, her voice wavering. I wasn't sure if I should come, but... Let me take your coat. As I help her out of it, her shoulders start to shake. When she turns to face me, tears spill down her cheeks. I'm so sorry, Josiah, for everything. The rumors at school, the way people are talking. She wraps her arms around herself. I never meant to cause such chaos in your life. Your reputation, your career. God, I've messed everything up. Now you have this complaint against you. Sienna, no, please, let me say this. She wipes at her eyes. It's Valentine's Day, and instead of having a normal evening, you're dealing with all this drama because of me. Because I couldn't stay away. Because I was selfish. Ugh. Her voice breaks on the last word, and something in my chest tightens painfully. I guide her to the living room, my hand gentle on the small of her back. The fireplace casts dancing shadows across her tear-stained face as she sinks into the leather couch. Wait here. I reach into my coat hanging by the door and pull out a sleek wooden box. My fingers trace the grain before I return to sit beside her. What's that? Her voice is barely a whisper. I open the box, revealing the vintage fountain pen nestled in velvet. I saw this and thought of you. The way you take notes in class, how your hand flies across the page when inspiration strikes. Her eyes widen. Josiah, I can't. You can. And you will. I place it in her trembling hands. Happy Valentine's Day, Sienna. After everything that's happened. She stares at the pen, fresh tears threatening to fall. Listen to me. I cup her face, thumb brushing away a tear. That night at O'Malley's, meeting you wasn't a mistake. What happened between us wasn't wrong. But your career is just a career. I've spent 10 years throwing myself into work, using it to fill the void Alexandra left. Then you walked into that bar, and for the first time in a decade, I felt alive again. She clutches the pen to her chest. I never meant to fall for my professor, and I never meant to fall for my student. But here we are. I take her free hand in mine. I'm done pretending that night meant nothing. Done acting like I don't think about you every moment of every day. The complaint, the rumors, they're worth it. You're worth it. You really mean that? Her voice cracks with hope and disbelief. Every word. I brush my thumb across her bottom lip, watching her eyes flutter closed at my touch. The firelight plays across her features, highlighting the delicate arch of her cheekbones, the gentle curve of her neck. My heart pounds against my ribs. Josiah! Her breath catches as I lean in, closing the space between us. The first brush of our lips is gentle, tentative. But then she makes this small, desperate sound in the back of her throat, and something inside me snaps. I cup the back of her head, fingers tangling in her hair as I deepen the kiss. She tastes like mint and tears and possibility. Her hands grip my shoulders, the wooden box forgotten on her lap as she shifts closer. I pull her against me, feeling the heat of her body through her clothes. She parts her lips, and I explore her mouth with slow, thorough strokes of my tongue that make her whimper. God, I've missed this, I growl against her mouth. Missed you. She responds by climbing onto my lap, her thighs bracketing mine. The box tumbles to the floor with a soft thud. I drag my lips down her neck, and she arches into me, gasping. We shouldn't, she starts, even as her fingers dig into my shoulders. Tell me to stop. I nip at her pulse point, feeling it race under my tongue. Tell me you don't want this. Instead of answering, she captures my mouth again, kissing me with a desperate intensity that steals my breath. My hands roam her back, memorizing every curve, every shiver. She rocks against me and I groan into her mouth. We break apart, both breathing hard. Her lips are swollen from our kisses, her eyes dark with desire. But there's fear there too. Fear of what this means, what it could cost us both. I've made my decision. My voice comes out rough. I brush my thumb across her cheekbone, catching a stray tear. If the university forces my hand, I'll walk away. What? She stiffens in my lap. No, you can't give up everything you've built. Your reputation, your career. Listen to me. I grip her hips, holding her steady. I spent years building that career, pouring everything into it after Alexandra died because it was easier than facing the emptiness. But you... I take a shaky breath. You made me realize how hollow it all was, how much I've been hiding behind my work. But teaching is your life. Her hands fist in my shirt. Your students need you. Teaching is what I do. It's not who I am. I press my forehead to hers, breathing in the sweet scent of her shampoo. If protecting what we have means walking away from all of it, then that's what I'll do. No hesitation, no looking back. The university can find another professor, but I won't find another you. Tears spill down her cheeks, leaving glistening trails in their wake. Before I can wipe them away, she crashes her lips into mine with bruising force. The kiss is desperate, needy, full of everything we can't put into words. Her fingers thread through my hair as she presses closer, like she's trying to crawl inside my skin. The warmth of her body against mine sets every nerve ending on fire. I kiss her back just as fiercely, pouring 10 years of loneliness and want and need into it. My hands slide up her back, pulling her impossibly closer as our mouths move together. I'm showing her, with actions, what I've been trying to tell her with words. That she's worth any sacrifice, any cost. That after a decade of existing in grayscale, she's brought color rushing back into my world.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 30. Sienna. Josiah's kiss is a command, his hands guiding me backward with a gentle yet firm pressure. The bedroom door creaks open and we tumble inside, our hunger for each other palpable. Most of my clothes are already gone, scattered across the living room floor like a trail of breadcrumbs leading to this moment. His lips never leave mine as he expertly unbuttons his shirt, revealing a chest that hints at years of discipline and strength. I can't help but run my fingers over the smooth skin, tracing the lines of his muscles. His belt clinks as it hits the floor, and I watch as he undoes the rest of his clothing with a practiced ease that makes my heart race. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 31. Sienna. I wake up feeling different, stronger. Josiah's arm is draped across my waist, his steady breathing, a reminder of everything that happened last night. The morning light filters through his bedroom window, casting a golden glow across the scattered clothes on the floor. As I carefully slip out of bed, my mind races with clarity. I've been letting Maddie push me around, letting her threats control my actions. No more. In the shower, I formulate my plan. Every text, every email, every whispered threat in the hallway, I've kept them all. Time to put them to use. An hour later, I'm sitting in Jasmine Watson's office, my evidence spread across her desk. She's an academic counselor at the law school, the one assigned to me. The manila folder contains screenshots of Maddie's texts threatening to blackmail me, as well as the numbers from unknown numbers harassing me. I know this is a lot to take in, I say, watching Jasmine examine each piece of evidence. But Maddie Parks has been systematically trying to destroy my academic career. Jasmine picks up one of the texts. This is serious, Sienna. Threatening to expose personal information for academic gain is against university policy. She's been spreading rumors too, telling people I'm sleeping my way through the faculty. My voice remains steady, unwavering. I have witnesses who'll confirm she's the source. Why didn't you come forward sooner? I was scared, worried about what people would think. But I'm done letting fear control me. I straightened my spine, channeling the strength I found last night. I'm here because I earned my place, and I won't let anyone take that away from me. Jasmine leans back in her chair, folding her hands on the desk. Here's what we're going to do. You focus on your studies, and let us handle Maddie. What exactly does that mean? The ethics committee takes these matters very seriously. She gathers the documents, sliding them into a fresh folder. Academic harassment creates a hostile learning environment, which goes against everything we stand for. I shift in my seat. And what about the rumors? Those will be addressed as well. We'll conduct a thorough investigation, interview the witnesses you mentioned. She writes something in her notepad. But Sienna, the best thing you can do right now is excel in your classes. Show everyone why you're here. The weight on my shoulders lifts. Since Maddie found out about the emails, I've carried this burden alone, wondering if anyone would believe me. Thank you. Just thank you for listening, for not dismissing this. Of course, Jasmine's expression softens. Law school is challenging enough without dealing with harassment. I want you to know you can always come to me. I gather my bag, standing. That means more than you know. I'll present this to the committee first thing tomorrow morning. She taps the folder. By the way, Sienna, don't let anyone make you doubt yourself. You belong here. Her words echo in my mind as I leave her office. For the first time in weeks, I feel like I can breathe again, like I've taken back control. The hallways buzz with activity as I make my way to tort law. My steps are lighter, confident. The meeting with Jasmine has lifted a weight I didn't realize was crushing me. I slip into the lecture hall early, choosing a seat in the middle row. As other students file in, I pull out my laptop and notes, organizing them with precise movements. The familiar routine grounds me. My phone vibrates. A text from Josiah. Miss you already? Dinner tonight, maybe? Only if you're not busy, of course. Heat spreads through my chest. Even these simple messages make my heart race. After everything, the drama with Maddie, the stress of keeping our relationship secret, Josiah remains my anchor. He believes in me, supports me without trying to fix everything. Today we'll discuss negligence and duty of care, Professor Clarkson announces, starting the lecture. I type notes mechanically, but my mind drifts to last night. The way Josiah held me after we made love, how he traced patterns on my skin while we talked about everything and nothing. It wasn't just physical. It was the safety I felt in his arms, the understanding in his eyes when I shared my fears. The professor's voice fades to background noise as I remember Josiah's words. You're stronger than you know, Sienna. Don't let anyone dim your light. My phone lights up again. Another message. Found your earring under the bed. Safekeeping until tonight. I bite back a smile, remembering how that earring got lost. How his kisses had made me forget everything, except the feel of his hands on my body. This thing between us, it's more than attraction or convenience. Each day, each moment we share, pulls me deeper. While my world spins with uncertainty, Josiah remains steady, constant. He's becoming my true north, my safe harbor in this storm. I force my attention back to Professor Clarkson's lecture, but my heart stays wrapped in thoughts of Josiah, of the way we fit together, of how right this feels despite everything stacked against us. With a newfound flurry of inspiration, my fingers fly across the laptop keyboard, capturing every detail of Professor Clarkson's explanations. The familiar rhythm of typing helps clear my head, pushing thoughts of Josiah temporarily aside. After my meeting with Jasmine, everything feels lighter, like I can finally focus on what matters. Between notes, I catch myself smiling. Josiah deserves something special after everything he's done for me. Not just the physical intimacy, but the way he believes in me, supports me. The way he looked at me last night, like I was the only person in his world. It was the best Valentine's Day I ever had. Focus, Sienna. Cases, precedents, legal theory. I highlight a key point about negligence, adding it to my study guide. My grades have slipped lately with all the Maddie drama, but that ends now. I'll show everyone, especially Josiah, that I'm here because I deserve to be. Still, ideas for surprising him dance through my mind. Something meaningful, something that shows him he's more than just whatever this started as. Maybe I could... Professor Clarkson's voice cuts through my wandering thoughts. Miss Baldwin, can you explain the 4 elements required to prove negligence? Without missing a beat, I straighten in my chair. Duty, breach, causation, and damages. The defendant must have owed a duty to the plaintiff, breached that duty through action or inaction, directly caused harm, and the plaintiff must have suffered actual damages. He nods, satisfied, moving on to the next topic. I exhale slowly. See, I've got this. First things first. Excel in my classes. Just like Jasmine said. Then I can plan something amazing for Josiah. Something to match how amazing he's been to me. I open a fresh document, determined to create the most detailed study guide I've ever made, one step at a time.
Chapter 32. Josiah. The late afternoon sun casts long shadows through Ray's office windows as I sit across from him, the leather chair creaking beneath me. His desk, usually cluttered with papers and files, is unnaturally clear except for a single manila folder. I'll get straight to the point, Josiah. Ray's fingers drum against the folder. We need to discuss your situation with Miss Sienna Baldwin. My jaw tightens. What about it? The board has caught wind of your relationship. I'm sure you know about the anonymous complaint that came in recently. As you know, fraternization between faculty and students is strictly prohibited. He leans forward, his expression grave. You're one of our most valuable professors, Josiah. Your work here, your publications, they've brought prestige to this institution. Cut the flattery, Ray! What exactly are you saying? My voice comes out sharper than intended, but I'm done with this bureaucratic dance. He sighs, opening the folder with deliberate slowness that makes my blood pressure spike. The board is giving you a choice. Either end your relationship with Miss Baldwin immediately, or... His eyes meet mine, and I can see he's not enjoying this any more than I am. We'll have to review your tenure status. The words hit like a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. 10 years of dedication, countless hours shaping young legal minds, building this department's reputation, all hanging in the balance because of... This is ridiculous. I stand up, my chair scraping against the floor as I start pacing near the window. Outside, students mill about, oblivious to how my world is imploding. These rumors are baseless. Sienna and I have only ever had a professional relationship. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue, but I'll be damned if I'm going down without a fight. It doesn't matter. The optics alone. The optics? I spin around, my hands clenching into fists at my sides. The rage building in my chest threatens to explode. Since when did we start prioritizing appearances over actual ethics? This isn't some second-rate community college, Ray. We're supposed to be better than this witch hunt nonsense. Since we became responsible for maintaining the integrity of this institution. Ray's voice hardens. You have until the end of the week to make your decision. Either Miss Baldwin goes, or your position here becomes... uncertain. My hands clench into fists. The choice looms before me. My career, everything I've built, or the woman who's brought light back into my life after 10 years of darkness? Think carefully, Josiah. Ray closes the folder with deliberate slowness. Don't throw away everything you've worked for. The weight of his words settles heavy in my chest as I stare out at the campus grounds below, where students hurry between buildings, unaware of the storm brewing in this office. I take a deep breath, turning back to face Ray. The decision crystallizes in my mind with startling clarity. You know what? I'll make this easy for you and the board. I reach into my jacket, pulling out my leather wallet. My faculty ID card slides out, landing on his pristine desk with a soft click. I resign. Effective immediately. Ray's mouth drops open. What? He stands up, knocking his chair back. Josiah, let's not be hasty. Think about what you're doing. I've thought about it. For the first time in 10 years, I'm thinking clearly. A weight lifts from my shoulders. Since Alexandra died, I've given everything to this university, my time, my research, my life. And now you're asking me to give up the one person who's made me feel alive again? This is career suicide. No, this is finally choosing to live. I move toward the door, then pause. You can tell the board they won't need to review anything. I'll have my office cleared by tomorrow. You're throwing away decades of work over some. Choose your next words carefully, Ray. My voice drops to a dangerous level. Very carefully. He closes his mouth, slumping back in his chair. I walk out, letting the heavy oak door swing shut behind me. The hallway stretches before me, familiar yet somehow different. My footsteps echo against the polished floor as I make my way to the parking lot. The cold winter air hits my face as I push through the building's main doors. Snow has started falling, dusting my car with a fine white powder. I unlock it, slide into the driver's seat, and grip the steering wheel. For a moment, I just sit there, watching snowflakes dance in the fading light. Then I start laughing, deep, genuine laughter that bubbles up from somewhere I thought had died with Alexandra. It's either laugh or cry, and right now, laughing feels damn good. Then I start my car and start making my way to Sienna. After 10 minutes of driving, I pull into the parking lot of Sienna's apartment complex, killing the engine. My fingers hover over my phone screen. I'm here at your place. Need to talk. Important. Her response comes quickly. Outside in 2. The snow falls heavier now, coating my hair and shoulders as I step out of the car. My breath forms white clouds in the frigid air. The crunch of my shoes against fresh powder marks each step toward her building's entrance. True to her word, Sienna emerges wrapped in a thick cardigan, her coily hair slightly disheveled like she's been studying. The sight of her, beautiful, brilliant, worth every sacrifice, steadies my racing thoughts. What's wrong? Her eyes search my face as she approaches. Your text had me worried. I reach for her hands, drawing her closer. Her fingers are warm despite the cold, and I run my thumbs across her knuckles. I just left Ray's office. The board found out about us. Her body tenses. Josiah, they gave me an ultimatum. End things with you or face a 10-year review. No. She tries to pull away, but I hold firm. You can't risk your career, everything you've built. I resigned. The words hang in the snowy air between us. Her eyes widen, lips parting in shock. You what? I walked out, left my faculty ID on Ray's desk. But your career, your research, mean nothing compared to this. To us. I lift one hand to brush snowflakes from her cheek. I spent 10 years putting that university first, building a legacy. But what's the point of a legacy if you're not really living? I can transfer schools, she whispers. We can figure something. No more hiding, no more compromises. I pull her closer, our foreheads almost touching. Whatever comes next, the gossip, the career change, all of it, we face it together. I'm not letting you go, Sienna. Not for anything. Her fingers tighten around mine. and I feel her trembling. From the cold or emotion, I'm not sure. Are you sure about this, Josiah? This is a big decision. I don't want you to resent me later for this. I could never resent you, I whisper, my eyes trailing across all of her beautiful features. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, and I'm not letting anyone get in the way between us.
Chapter 33. Sienna. I sit in the library, staring at my laptop screen but unable to focus on the legal precedents before me. Josiah's words from our last conversation echo in my mind. His decision to resign from his position at the university still feels surreal. My fingers trace over the keyboard, hovering above the keys without typing. The weight of what he's giving up settles heavy in my chest. A distinguished career, respect from colleagues, years of building his reputation, all of it set aside. For me? Well, if it isn't the professor's pet, Maddie's voice cuts through my thoughts, dripping with venom. She stands at the end of my study table, arms crossed. I'm not in the mood, Maddie. Oh, but everyone's in the mood to talk about you. She leans forward, dropping her voice to a stage whisper. Words getting around about why Professor Griffin really resigned. Those late-night study sessions in his office weren't exactly subtle. I grip the edge of the table. You don't know what you're talking about, don't I? It's fascinating how his resignation lines up perfectly with rumors of an inappropriate relationship with a student. Her lips curl into a cruel smile. The administration might be interested to know. I snap. You don't have any sort of proof that anything happened. I don't need proof. The whispers are already spreading. Your reputation is going down with his. She straightens up, adjusting her designer bag on her shoulder. Maybe next time you'll think twice before trying to sleep your way to the top. She struts away, leaving me shaking with rage and fear. Students at nearby tables pretend they weren't listening, but I catch their furtive glances. My phone buzzes. Another message from Josiah checking in. I can't bring myself to read it, not with the weight of what he's sacrificing crushing me, made heavier by Maddie's threats. I shove my laptop into my bag, my hand still trembling with anger. The nerve of that witch. After everything Josiah's built, everything he's worked for, Maddie's determined to destroy it all just to get at me. The winter air hits my face as I push through the library doors. Snow crunches under my boots while I trudge toward the bus stop, my mind racing through possibilities. There has to be something I can use against her. Everyone has skeletons, especially entitled brats like Maddie Parks. The bus pulls up after a few minutes of brooding. I climb aboard, swiping my transit card and dropping into a seat near the back. Through the foggy window, campus buildings slide past as my thoughts sharpen into focus. Maddie's always bragging about her internship at that prestigious firm. I wonder how they'd feel knowing she leaked confidential case details to impress guys at parties. I've seen her do it firsthand. My phone buzzes again. This time I check it. It's from Josiah. Come over. Josiah's right. We can't let Maddie win. I text back a quick "on my way" and watch the familiar route to his house unfold. The bus winds through progressively nicer neighborhoods, past snow-covered lawns and Valentine's Day-themed decorations that adorn the finer houses. The stakes are too high to play nice anymore. If Maddie wants to fight dirty, I'll show her exactly what I learned growing up in rough neighborhoods. You don't survive without learning how to hit back harder. I pull the cord from my stop, shouldering my bag as the bus slows. Josiah's street comes into view, all historic homes and mature trees. Like him, it radiates old money and respectability. Everything he's worked for, everything Maddie's threatening to take away. My jaw clenches as I step off the bus. The walk up Josiah's driveway feels longer than usual. my boots crunching through fresh snow. Before I reach the door, it swings open. Josiah stands there in a navy sweater and dark jeans, casual, but still managing to look put together. "You're freezing." He pulls me inside, his hands warm against my cold cheeks. "Let me take your coat." The familiar scent of his home wraps around me, leather-bound books, coffee, and something else. Is that pasta? Come see. His hand finds the small of my back, guiding me toward the kitchen. I stop short at the doorway. The lights are dimmed, and his usually pristine kitchen island has been transformed into an intimate dining space. 2 place settings, wine glasses, and a cluster of white candles create pools of warm light. "You did all this?" "I figured we could both use a quiet evening." He moves to the stove, lifting the lid off a pot. Steam rises, carrying the aroma of garlic and herbs. Sometimes the best defense is taking care of each other. "Josiah," my throat tightens. "Hey." He sets down the spoon and turns to me. I know that look. "What happened today?" "Maddie cornered me in the library. She's spreading rumors, and she's making life so much harder. Let her." His voice carries that quiet authority I first fell for. He steps closer, tucking a stray curl behind my ear. "We haven't done anything wrong. My resignation was my choice, one I'd make again in a heartbeat. But your career is just that, a career. What we have," he gestures between us. "This is real. This matters more." The certainty in his eyes steadies something inside me. He pulls out a chair and I sink into it while he serves steaming plates of linguine. "Now," he says, pouring 2 glasses of red wine. "We're going to enjoy this meal, and we're going to remind ourselves that we're in this together. Maddie Parks doesn't get to dictate our happiness." His hand finds mine across the table, thumb tracing circles on my palm. The candlelight catches the silver in his hair, and for the first time today, I feel my shoulders relax. The pasta melts in my mouth, a perfect blend of garlic, olive oil, and fresh herbs. Josiah's always had excellent taste, whether in wine, food, or the way he's decorated his home. I take another sip of the rich red wine, savoring how it complements the meal. "There's something I've been meaning to tell you," Josiah says. Setting down his fork, his blue eyes catch the candlelight. "I've been making some calls in the last few days." "What kind of calls?" "I have an old roommate from law school. His name is Walter Esteban. He's been pushing me to join him in private practice for years. After our discussion about my resignation, I reached out." Josiah leans forward, energy radiating from him. "We're opening our own firm." My fork clatters against the plate. "What?" "Griffin and Esteban legal partners. The paperwork's already in motion." His lips curve into that confident smile I love. Just because I'm leaving academia doesn't mean I'm leaving law behind. If anything, this is a return to my roots. "But I thought—" I shake my head, processing this revelation. "You're really doing this?" "Walter has the connections. I have the reputation. We've already got potential clients lined up." He reaches across the table, taking my hand. "This isn't just about us, Sienna. It's about taking control of my future on my own terms." Warmth spreads through my chest. All my worry about destroying his career melts away. "You sneaky bastard. How long have you been planning this?" "Let's just say I've had a backup plan brewing since the first time you walked into my office hours to go over your drafts." His thumb traces my knuckles. "I told you, you're worth every change I'm making."
Chapter 34. Josiah. The pasta's warmth matches the comfortable silence between us. Sienna twirls her fork in the linguine, and I can't help but admire how she's taken everything in stride. My resignation, our complicated situation, all of it. I've been thinking about the firm's launch, I say, setting down my wine glass. It needs to make a statement. Show everyone I'm not just retreating to the suburbs to fade away. You? Fade away? Sienna's laugh echoes through my dining room. That's not happening. Damn right it's not. I lean back in my chair, studying her face in the soft lighting. Which is why I want to do this properly. A grand opening event, something to remember. Her eyes light up. What are you planning? Black tie affair, industry leaders, former colleagues. Show them what the firm will bring to the table. I pause, my heart picking up speed. And I want you there. Not just as another guest, but as my partner. Her fork stops mid-twirl. Partner? Both ways. The firm needs sharp minds like yours, and I reach across the table, taking her hand. I want you there as my date, too. No more hiding. Josiah. She sets down her fork, squeezing my hand. You're sure about this? It's a big statement, and I'm sure people will connect the dots faster than you think. I've never been more sure of anything. Through the dining room windows, the darkness of the suburban night creates an intimate cocoon around us. You've already proven yourself more than capable in your research work. The firm would benefit from your perspective, and I stroke my thumb across her knuckles. I want to do this right, all of it. Then yes. Her smile brightens the room more than any city lights ever could. Oh, to both. My phone buzzes again. Another email notification. I set it face down on the table, focusing instead on Sienna's warm hand in mine. They're not letting up, are they? She nods toward my phone. Let them talk. I take another sip of wine. Dean Matthews has already sent 3 messages. Half the faculty's probably gossiping over their evening coffee right now. And you're not going to respond to any of them? What's there to say? They'll draw their own conclusions no matter what I tell them. I release her hand to loosen my tie. The weight of the day settles on my shoulders, but Sienna's presence keeps the tension from overwhelming me. You'd think they'd have more faith in my judgment. Sienna stands walking around the table. Her hands find my shoulders, working out the knots that have formed. You don't owe them explanations. No, I don't. I lean back into her touch. My phone lights up again. Another email. The subject line catches my eye. Concerning recent allegations. I hit delete without opening it. The truth is, I haven't felt this sure about anything since... The words catch. Since Alexandra. Her fingers pause their massage. Really? Really? I catch one of her hands, pressing a kiss to her palm. The faculty can speculate all they want. They can question my choices, my ethics, my judgment, but sitting here with you, knowing we don't have to hide anymore, it's worth every raised eyebrow and whispered comment. Even when half your contacts list is blowing up your phone? Especially then. I pull her around to face me. Their opinions don't change what I know is right for me, for us. She settles onto my lap, and my arms circle her waist. Another email notification sounds, but this time I don't even glance at the phone. Sienna leans down, her lips meeting mine with a tenderness that makes my heart skip. When she pulls back, her eyes hold that sharp intelligence I've come to admire. You know what you should do? She shifts on my lap. Write to your students. A proper goodbye letter. They deserve to hear it from you directly, not through gossip and speculation. I run a hand through my hair. You're right. They've been through enough upheaval this semester with my book tour and the TAs covering classes. Exactly. And let's be honest, half of them worship the ground you walk on. I snort. Now you're just stroking my ego. Am I wrong, though? She slides off my lap and grabs my laptop from the counter. Come on, Professor Griffin, time for your last teaching moment. We move to the couch and I open a new email draft. The cursor blinks at me, accusatory. Dear students, I type, then delete it. Too formal? Start with their names. To my constitutional law students. Sienna tucks her legs under her. More personal that way. I nod and type her suggestion. What about explaining my departure? Be honest, but keep it professional. They don't need all the details. My fingers hover over the keys. After careful consideration, I've made the decision to leave my position at the university to pursue private practice. That's good. She points at the screen. Maybe mention how proud you are of their progress. The words flow easier now. I detail my plans for the firm, express confidence in their continued success, offer words of encouragement for their future legal careers. Sienna reads over my shoulder, occasionally suggesting tweaks to the language. Perfect. She squeezes my shoulder when I finish the first draft. Now they'll hear it from you first, not the rumor mill. Thank you. I set the laptop aside, turning to face Sienna fully. For being here through all of this. Most people would have run when things got complicated. Most people don't know what they want. She shifts on the couch, a shadow crossing her face. Though Maddie's doing her best to make sure everyone has an opinion. What's she saying now? The usual. That I slept my way to better grades. That I manipulated you into leaving your position. Sienna's jaw tightens. She's got half the class believing I'm some kind of predator who targeted you from the start. My blood runs cold. I take her hand, feeling the slight tremor she's trying to hide. Listen to me. You're one of the strongest people I know. Maddie can spread whatever lies she wants. Doesn't change who you are or what you've accomplished. But, no buts. I squeeze her hand, remembering how she stood her ground in class debates, how she never backed down from a challenge, how her eyes would flash with conviction, even when facing down the toughest opponents like Maddie Parks. You survived your ex-betrayal. You worked 3 jobs to put yourself through school. You've overcome every goddamn obstacle thrown your way. You're going to find a way through this too. It's different when everyone's watching, judging, when they whisper behind my back in the hallways, and stop talking the moment I walk into the library. Let them watch. I lift her chin with my free hand, my thumb grazing her jaw. They'll see what I see, a brilliant woman who knows her worth, and doesn't need to prove it to anyone. Someone who earned every single achievement through hard work and raw talent. Her fingers tighten around mine, and I catch a glimpse of that fire returning to her eyes, the same determination that first drew me to her that night at the bar. The sight stirs something protective in my chest. You're right. She straightens her shoulders, that familiar steel returning to her spine. Maddie can talk all she wants. I know the truth, and so do you.
Chapter 35. Sienna. The winter wind whips around me as I stand frozen in the middle of the campus quad, staring at my phone screen. The email from the ethics committee might as well be written in another language. I have to read it 3 times before the words sink in. After careful consideration of the evidence presented, we find insufficient grounds to pursue disciplinary action against Miss Madison Parks. My fingers tighten around the phone. Of course they'd dismiss it. Maddie's family probably has their names plastered on half the buildings here. A flash of white catches my eye. Another one of those damn posters. They're everywhere now, plastered across bulletin boards and bathroom stalls. This one shows a poorly edited photo of me, with text suggesting I sleep my way through law school. Real creative, Maddie. I rip it down, crumpling it into a ball. My phone buzzes with a notification from the law school's anonymous discussion board. Another post about me, this time claiming I cheated on my constitutional law midterm with help from Professor Griffin's blatant favoritism. What a joke. Looking for something? Maddie's voice drips with fake sweetness as she passes by. I hear the ethics committee isn't interested in your little witch hunt. Funny how they ignore actual ethics violations while you're out here spreading lies. Lies? I'm just making sure everyone knows exactly who you are. She adjusts her cashmere scarf. Though I guess Professor Griffin already figured that out, didn't he? Is that why he quit? My jaw clenches. The urge to slap that smirk off her face is overwhelming, but I won't give her the satisfaction. Instead, I hold up my phone. You really think I don't know it's you behind these posts? Keep it up. I'm documenting everything. Good luck proving anything. She waves her manicured fingers. By the way, love the new poster series. Very artistic. I watch her strut away, my blood boiling. First, Josiah leaves his tenured position at the university. And now this. The crumpled poster in my hand feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds. With my fists clenched, I race after her. Hey, we're not done. Maddie turns, her perfectly sculpted eyebrows rising. A small crowd of students slows their pace, forming a loose circle around us. Some already have their phones out, probably hoping to catch the next viral moment for their social media feeds. What's wrong, Sienna? Upset that your little plan backfired? She adjusts the designer bag on her shoulder, radiating smugness. My plan? I step closer, my voice carrying across the quad. Let's talk about your plans, the fake photos, the anonymous posts, the lies about me and Professor Griffin, all because you couldn't handle someone else succeeding. My hands shake with the effort it takes not to grab her by that overpriced scarf. I don't know what you're talking about, but her eyes dart to the growing crowd. The slight tremor in her voice tells me I've hit a nerve. I pull out my phone. Really? Because I have screenshots of you logging into the anonymous board from the library computers. Timestamps, IP addresses, everything. The tech team was very helpful once I showed them the evidence. The color drains from her face. You're bluffing. The ethics committee might have dismissed it, but that doesn't make you innocent. Everyone here knows exactly what you did. I gesture to our audience. You tried to destroy my reputation and Professor Griffin's because you couldn't handle being second best. And now the whole school gets to see you for what you really are. A jealous, vindictive liar who'd rather tear people down than work harder. She takes a step back. You don't know anything. I know everything, Maddie, including how you doctored these photos and spread rumors about Professor Griffin and me. The administration might not have acted, but that doesn't mean you won. It just means everyone sees right through you. The crowd murmurs, phones appearing to record the confrontation. Maddie's carefully crafted mask cracks, her lips trembling. Stay away from me, I say, and take down those posters. Or the next time I go to the administration, it'll be with a lawyer to sue the life out of you. The crowd shifts, whispers rippling through the gathered students. A few of them step away from Maddie, moving closer to my side of the impromptu circle. You brat, Maddie's voice cracks. You think you're so special? You're nothing but a what? I cross my arms. Go ahead, say it. Let everyone see exactly who you are. 2 students from our constitutional law class push through the crowd. I knew those rumors were nonsense, one of them says. Sienna's always helping people with study groups. She doesn't hesitate to give away her notes if it means she's helping someone out. Yeah, remember when she stayed late to help me understand that complex precedent case? The other student nods. While you were busy spreading lies, she was actually doing the work. Maddie's face contorts. You're all just falling for her act. She's manipulating everyone. The only one manipulating people is you. A girl I recognize from the library steps forward. I think her name is Sienna. I saw you putting up those posters last week. I should have said something then. More voices join in, sharing stories of times I've helped them or calling out Maddie's behavior. Each supportive comment feels like armor strengthening around me. This isn't over, Maddie snarls, backing away. You think you've won? I'll make sure you never. Save it. I hold up my hand. Your threats are as empty as your ethics. Everyone sees through you now. My voice carries across the clearing with a confidence I didn't know I possessed until this moment. She spins on her heels and storms off, but not before I catch the tears welling in her eyes. The crowd begins to disperse, but several students linger to offer support, forming a protective circle around me. Those posters were so messed up, one says, touching my arm. Her eyes are kind, understanding. We should have spoken up sooner. I saw her putting them up in the library too, but I was too scared to say anything. Thank you, I say, my voice steady despite the emotion threatening to overwhelm me. All of you. Sometimes just knowing you're not alone makes all the difference. I take a deep breath, straightening my coat. The weight of the past few weeks starts to lift from my shoulders, replaced by the warmth of solidarity from my classmates.
Chapter 36. Josiah. I stand at the entrance of our newly minted law firm, watching the crowd of legal luminaries mingle in the modern, open-concept space. The champagne flows freely as Walter works the room with his signature charm. Our vision has finally come to life. Griffin and Esteban, a boutique firm specializing in corporate law. Quite the turnout, Walter says, appearing at my side with 2 glasses. He hands me one, his silver cufflinks catching the light. Who would have thought leaving academia would lead to this? I take a sip, savoring both the champagne and the moment. Sometimes the best decisions aren't the obvious ones. My mind drifts to Sienna, who's finishing up her semester finals. These past months since the scandal broke, since I chose to leave my position rather than let politics and prejudice dictate our relationship, have been transformative. She handled the aftermath with grace, focusing on her studies while the gossip eventually died down. Speaking of decisions, Walter's eyes crinkle. How's the lady who inspired this whole venture? Thriving. Top of her class, as always. Pride warms my chest. She's presenting her mock trial case next week. You know, when you first told me about leaving the university, I thought you were having a midlife crisis. Walter chuckles, adjusting his tie. But look at us now. Booked solid for the next 6 months with clients. The space buzzes with conversation, judges and attorneys from across the city networking over hors d'oeuvre. Our risk paid off. While the university position offered security, this, creating something of our own on our own terms, feels right. In fact, it feels much better. Have you 2 discussed what happens after she graduates? Walter asks. One step at a time. I scan the room, noting several potential clients engaged in animated discussion. Right now, she's focused on finishing strong, and I'm focused on building this firm. The truth is, Sienna and I have found our rhythm. The age gap that once seemed so daunting has faded into irrelevance. We support each other's ambitions, celebrate the victories, and face the challenges together. The scandal that threatened to define us has instead refined us. A flash of movement near the entrance catches my eye. Sienna glides in, commanding attention in a fitted emerald dress that hugs her curves. Her hair cascades in loose waves, framing her face. She's radiant, exuding the quiet confidence that first drew me to her. There she is. I excuse myself from Walter and make my way through the crowd. Professor Griffin becoming a rebel entrepreneur? Sienna's eyes dance with mischief as I reach her. Who would have thought? Funny, I was just thinking the same about the star student who turned my world upside down. I lean in, keeping my voice low. You look incredible. Had to dress the part. This is a big night for you. She squeezes my hand, a gesture both supportive and intimate. I guide her through the crowd, making introductions. She engages effortlessly with senior partners and judges, her legal knowledge and quick wit evident in every exchange. And this, I tell Justice Horace Edwards, is the future of equity law. Miss Baldwin's mock trial performance last semester was nothing short of revolutionary. You're too kind. Sienna's smile is genuine but measured. Though I did learn from the best. Josiah mentioned your approach to the Sherman precedent, Justice Edwards says. He sips on his drink, raising his eyebrows. Fascinating interpretation. Actually, I'd love your thoughts on that. Sienna launches into a nuanced legal discussion that has him leaning forward, thoroughly engaged. I watch her work the room with an intense pride. She's not just holding her own. She's thriving, matching wits with some of the sharpest legal minds in the city. She catches my eye across the room and winks, a private moment in the midst of the crowd. My heart stutters. Even now, after everything we've been through, she has this effect on me. Watching her shine, seeing her step confidently into this world we both love, it's everything I never knew I needed. With Sienna's eyes still on me, I gesture subtly toward the hallway. She excuses herself from her conversation with Justice Edwards and follows my lead. Come with me, I want to show you something. I guide her down the corridor, past the conference rooms to the corner office. Wow. Sienna steps into the space, taking in the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city lights. This view is unreal. I lock the door with a soft click. Not bad for a rebel entrepreneur, right? Not bad at all. She runs her fingers along the mahogany desk. Now all you have to do is populate this firm with fresh new talent. I'm sure that won't be hard for you, given your reputation. That's actually part of what I wanted to discuss. I move closer, resting my hand on the small of her back. I've been thinking about your graduation in 2 years. Oh. She turns to face me, those brilliant eyes searching mine. This firm needs fresh talent, someone with innovative ideas about equity law, someone who isn't afraid to challenge the status quo. I trace my thumb along her jawline. I want you to consider taking an internship here after graduation. Her breath catches. Are you serious? Dead serious. Walter's already on board. I showed him your independent research paper, and he was raving about it. Your work on the Sherman case alone proves you've got the mind for it. I pull her closer. And selfishly, I like the idea of building something together, both in and out of the office. Josiah. She presses her palms against my chest. You know this could get complicated. Everything worth having usually is. I brush my lips against her temple. But I trust us to navigate it. What do you say? Sienna's fingers curl into my shirt as emotion flashes across her face. God, you have no idea how much I want this. Working together, building something meaningful. She steps back, creating space between us. But I can't. It's not fair. Not fair? My brow furrows. To whom? To either of us. She wraps her arms around herself, a gesture that sets off warning bells in my head. I can't wait that long. The words hit me like a physical blow. What do you mean? You can't wait. The city lights cast shadows across her face as she turns toward the window. Her silence stretches, heavy with unspoken weight. Sienna? She doesn't answer. Just keeps staring out at the glittering skyline, leaving me to grapple with the implications of her words. What could she possibly mean by not being able to wait? Unless... A knock at the door interrupts my spiraling thoughts. Josiah? Walter's voice carries through. The managing partner from Brooks and Reed wants to discuss a potential merger a few years down the line. I'll be right there, I call back, not taking my eyes off Sienna. She still won't look at me, and my stomach twists with uncertainty. Go, she whispers. Your guests are waiting. I reach for her hand, but she steps away. No, I want to know what's bugging you, Sienna. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla. Chapter 37. Sienna. I can't hold back the tears anymore as they spill down my cheeks. The past few weeks have been a living hell without Josiah by my side at school. Everything fell apart after you left. My voice cracks. The whispers, the stares. I can handle those. But Maddie? I shake my head, gripping the edge of his mahogany desk. She's made it her personal mission to destroy me. Josiah steps closer, his presence both comforting and painful. The new office still smells of fresh paint and new furniture, a stark reminder of how much has changed. What's she doing? His jaw tightens. She's telling everyone I slept my way through law school, that I'm some kind of predator who seduced you for grades. I wipe furiously at my tears. She's spreading rumors to the faculty, to other students, even trying to get to the board of directors. My reputation is in shreds. Sienna? No, let me finish. I meet his gaze. She cornered me in the library yesterday, said she'd make sure no law firm in the city would ever hire me. That's when I realized she didn't just want to expose us. She wants to end my career before it begins. Josiah's fists clench at his sides. Through the locked door, we can hear the celebration of his new firm's opening. The muffled sounds of clinking glasses and laughter, a cruel contrast to the heaviness in this room. I'm trying so hard to keep it together, to focus on my studies, but my voice trails off as fresh tears threaten to fall. Every time I walk into that lecture hall now, I see where you used to stand and teach to us. I see the smug look on Maddie's face. And I remember everything we lost because she couldn't mind her own damn business. The weight of it all crashes over me. The scandal, his resignation, the way our lives have been turned upside down. And still, standing here in his new office, all I can think about is how much I miss seeing him every day. I can't do this anymore. My shoulders slump as I sink into one of his office chairs. I used to walk into that classroom ready to take on anything. Now, I gesture helplessly. I second-guess every answer, every comment. Your old TAs look at me like I'm poison. The distance between us feels like a chasm. My grades are slipping. I shake my head. Last week, I had a presentation in Clarkson's class. I knew every case, every precedent, but standing there, feeling everyone's eyes on me, hearing the whispers, my voice catches. I bombed it. The fancy new office surrounds us, with its pristine walls and modern furniture, but all I can focus on is the emptiness where his encouragement used to be. No more quick chats after class, no more thoughtful feedback on my papers, no more of those small nods that told me I was on the right track. Josiah takes a sharp breath. Sienna, Don't tell me it'll get better. I stand up, pacing. You gotta start over. This beautiful new firm, this is your fresh start, but I'm still there every day, watching everything I worked for crumble. My study group won't even sit with me anymore. The mock trial team, they made it clear I wasn't welcome back. The worst part isn't even the isolation or the rumors. It's the void where his mentorship used to be. Every time I face a challenging case study or legal theory, I feel his absence like a physical ache. My fingers trace the edge of his new desk. I miss having someone believe in me. 2 years isn't, Josiah starts, taking a step toward me. Don't, I hold up my hand. Don't tell me 2 years isn't that long. 2 years of this? Of being treated like some pariah? My laugh comes out harsh. I can barely handle 2 more days. His expression softens. You're stronger than this, Sienna. No, I'm done being strong. I swipe at the lingering tears on my face. I'm done pretending this isn't killing me inside. 2 years of watching my back, of fighting twice as hard just to get half the respect. The party sounds from beyond his office door fade into white noise as anger burns through my chest. You know what Maddie said to me last week? That even if I graduate, she'll make sure every firm knows what I did, that my reputation will follow me forever. And given her family's reputation, she's probably right. His jaw tightens. Do you think this has been easy for me? I think you get to start fresh. New firm, new clients, new life. My voice cracks. While I'm stuck in that classroom every day, reminded of what we lost, what I lost. The silence stretches between us, heavy with everything we can't say, everything we shouldn't want. But I'm tired of shouldering this alone, tired of being the strong one, the patient one. 2 years. I shake my head. I can't do it. I don't want to do it, which is why I'm offering you a proposal, something to consider. Josiah wets his lips. Go on. I take a deep breath, steadying myself. The words I've rehearsed 1,000 times in my head suddenly feel heavy on my tongue. I want to transfer. The statement hangs in the air between us. To Georgetown Law. His eyebrows lift, but I press on before he can interrupt. Think about it. Your new firm is right here in downtown D.C. I could finish my degree there, away from all this mess. My fingers drum against his desk. Away from Maddie, away from the whispers. A fresh start for both of us. Josiah's expression remains carefully neutral, his jaw tightening just slightly. Sienna. And I. The next words come out in a rush, tumbling over themselves like dominoes. I want to live with you. His sharp intake of breath cuts through the room like a knife. I know it sounds crazy, but we wouldn't have to hide anymore. No more sneaking around, no more pretending. No one would know our history. We could just be together. I step closer, close enough to catch the familiar scent of his cologne, mixing with the leather and wood of his office. You have this whole new life starting in D.C. I want to be part of it. We could make it work. His hands grip the edge of his desk, knuckles white against the dark mahogany. The muscle in his jaw works overtime. You're asking me to let me in, completely. My heart pounds so hard, I swear he must hear it echoing off the walls. My fingers itch to reach for him, to smooth away the tension I see building in his shoulders. So what do you say?
Chapter 38. Josiah. My brain short-circuits as I stare at Sienna, her words echoing in my mind. The transfer, moving in together. It's everything I want, yet the magnitude of her decision leaves me speechless. I grip the edge of my desk, steadying myself as the implications sink in. You want to... The words catch in my throat. I clear it and try again. You're really thinking of transferring to Georgetown and moving in? With me? Her smile widens and she takes a step closer. The familiar scent of her perfume wraps around me, grounding me in this moment. Are you absolutely sure about this? I lean forward, searching her face. It's a huge decision. Transferring schools, changing your whole life. Josiah. She places her hand over mine, her touch warm and steady. I've never been more sure about anything in my life. I pull her into my arms, crushing her against my chest. Her soft gasp melts into a sigh as I capture her lips with mine. The kiss is deep, desperate, pouring every ounce of emotion I've held back into this moment. My fingers tangle in her coils, cradling the back of her head as I angle her face up to mine. Breaking away just enough to speak, I press my forehead to hers. You're incredible, you know that? Brilliant and brave and... I trail kisses along her jaw. I promise you won't regret this. Any of it. I know. Her fingers curl into my shirt. I trust you. Those 3 words hit me harder than any "I love you" could. After everything she's been through, the betrayal, the struggles, her trust means everything. I kiss her again, slower this time, savoring the way she melts against me. I'll help you with the transfer process. My hands slide down to her waist. We'll figure out the logistics. Make sure your credits transfer properly. Whatever you need. Always taking care of me. She smiles against my lips. Always will. I mean it with every fiber of my being. The thought of coming home to her every day, building a life together. It's more than I ever dared hope for after Alexandra. Sienna's hands frame my face, her thumbs brushing my cheeks. You're thinking too hard again. Can't help it. I catch one of her hands, pressing a kiss to her palm. You make me want everything. Sienna's laugh fills my office, light and carefree. We should get back to your party. People will wonder where the man of the hour disappeared to. Let them wonder. I steal one more kiss before reaching for the door handle. The lock clicks open, and I hold it wide for her. After you. She steps through, and I follow close behind, my hand finding the small of her back as we navigate the hallway. The sounds of the party drift toward us. Glasses clinking, conversation humming, music playing softly in the background. We emerge into the main reception area where the party's in full swing. My new law firm's grand opening celebration has drawn quite the crowd. Fellow professors, legal professionals, potential clients. The space gleams with possibility, floor-to-ceiling windows offering a stunning view of the city lights below. Josiah Griffin! A group of associates waves me over. We were just discussing your latest book. I guide Sienna along with me, keeping her close as we mingle. She fits seamlessly into every conversation, her intelligence and charm on full display. Pride swells in my chest, watching her discuss recent Supreme Court decisions with a senior partner. The hours slip by in a pleasant blur of champagne toasts and networking. Around midnight, the crowd begins to thin. I catch Sienna stifling a yawn behind her hand. Thank you all for coming. I address the remaining guests, raising my glass. Here's to new beginnings. A chorus of congratulations follows as people gather their coats. Handshakes and business cards are exchanged, promises to meet for lunch or coffee made. Through it all, Sienna remains by my side, her presence a constant anchor. The last guests file out, leaving us in the quiet aftermath of celebration. Empty glasses and scattered napkins mark evidence of a successful evening. Once the last guest disappears through the door, I turn to Sienna. Her eyes hold mine, dark and inviting in the dim light. Without a word, I take her hand and lead her back toward my office. The click of the lock echoes in the silence. Moonlight streams through the window, casting silver shadows across her face. I cup her cheek, drinking in every detail. The curve of her lips, the spark in her eyes, the way her breath catches when I lean in close. You were amazing tonight. My thumb traces her bottom lip. Everyone was impressed. I learned from the best. Her fingers trail up my chest, toying with my tie. Professor. The title sends heat rushing through my veins. I back her against my desk, hands gripping her waist. Careful with that word. Or what? She tilts her chin up, defiant. I crush my mouth to her, swallowing her gasp. One hand slides into her hair while the other pulls her flush against me. She tastes like champagne and possibility, her lips parting under mine. I deepen the kiss, claiming every inch she offers. Her fingers fumble with my tie, loosening it just enough to unbutton my collar. The brush of her fingertips against my neck sends electricity down my spine. I break the kiss to trail my lips down her throat, savoring the way she arches into me. Josiah. My name falls from her lips like a prayer. I lift my head to meet her gaze. Her lips are swollen from my kisses, her chest rising and falling with quick breaths. The sight of her like this, disheveled and wanting because of me, nearly breaks my control. Tell me to stop. The words come out rough, strained. Her response is to pull me back down, capturing my mouth in another searing kiss. Of course I won't stop. I need her badly, and she clearly feels the same.
Chapter 39. Sienna. I pushed Josiah back against his desk, a hungry smirk playing on my lips. His eyes, normally so composed, are wild with desire. I tug at his tie, loosening it before pulling it off completely, the silk whispering under my fingers. His shirt is next, my fingers dancing down the buttons, undoing them one by one, revealing a hint of tan skin. I slide his shirt and jacket off his broad shoulders, letting it fall to the floor with a soft thud. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 40. Josiah. O'Malley's looks exactly the same as it did more than a year ago. The worn wooden bar, the soft glow of vintage lights, even Mike behind the counter polishing glasses with that same white rag. The only difference is that tonight I'm walking in with Sienna's hand firmly clasped in mine. Well, look who it is. Mike sets down his glass with a knowing grin. You remember us? Sienna slides onto the same bar stool where we first met, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Hard to forget the night Professor Griffin here nearly spilled his drink all over himself when you walked in. Mike winks at me. Kidding, Josiah. What can I get you to? 2 glasses of the Macallan 18, Mike. I settle next to Sienna, my arm finding its natural place around her waist. We're celebrating. Celebrating what? Mike pulls out the bottle. Everything. Sienna leans into me. My graduation is coming up next year in May. Josiah's book making the bestseller list. And most importantly, I cut in, surviving a year of scandalizing the entire law department. Mike slides our drinks across the bar. You two caused quite the stir from what I hear. Worth every raised eyebrow and whispered comment. I lift my glass. To us, sweetheart. To late-night sessions that turned into coffee dates, to class lectures where I couldn't stop staring at you taking notes in the 3rd row, to finally not having to pretend we don't know each other in the hallways. Sienna raises her glass. And to whatever comes next. Our glasses clink, the sound echoing with promise. The scotch tastes better than I remember, warmer somehow. Or maybe it's just the way Sienna's looking at me, like I'm still that guy who got enthralled when I saw her sitting down at this bar, not knowing she turned my whole world upside down. You know what hasn't changed? She traces the rim of her glass. This is still the best decision I ever made. Walking into O'Malley's that night, after my car broke down and I had nearly nothing to my name. Damn right it was. I press a kiss to her temple. After we settle down, I slip my hand into my jacket pocket, fingers wrapping around the velvet box I've been carrying for weeks. The weight of it reminds me of the countless times I've rehearsed this moment. Actually, there's one more thing we should celebrate. My heart pounds against my ribs as I slide off the bar stool. Sienna turns toward me, confusion crossing her features. What are you? I drop to one knee. The bar falls silent. Mike stops polishing his glass. Sienna Baldwin. My voice comes out steadier than I expected. I know it's only been a year. I know you've got another year of law school ahead of you, but I've spent the last decade thinking I'd never find love again. Then you walked into this bar and proved me wrong in the best possible way. Her hands fly to her mouth as I pull out the box and open it, revealing the princess-cut diamond ring. I don't want to wait until you graduate. I don't want to wait another day. You're the most brilliant, determined woman I've ever met, and I want to spend the rest of my life watching you chase your dreams. I take a breath. Will you marry me? Tears stream down her face. Oh, Josiah. She launches herself off the bar stool and into my arms, nearly knocking me backward. Yes. God, yes. Her whole body trembles against mine as she clings to me, and I hold her tight, savoring this perfect moment. My hands shake as I slide the ring onto her finger. The diamond catches the bar's dim lighting, sending sparkles across her face. It fits perfectly, just like I knew it would. I'd spent weeks secretly measuring her other rings when she was off, busy with her studies. You sneaky bastard. She examines the ring, then pulls me in for a kiss that's deep and passionate, making me forget we're in a public place. When she finally breaks away, her eyes are shining. How long have you been planning this? Long enough to know I couldn't wait any longer. I cup her face in my hands, my thumbs brushing away her tears. I've had this ring burning a hole in my pocket for 2 weeks, waiting for the perfect moment. Tonight, watching you laugh and talk about our future, I just knew. Sienna's laughter mingles with her tears as she wraps her arms around my neck. I can't believe this. I can't wait to be your wife. The words hit me square in the chest. My wife. The phrase I never thought I'd use again after Alexandra. The bar erupts in cheers and whistles. A couple in matching red sweaters plastered with hearts and roses raises their glasses. Another pair, clearly dressed for a Valentine's dinner, abandons their intimate corner table to congratulate us. Mike, I wave him over. Next round's on me, for everyone. The whoops and hollers grow even louder. Mike grins and starts pouring drinks left and right. A woman in a sequined dress squeals and hugs Sienna, admiring the ring. Her date, sporting a pink tie, claps me on the back. Best Valentine's Day ever, Sienna whispers against my ear, her fingers playing with my collar. The diamond on her hand catches the light, sending prisms dancing across my face. The bar fills with the clinking of glasses and shouts of congratulations. A group of young professionals, done up in their Valentine's finest, starts an impromptu toast. Their red cocktail dresses and dark suits add splashes of color to O'Malley's usual casual atmosphere. I pull Sienna closer, breathing in her familiar scent. You've made me the happiest man alive, you know that? Just wait until I actually marry you. She grins up at me, eyes still wet but sparkling with joy. Mike slides 2 fresh glasses of Macallan our way. On the house for the happy couple. Though after buying drinks for everyone else, I probably owe you a whole bottle. I raise my glass, meeting Sienna's bright eyes. to us, to breaking every rule in the book, to scandalize faculty. She lifts her glass with a wicked grin, to finding love in the most unexpected places. My voice drops lower, meant only for her. To the brilliant law student who turned my world upside down and made me believe in second chances. To the distinguished professor who saw past my walls and loved me anyway. She shifts closer, her ring glinting under the bar lights. To us, defying everyone's expectations. Our glasses clink together, the crystal singing with promise. The scotch burns smooth down my throat, but nothing compares to the warmth spreading through my chest as I look at my future wife. Screw what anyone thinks, she's mine now, and that's all that matters. I lean in, drawn by the soft curve of her smile. Her lips meet mine, gentle and sweet, tasting of aged scotch and joy. My hand finds its way to the small of her back, pulling her closer, claiming her. When we part, her eyes hold mine, filled with a love that still takes my breath away. That same spark I saw the first night she walked into O'Malley's hasn't dimmed. It's only grown brighter. Who would have thought a chance meeting at a bar would lead to this? She smiles against my lips, and in that moment, I know every raised eyebrow, every whispered comment, every obstacle we faced was worth it for this perfect ending. The age gap, the student-professor scandal, the judgment, none of it matters anymore. We fought for this for us, and we won. Looking at her now, radiant and mine, I'd do it all over again in a heartbeat.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.